is way more than $20 for the cost of shooting in the private lots than to come back to the total vehicle. It gets to the total whole room. So you have to find the market. It's about $250 to get your car out. And it'll have a parking ticket on it too. That's an assault on that preventable wound. If you're not ready to start, so go check your vehicle, just get a message, not HPD, so everything's on the phone with you that all the cars are parked. If the spots will be ticketed and we be told, so please go check it out. And we've got Ethan Ewing and Connor O'Leary coming up here in quarterfinal number 1. Look at the the sun hitting that one just perfectly. This is
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Sambazon Morning Update. What a Saturday morning that we have for you for the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. That's the All-Star from the week, Molly Picklum. Connor O'Leary has Ethan Ewing today in the quarters, and Tati still has a shot to win this event for the first time. World champ on deck, Caroline Marks, trying to hang on to yellow, and local boy, Eli Olson, gets a little adrenaline going. That's his morning coffee, but look at the size of the waves. The Hawaiian Water Patrol activated, 6 to 10 foot air for finals day. Ethan, the number 2 seed, checking in with Beach Marshal Raymond Chito as he prepares for his personal best result in the making of his career here at the Bonsai Pipeline. The stage is set, glassy conditions, big wide open caves if you want it. Let's have some fun today. Joe Trepel with Felicity Palmatier. I am so psyched. How are you feeling this morning?
Oh, I'm buzzing. I have watched so many guys and girls get absolutely tubed this morning, and the sun's just popped out over the mountains, and I think, you know, it's the last day of the waiting period, and it is going to be the best.
As we look right here, this is one of the most coveted trophies in pro surfing ever since the 70s. This pipe event was going down, and now look what we have today in 2024. Chances for maybe a new champion. There is John Florence in the draw on the men's side. On the women's side, we've lost some big names like Moana Jones-Wong, Carissa Moore. So it looks like it could be that fresh season where we might have some new stories to tell on the podium.
For sure, definitely. There's opportunity, and there's a lot of opportunity on both sides of the draw for someone to really capitalize on this. You know, there's big names out of this, both on the men's side and the women's side. And I'm just so excited for today's action. I mean, look how beautiful it is out there. It is the conditions. There's not a breath of wind right now either. So it's just so dreamy. And yeah, obviously John's the favorite, but on the men's side, but I reckon, room for movement there, and maybe we could see a new champion.
I like that, Flick. A lot of story to tell in the quarterfinals bracket. We saw Ethan Ewing already checked in. He's first heat of the morning as he'll take on Connor O'Leary. Connor, the goofy foot, hasn't made it this far, and same story for Ethan Ewing, both making big improvements in Pipeline. Then we'll go into Jordy Smith, one of the oldest guys on tour. Only guy older is Kelly Slater, and he found some magic out in the lineup, but he's got a North Shore legend named Baron Mamiya. All Maui heat in quarter 3. Ian Gentil and Imai is experiencing his first ever championship tour finals day. And then we get into the superheat. John Florence waiting for Leonardo Fioravanti. Florence, the only one in the draw with a pipe trophy at his home. And also Leonardo, runner-up in the final last year to Jack Robinson.
Yeah, that is an absolute massive heat. And you know what? I was listening to something that Leo was saying the other day. You know, he like kind of really embracing this sort of underdog mentality. And I mean, obviously the fairy tale is John wins out here. It's his backyard. But I mean, wouldn't it be exciting if Leo took it to him and ended up in that semi all the way through to the final?
Gosh, that's going to be a heat to watch. Quarter 4, John versus Leo. As this one gets started, Ethan Ewing, number 2 in the world, coming off his best year to date. Same story for Connor O'Leary. His best year was last season as well, just finishing 1 spot out of the top 10. But holy perfection, Flick.
It's just...
These are the days you cancel all your plans. I mean, it's Saturday here on the North Shore, but if you had any obligations, you got to scratch it, hang out here at the Bonsai Pipeline all day. I showed up on dark and there was no parking.
That's when you know it is pumping.
Look, could have the first wave of finals day. It's a pipe wave for Connor O'Leary, kicking things off inside the pit, and the spit's going to shove him out to glory.
Wow, it's always so visually pleasing when, you know, the wave spits and the surfer comes out from behind the spit. It's just super beautiful to watch. So what a great first wave to kick off competition today.
Gosh, especially on finals day. Connor has been around for a while now, as we've seen some highs and lows. You know, the lows mainly just falling off tour in the past. The highs just coming back, winning a crucial event in France, hanging on to a spot on the championship tour, and learning so much over the years. Powerful, great in the barrel, absolutely charges. And he'll start off with the lead over Ethan Ewing. Looks like 30-minute heats for these quarterfinals. So finals day will move by quickly. Still scored on your top 2 to move on to the semis.
Yeah, I guess 30-minute heats, you know, obviously judges identifying as well that there's a lot of waves coming through this morning. There's a lot of opportunity, and yeah, there's going to be no shortage of waves. I mean, Connor O'Leary obviously opening up that account super fast. So yeah, it's going to fly by today.
As we want to say a big happy finals day to AJ McCord with Jesse Miley-Dyer.
Thanks so much, Joey. All smiles down here on the beach, Jesse, for finals day. Already seeing Connor O'Leary get a pipeline barrel. Walk us through what we can expect for today.
Yeah, so we've got, you know, obviously this swell's here, and it's a swell that we've waited for. Probably even a touch bigger than we thought it might be. So going to be a really big day for us. It's obviously really open. There's going to be a couple of really big barrels. So everyone on the beach is super excited, especially us up in the tower. We're going to start with the men's quarters, which obviously we have in the water now. Then we're going into the women's quarterfinals, women's semifinals, men's semifinals, women's final, men's final. So it's a huge day. It's a full day for us, and you know, we're excited to see it.
So we're going to crown some champions. The swell has arrived. What do you expect it to do throughout the day?
We're actually expecting this to hold. You know, there's been a lot of back and forth in a few forecasts that we've been looking at, but everyone has continued to say that this final day of our event window was going to be a really good one. I genuinely think this is probably the best day that we've seen by a long way, and it's going to be firing. So we think it's going to stay probably at this size throughout the day. It might drop off a tiny bit in the afternoon, but, you know, it's still really solid out there. We just watched something kind of half roll through from second reef, so there's, you know, it's going to be well double overhead, I reckon, for the whole day.
Whew, perfect day to crown some champions. We'll send it back to you in the booth.
Thank you, AJ and Jesse Miley-Dyer, our chief of sport. As you see today's schedule, men's quarters, then to women, then to semifinals, and it will just keep flip-flopping till we have our champions at the end of the day, and we'll see who will be kicking off the season. World number 1 heading into Sunset Beach. It's all happening so quickly. Sunset starts on Monday.
You ready? You ready for that?
I just want to really stay present at the moment with what we have in front of us. Last up, Connor O'Leary. This came in at a 5.
Yeah, great first wave for Connor. He surfed that so well. You could see how far forward he shifted his feet on the board there just to really make sure that he cleared that barrel, and just, oh, it was just really beautiful to watch. And from here, you can kind of, oh, he almost lost it there for one little second. You can see his back foot kind of came off the back of his board. But this is what I mean. Look how far forward he is on this board. His back foot not even on his grip, just to really make sure that he's coming out of that barrel, shift that weight forward, get a little bit of extra speed, and yeah, 5-point ride. Great way to open. Obviously, the judges knowing today is, it's a really, really good day, leaving a lot of room for movement there. I think we're going to see a lot of excellent scores today. So obviously, keeping a bit of a lid on it just for now,
Yeah, it's pretty common. You start these heats sometimes with that 5, and just start making your separations from there. They want to see them take off really critical, see how deep and technical their tube rides can be. And the judges have been watching it since it was dark this morning, so they're aware of what sets are coming through, where the size is today, and what to look forward to. And that's how they almost set the scale before this first heat starts. They were able to put a nice clean 5 for Connor's start. Ethan Ewing, runner-up in the world last year, almost clinched a world title. He has a lot of people to thank along the way, especially his shaper, Darren Hanley. We actually have DH on the VIP headset over in the Red Bull Athletes Zone. Thanks for being with us, Darren.
Good morning, Joe.
Gosh, always great to talk shop with you. Let's focus on Ethan Ewing. I know you guys work really hard in the off-season. What are the main things that you guys focused on when you're putting the pipe quiver together for this event?
We went from, because we knew he had boards from last year that he left here, 6.6s, 6.8s, 6.4s. We just concentrated on a few different things, which a little bit lower in the rail, a little bit lighter boards, because we knew he had some backups if they weren't quite as good. But today he's riding some of the new ones. It's a 6.6. He's got a 6.6 backup. Really good for pipe. Probably a little bit too light for Sunset. He's got the heavier ones for Sunset. But, just more refined. Here he goes down. Oh, no. Bit more refined and a little bit lighter. And so we can ride a bigger board instead of a small board and still throw it around if he has to do a turn at the end.
I like it. So when you really talk about refinements, what is the biggest difference from what he would have ridden last year?
Mainly the rail. A lot less rail in the board. The volume that we kept this year was sort of more in the center of the board where the stringer is, so that he still had the paddle and he could just knife it in. So those late takeoffs, he can just knife that rail in and get under that lip and then get those barrels that we're hoping to see him get today.
Darren, for us, Ethan's always been fairly quiet. He's always a very kind human being and lets his surfing do the talking. Does he get a bit more talkative with you in the shaping room? How is he with feedback with yourself?
Look, he's pretty good. I mean, he's no Mick Fanning, but he's he really, when I get him down there, he concentrates so much on just surfing when he comes down the coast, because he does live on Stradbroke Island. He comes down and wants to surf D-bar and, with all the boys and stuff. So when we get in there, and I make sure he blocks an hour out for me and we get into it, and he sort of really trusts me and what my decisions are, and because he knows that, he has backups from what worked the year before. And so we have a really good relationship like that. He really trusts me, and it's his job to go out there and do himself proud, and I've done my job. It's all up to him now.
I love it. I remember over the years, you've noticed how much bigger he's gotten, obviously, since that rookie season. Is his weight and strength about the same as last year? Is he kind of maintaining his fighting weight heading into 2024?
Well, it looks like he's maintaining his weight, but I look at his thighs and and I think he's doing too much weight, because he is a big boy, and he's really strong, and I've got to make sure that he stays at a fighting weight, which it's 85 kilo. I'm not quite sure what that is in pounds, but he's 85 kilo, and I try to keep him in there. And if he goes to 86 and a half, then his boards will have to change.
There we go, keeping up with it. And I like how you're kind of giving him advice. Hey, let's go light on the training. Your volume is increasing dramatically. But that's the kind of attention to detail that you always have. And one thing I'm hearing about a lot lately, Darren, is if you're on the team and these are the best surfers in the world, sometimes you'll even put them in the warehouse and they actually have to work. And is that what Jacob Wilcox has been up to?
Not just Jacob Wilcox, also Liam O'Brien. On the years that they were trying to qualify, they came down, and things are tough in the surf industry, and they came down and they worked for us for 4 months, 6 months in between the events, and you know, we showed them they were packing boards and running errands and picking up blanks, and they really had a good appreciation of, you know, of the family business that we have. And they really say that it's, you know, one of the secret things about qualifying is they knew they just didn't want to work for a living. They wanted to be on this beautiful dream tour, and they've both qualified. So now I've got all the other team riders lining up wanting a job. So, you know, maybe that's the secret of success at the DHD team riders.
Secret sauce.
Secret sauce.
I keep everyone grounded too. I like that. I'll sign up for a day. You know, when we head over to the Gold Coast. Hey, Darren. Obviously, this is serious. You held the yellow jersey for a moment last year in the Vissla CT Shaper rankings. You're getting points here with Ethan being in the quarterfinals.
Yep, got points. Well, you got Ethan and Connor. I mean, Connor rides for myself as well, and he's been riding my boards all the way up until this point. I'm not quite sure what he's on today. He's either going to swap between mine or some old Decoros that he's got because he doesn't want to break his boards for sunset. So, yeah, I'm just hoping Ethan gets through. I lost this Ethan hat that I got from Trestles last year, and wouldn't believe I was looking for my thongs this morning, and and there it was under my seat, and I went, oh my God, is this an omen? So,
I like it.
So maybe it's the secret hats. We'll see what happens at the end of this heat.
I love it. You've got some special fairies behind you as well, Darren. Hey, thanks so much for the time. I know you're loving all the action, and great job for all you do for the sport of surfing, and can't wait to catch up with you some more.
All right, thanks guys. Let's have a beer this afternoon and see whoever wins.
Looking forward to it. Darren Hanley, what a legend of a human being. Loves to just put time into his craft, but also has time for everybody and to ask him questions about surfboards, about the tour. He's been invested in it for a very long time, famous for the world titles of Steph Gilmore, Mick Fanning, and many, many more. As we look at the 18-minute mark, Flick, it's so interesting. We're fired up. The waves are pumping. We have the 5, and we're still waiting for Ethan to get his first wave. He's being very selective, but hopefully he'll make a move very soon.
Yeah, he is being super selective, but we just saw both of them actually just got caught inside by that bigger set before, both having to duck dive it. There was one behind it, they duck dived that too. So you see just a little bit further in, but as this one kind of mows through the lineup, you see Connor just duck diving there. But, you know, I think they can afford to be super selective today. There's only 2 people in the water. Obviously, we know that it's been super consistent this morning. There's been a lot of waves coming through. So, I mean, how's the size of that one? Eek! Get under there, Connor.
Wow. And just the idea of trying to duck dive a wave like that at Pipeline.
Oh, hard work.
It's not just your standard duck dive that you do at your local break, that's for sure.
No, for sure. You've got to have iron grip on those rails. Just hold on or just go for the bail.
Here we go. Ethan Ewing looks interested. Now setting up at Pipeline. Grabs the rail. Let's go.
Ooh.
Didn't quite get barreled. But I think he just saw that end section coming down, so he didn't really have time to really tee off inside the tube there. So he'll start off with a smaller score than Connor's. But he's been using that technique lately at Pipeline. He's one of those guys that actually likes to let go of the rail, then drive and maybe re-engage with it once he gets set. We saw John doing that at a very young age, and it's a really cool technique that Ethan's been enjoying out here.
Yeah, I feel like with that sort of technique, right, if you are able to get in early enough and you can do that one pump on your backhand, you can then face your chest outwards, and it sort of forces you to get, I think, into that grab rail position a lot easier as well. Because sometimes you see people grab the rail and their chest isn't faced all the way out to the channel, you know, so I think that really helps, and it also looks super stylish too. I mean, I love to watch it, but that last wave of Ethan's just looked good, but then just ran off and wasn't really the wave he was looking for. Obviously, you could tell as we see Connor maybe having a look here out the back.
Yeah, it's a cool technique too, because they make it obviously look really functional. Having another look at Ethan here.
Yeah, he grabbed there, but then he let go, and he almost looked like he was going to try stand straight up in there for a second, but that's it. You know, it sort of had a real bend on that wave. You could see it, and it just ran off in front of him, grabs the rail first, sort of almost looked like he was just going to stand straight up, but that wave there just running off. I mean, he could have almost stood straight up in that thing, and then, yeah, he just got a lick to the head this morning. Wake up.
Exactly. Yeah, that thing
That's not
just
going to tickle.
attacking him. Got out with the pin drop. But yeah, he was hoping that thing was going to stay open so he could have burned off some speed and got nice and deep in the barrel. Story for Ethan Ewing at pipe and backdoor is just so much improvement. He's put so much time into his craft. It's like we're watching him improve on the fly. It's really great to see it. The waves that he's caught throughout this event, especially on opening day as well, were some of the best he's had in his career.
For sure, and I think you've got to attribute, he's working with Shane Dorian.
As we see him knife the takeoff. This one he's nice and deep. The Stratty boy gets tangled up on the foam ball, but what an effort.
Wow, yeah, I think, obviously working with Shane has attributed to a lot of that. I mean, Shane is an absolute guru. The other we have a broken board. Ethan's board's broken. Snapped clean in half. Water Patrol straight on in there.
And they'll get him into the beach. So already a broken board in the first heat of the day. You can see that back half still connected to his leg there. And he'll have to make the switch. 13:50 on the clock. We'll see how much time this takes for Ewing.
I mean, that just goes to show, broken board already. It's definitely got some power out there. We know that as we see Shane running down with the backup board. Guru, coach, big wave charger, all-round expert. Ethan's going to have plenty of time to get back out there. He's going to jump back on the ski. Probably only going to take a couple of minutes, that whole thing.
Yeah, there's always updates based on conditions, what the Hawaiian Water Patrol can do for you with a broken board or broken leash. For today, finals day conditions, if that happens like it did for Ethan, they'll actually bring you back to the channel where yesterday they wanted you to paddle back out on your own. But that was the effort flick. What went wrong there?
I mean, it was hard to see from that angle, but here we go. We'll have a look. I mean, he just gets gobbled up, and then this section here really starts to throw up, airborne and sucked over in the lip. Oh, there, that moment there, wow. That was beautiful. We could see the exact moment the lip connected with the board, and yeah, the board was just really in the wrong place. Probably better than having your body there, I'd say. Might feel like you've just been in a bit of a car accident.
Yeah, exactly. As Britt Merrick's got to go talk to DH about that big wipeout. The foam ball just sending Ethan to the sky inside the barrel. The barrel's so big, you actually couldn't tell from the straight-on view what he went through. But we're loving that angle inside the pit to bring you that replay, and Ethan's got to catch his breath. 2 waves in the 1-point range, but he's already had some time underwater here at Pipeline on finals day. Connor O'Leary still out front with his priority in that 5.0 that he had at the start of the matchup. Both looking for their first semifinal appearance here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti. We'll take a quick break. Finals day continues right after this. Checking out the Surfline forecasts, just focusing on today, finals day. As we check out the maps, that northwest, north-northwest, peaking in the morning, this morning, and just settling in through the afternoon. Size should remain pretty solid, and the cool part, we've got offshore winds, east-southeast conditions throughout the day today, which is scoring for finals day.
Absolutely scoring. Last day of the waiting period, and it is firing 10 to 15 foot, slowly easing throughout the day. But you know what? I don't think we're really going to see that much movement. It's also a lot bigger than I think, maybe we thought it was going to be, maybe an extra couple of feet. So, yeah, no shortage of action and no shortage of barrels today.
As we look at 9 minutes on the clock, still Connor with just 1 wave and holding priority. And we'll see if he's going to make a move soon for wave number 2, but in a great position. He knows that Ethan's caught 2 waves and hasn't come close to the 5. So his confidence would be building big time as Connor's representing Japan this year. His mom, a former competitor in Japan and globally for a long time, has been watching every single heat. She's here on the North Shore as well. And she's happy that her son is here on finals day. Let's get some insight on some backup equipment down on the beach with AJ.
Yeah, Joey, I talked to Shane Dorian as he was giving Ethan his new board, confirming what Darren already told us a few minutes ago, which is Ethan's backup equipment is the same as what he started this heat riding, a 6.6. I asked Shane, what did you tell Ethan? And he said he rest, but reminded him the time is ticking. So he's got to get busy out there, and certainly we're seeing that now.
So much, AJ. Ethan Ewing has learned so much. He's always had world title talent ever since he won a world junior title over Griffin in the final many years back. He has really tightened things up. He actually fell off tour after his rookie season, but he was famous for opening up his CT career with a 9 and just didn't back it up. He had a lot of heats like that through the rookie year where he had all the talent in the world, but he had to work on heat strategy and really learning how to play the game.
For sure. I think when he first came onto the scene, everyone was blown away by his style and just how much it mirrored Mick Fanning, Andy Irons, and everyone was like, wow, this guy's, he had so much hype around him, right? And I think a lot of that pressure might have just played into his head a little bit. But right now, I mean, it's we're looking at a different sort of Ethan. Obviously, that beautiful same style that he has always had, but now he's just got, that mindset is so strong, and he's obviously grown so much into his own body, and physically he's so much bigger and really matching it with all these guys on tour now. But yeah, he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. Obviously finishing runner-up in the world last year, and for me, I was blown away with the surfing that I saw on finals day from Ethan. I think that was some of the best carving maneuvers and variation of carves that I'd ever seen in my life.
I'm right there with you. There was a special performance recovering from injury. Most people thought his year was over. He did everything in his power to come back and brought the best modern day rail game I've seen at lower trestles, finishing the number 2 in the world. As we have our good friend Strider Wazalewski up and here on finals day, absolutely frothing with these conditions. How you doing, Waz?
Wow, that's all I gotta say. I mean, ever since I woke up this morning and got to look out in the ocean, you just knew it was on, and it is pumping. It's just a big A-frame TPs, that 13, 14 second interval, really standing the waves up high today, and it's gonna be pumping all day. The buoys were knocking all night, so we're on. We thought it was gonna be on, and we had the last day of the waiting period, so we knew we were going to be on, but then we are really on because of the size of the waves.
Well, take us through the positioning, with these waves that are solid and it's firing. We've only had a few waves ridden. What's your take on that?
There's a lot of work to position yourself out here right now, and because of the shorter interval, they're moving in different places, so they're moving across and down the reef. So everybody kind of in the channel, the photographers, everybody pushed pretty far over. So that means that the waves are pushing over, which, you have to find a new lineup, so to speak. There will be some bigger sets today. The buoys got a little bit bigger last night, so I feel like there's going to be some second reef roll-ins. And whether you sit out there or not, that's your strategy, but it is going to be intense all day.
Thank you so much, Striders. We're watching the pack paddle out towards some opportunity. O'Leary's still holding priority, and he's casually looking at this one, and now deciding to hold back. Remember, when you have priority, you have to really be careful when you look over the edge and make sure you can maintain priority without losing it for taking too long of a look. Connor looks more interested now. Now setting this one up at Backdoor. It's a big cave. He's got a ton of speed. Wave spits behind him. 2 decisions for Connor this morning, 2 makes. And there's the fan club representing Japan. That's his mama, Kemi, with her arm to the sky. She is so fun to sit next to when her son's in the water. So many great celebrations, but especially when you're in finals day at Pipeline, she is so thrilled.
Oh, she's always so stoked. Every time I see her, she's just ball of energy, so positive. She's going to be so happy right now because that was an absolute nugget. That one was just a really big TP. Connor read that really well. Just from the takeoff right to threading that barrel was just beautiful. The lip on that wave was just so thick too, so late as well. So beautifully surfed to grab that rail so quickly and get up underneath it. Spat out, and beautiful read there. So that was a great second wave for Connor. Really see that he shifted his weight forward there, really just trying to drive out of that barrel. Really well surfed.
Gosh.
2 nugs now for Connor O'Leary. 2 teepees.
Exactly, and how thick was this wave, Flick?
Oh, man, you can just see it right there. Really TP'd, but the thickness of that wave, wow, it was just sort of gurgling on that reef there, and how's the spin of that wave? You can really see when it's all warbled on the inside there, you can really tell that, that wave had a lot of thickness to it as well. See Connor jumping on the back of that ski. We'll be back out the back in no time.
Yeah, we saw him actually waving for it after he rode out of that wave successfully. So he was definitely calling the Hawaiian Water Patrol to give him the lift back to the channel. And they were right there to grab him and get him back in position shortly. 3 minutes to go. You see the demand of a day like this. Strider was talking about these guys dealing with a lot of movement, a lot of new energy in the water. As we're expecting it to potentially get even bigger, Strider, throughout the day. How's Connor looking?
He looks like he utilized that jet ski. I mean, that was a heavy backdoor wave, so it put him in a pretty precarious situation. But now he's paddling back into the peak. He looks pretty focused and psyched, ready for more action. He's got a little grin on him, which we love. It's pipeline, but it's, you got to tell yourself it's going to be okay out here because it is one of the heaviest and it's the deadliest wave in the world. So feeling that feeling and being out here by yourself with one other person and trying not to get lost in the lineup. There's so many emotions and things that go through your head out here, and then having to face those waves. Wow. Just watching them come in, all the intensity, all the power from out here in the water, you can feel it. And then you see all the lip line and the warble and everything coming together. There's so many things to deal with. That pipeline.
Good man, Waz. Wow, 2 minutes to go. So intense on Connor's last wave. He turns in a solid score, 6.5. As we focus on Connor's career at Pipeline, this is already his best result of his career, and he might go just one better into the semifinals if he hangs on to this lead.
Yeah, right now, I mean, his odds are pretty good. However, Ethan can still do it in one way if he needs a 10. But, time is a ticking, and, I mean, there looks like there's going to be a few lines on the horizon, so might see one last roll of the dice. I mean, he's obviously got the jet ski there that he can utilize to get back out the back, but then Connor's going to have priority, so it's looking pretty challenging right now for Ethan. Needs that 10 to advance. He has priority right now. There's some sets coming through. Definitely see the boys moving now towards this.
And now with just over a minute to go, we'll see if Ethan goes for the 10. He knows that's what he's looking for to try to make it to the semifinals. So take a look at this wave.
Wow.
Expecting him to lose priority. He does.
Oh.
Now Connor controlling the lineup and the lead with 52 seconds to go.
That was a bit of a mistake for sure. But I think Connor's just going to stick to him right now, like blue. Oh my, that one is going to spit. Maybe not an exit on that one. But yeah, I think it's all over for Ethan right now. So Connor on his way to the semis.
Wow, what a great performance so far. Still 30 seconds. Backdoor and Pipe on days like today have provided miracle moments at the buzzer. And it's such a score having waves like this. I saw Luke Egan downstairs. He was like, okay, what are the stats? When was the last time we had a day this groomed? Just like, well, that might take me a little bit of time to figure that out, but it's been a while. Seeing waves like this, so perfect. And everyone was just jonesing to get this thing started. Ethan Ewing still turning in an equal fifth performance, making the quarterfinals with his good friend Connor O'Leary. And Connor moving on to the semifinals for the first time of his career. Team Japan happy on the beach, led by his mother, cheering loudly. Quarterfinal number 2 is going to be Jordy Smith taking on Baron Mamiya, bringing a very special guest, the North Shore legend, Ross Williams, for the call.
Congratulations, you have provisionally qualified for the 2024 Paris Olympics in Tahiti.
I'll try my best to win another medal for Brazil.
That's a deserving spot to achieve an Olympic gold.
It's the biggest sports stage in the world.
Really looking forward to be on that platform.
It's been a huge goal of mine. I will hope that I can make everybody proud.
Gonna have to play to see.
Guarantee that I'm gonna be there. To inspire the next generation.
That will and that want to win is stronger than I've ever felt.
Tahiti Bound, follow the journey with Tahiti Bound, championed by Shiseido on WorldSurfLeague.com. How about Connor O'Leary? Great performance, one at Pipe, one at Backdoor. Great to balance both peaks as we have Jordy Smith locking in against Mamiya. Big deep cave, and that one explodes. and takes down the South African. Local boy Mamiya knifes the takeoff right behind him with the armbar and comes out without a problem. What a way to start off quarterfinal number 2. Jordy with a big opportunity to get a huge score, but Barron will have the lead as he's surfing on his home break. Big reputation at this wave since he was about 12 years old. And now look at him today, having the time of his life in conditions that he would be dreaming of to be surfing with his friends, let alone in a heat with one other guy out. Hawaiian Water Patrol on the assist as we get set up for this classic. Jordy Smith, one of the elder statesmen on tour, been around for a very long time, and he has been improving at this wave more recently in the last handful of years, making this a pretty radical heat against Baron Mamiya, Joe Trappell, Felicity Palmatier, and local hero and super coach. And he's getting really good at pickleball too. Ross Williams, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Joe. I don't know about the pickleball call, but I like it.
Just had to throw that in there. It's really good to see it first off, especially when waves are good. You know, even if there's not a contest on, when I run into you, this is what it's all about. I could tell you're really feeling alive this morning.
Yeah, definitely buzzing. And this has been on the maps for, a good 7 days now. It was, everyone knew that this was going to be a special day, and I'm just really stoked we made it here, and it's proving to be a great day. So I'm really happy to be here. I'm happy all 3 of my surfers are still in the contest because today really could be one for the books. I mean, it's really special conditions lining up.
And also looking at Jordy's start, bit of an air drop on the takeoff there, Flick.
Yeah, that was radical. Absolute fireworks to start this heat here. Jordy gets in, makes this drop, that inside rail engages, and realizes he has to just start driving down the line here, and that wave sort of running off in front of him, but you could just still see that red jersey. So he did make it, and then Barron behind him, armbar in the face of that wave, comes flying out. Such a good start to the heat.
What makes Barron so good out here, Ross?
Barron's one of the very few people, maybe, top 3 in the world that actually toys with pipe and backdoor. A lot of people come out here and they can get really good barrels, but they're more or less sort of surviving. Barron will perform in these types of waves. He's not worried about making these inverted drops. He'll slow down when he has to. He'll speed up when he has to. And actually, Jordy made a bit of a mistake there. He kind of had the Medusa effect. He made the drop, he did the hard part, and then he just stood there and kind of got really stiff, where he probably needed to do one big pump, would have made that barrel. So, Barron's mega comfortable out here.
On a 6-3 from Channel Islands, jumping on the CI program through the off-season. That was a big announcement for Barron, but he's been loving all the boards he's been getting from Brit Merrick and the whole CI factory. So 6-3, a little bit more foam than what he was riding the other day, but that 717 just came through, and that's a great start. Jordy Smith will have priority, and now a 1.5. Right now, you'd look at Barron just reveling at his home break, where Jordy Smith is always here to kind of have something to prove, and he certainly has done a great job at that in the last few years. Under the hook, Mamiya without priority.
Oh, wow.
Oh, nice little flex there from the local boy.
Yeah, Jordy didn't even have a look at that.
That's going to hurt.
Joe, you were talking about surfboards. It's a real funny equation today because the waves are big, which makes you think, oh, I got to ride a really long board. But as you can see, these 5-6 footers are so inverted that the transition is really steep. It goes beyond vertical. So you need a board that has curve, a board that will allow you to kind of make that drop and not detach too much. So that's everyone's trying to find that magic number of what board to ride.
It's really interesting when you watch Barron's footwork as well. He moves quite a bit up his board, which is kind of rad. Watch this decision here, Flick.
Man, Jordy's going to be kicking himself because that was just so late. It is unbelievable. I don't have no words for that takeoff, and just got to echo what you said, Ross. I mean, he's really playing with it. This is so last minute and so casual.
Watch his front foot right there. You see that? I mean, it's counterintuitive because it's almost like dropping into a half pipe. You have to lean forward. If you lean back, you're going to go in front of the barrel or you're going to get hung up and eat it. So, and that's what makes the best surfers so good out here is they're not afraid. They're so committed. It's just all about head forward.
Also checking this one out. Barron again, going pipeline. Slams on the brakes, and will he come out over the foam ball? And just getting exploded after he was doing some crazy yoga position, and the lip landing on the back of him. This would be an absolute dream come true for a local kid like Barron Mamiya, who's always been a threat at backdoor and pipeline, with or without priority. He's already looking like he's running away with this heat flick.
Oh, he's having an absolute heyday out there. It's unbelievable. He's toying with it. I mean, that last pipe wave we saw as well, I mean, he was just seconds away from coming out of that. That one just kind of clamped on the end there, and, you know, obviously he came shooting out, but I mean, if there's some other big sets stomping through and he has priority, wow, watch out.
Connor O'Leary's into the semifinals for the first time of his career at Pipeline. He's with AJ.
That's right, Joe, and no one knows that stat better than Connor himself. On to your first semifinal here at Pipeline. First semi since G-Land in 22. You had 5 quarterfinal finishes last year. How did you get past that hump today?
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of didn't really think about it as much today. I think just the waves and how good they are and how great the conditions are and the sun's out, and I mean, that kind of took over more so than the pressure of, you know, getting out of that quarter slump. So it was actually trickier than what I thought. Paddling out before it started, I was like, oh my god, there's so many good waves, but just had to treat it like a heat and not, you know, make too many dumb decisions. And at the end of the day, if you're making heats, it's all that matters. So yeah, I'm stoked that I got one at the start and then got that crazy, scary backdoor wave and managed to squeak out.
And with the conditions being so different than what we've seen earlier in the window, how did you make the decision about your equipment today, and what were you riding?
Yeah, I was riding a Tokoro 6.4 today. I've had some pretty good R&D on the Tokoros here for the past couple of years, and even at Chopes and stuff. And the other day I was riding a DH just because it's a bit smaller, and yeah, 6.4 feels pretty good, and I'm going to keep riding it, I think.
I mean, I don't blame you. Do you have anything you want to say to friends and family watching you from Japan?
Yeah, 日本の皆さん、今日勝ってとても嬉しいです。クォーターファイナル去年5個だったので、今日セミファイナルでとても嬉しいので、集中して、次のヒートもっとチューブを入って。応援お願いします. Can I do one in Australian as well? In Australian English. Hey to everyone at home in Australia, you know, all my friends and family back in Cronulla and Lennox, and, you know, all over Oz as well. Thanks for the support. Man, it feels good to get out of the quarters, and yeah, hopefully get a few more barrels in the next one. And yeah, it's a great day, and thanks for the support.
Congratulations and omedetou. We'll see you in the semis.
Thank you.
Good on ya. That was great, Connor. And arigato. He's been doing such a great job representing both countries, but officially for Japan this year, which is so beautiful, with his connection to his mother as a longtime competitor representing that amazing country. Back to Barron Ross.
Again, under Jordy's priority. So, you know, there's a pretty big discrepancy, and that's the beauty of pro surfing. Everyone has their sort of horses for courses, and for Barron, you can see, you know, he's got this lineup wired. He's reading these waves come in before Jordy is. You know, if these two surfers were out at J Bay, it'd be flipped around. We'd be like all talking about Jordy, all eyes would be on Jordy, but we're at 6 to 8 foot pipe, and it's the opposite. All eyes are on Barron, and he's definitely proving why he's the favorite.
Wow, and just got tangled up there. Barron feeling so good after just a few minutes off the clock. Already had a couple of big 7 range numbers as Jordy comboed, needed to break down a 14.5 total, and he did it just within a few minutes. Back-to-back waves at backdoor, fell going pipe. Let's hear from the man.
I grew up watching Andy, Kelly, John, Jamie, you know, all the best surfers in the world surf pipe, and I always knew that, like, if I wanted to be one of the best surfers at pipe, I would have to win the pipe contest, and that's the, you know, I really want to do that, and yeah, I mean, that's at the pinnacle for me, for sure.
I think that chain's going to be out for the majority of the season.
I think Waz is kind of psyched. He's probably saw that and like, ooh, I need one of those.
For sure. He's such a calm human being on land, and just absolutely charges when the waves are kind of in this slabbing type fashion. No paddle takeoffs. He can do that little lunge into waves and really be so dangerous under priority. Jordy's turn. This one scoops out, controls it with that grab rail. Kind of flung him to the shoulder very quickly. so he might still be comboed when we get that number flick.
Yeah, he was definitely wider than what he wanted to be in that barrel for sure. It was also so TP that wave. It just didn't really have longevity in the barrel. Just sort of, you know, not the best, maybe wave selection. So definitely looking for something a bit better than that.
What do you think, Ross?
You know, it's everything that matters out here at Pipeline in terms of getting a big score. It's subtle, isn't it? It's all these little things that like John does and Kelly's done over these years, and Barron, obviously, all the guys that Barron mentioned that he looks up to. The thing that they do is usually, you know, it relates to what they do that 10 seconds before they take off. And Jordy was pretty stoic. He kind of let that wave catch him. You really have to position yourself right behind the apex, right behind the A-frame, like you were saying, Flick, and that's when you get those deeper barrels and those scores start elevating.
Pretty rad moment for Baron Mamiya. Speaking to being a local boy, Ross, like yourself, getting to compete in pipe against everybody in the world as you made finals in the past. I mean, what would Baron be going through right now? Just trying to calm down and stay present.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be his homework today, right? That's going to be his challenge. And that's he desperately wants to win this event. So he's going to have to try and stay calm and stay focused. And not get too ahead of himself, because you know how it is when you have a home game, you're expected to win. Sometimes you try too hard, but at pipe you just need to put yourself in the right spot and let things happen, and he looks really calm right now.
16 minutes to go. Baron's still out in front. There's that heartbreak moment when he basically had Kelly Slater, the GOAT, up against the ropes in that famous 2022 year, and Kelly, you know, did what he does all the time at pipe and beat him with just seconds on the clock. And I thought Baron walked away from that, you know, really well. You know, he could have been devastated, but I think since it was Kelly, didn't feel too bad, and he's just been saving it up ever since that loss to be in the position he is in today.
For sure. I mean, if he lost to anyone else but Kelly, I think he'd be spewing, but, you know, it's Kelly. Today, I'm loving what I'm seeing from him. I've got to echo what you said, Ross, again. He just looks so calm. And I think you know, you want to, obviously, whoever's going to make the final today, they're surfing 3 times. It's a lot of surfing. Kind of want to keep a lid on it. You don't want to get too excited too soon, and yeah, there's a lot more room for movement.
Hey Strider, did you see Baron this morning before he paddled out?
You know, I caught up with him a couple days ago, and we kind of talked about the fact that you know, I mentioned he seems like he's matured into a different place with his competitive surfing, and he said that the tour has taught him so much. And just like you guys were just talking about, you know, he mentioned that he just needs to, you know, he's learned how to manage his heats and really take them, you know, one at a time, and not get too, you know, take the roller coaster too high and then too low. Just really stay just off that line, and, you know, when he needs to send it, but, you know, he's going to be right there the whole time. So Baron really understanding what he needs to get it done, and pretty cool to watch him mature here on the tour.
Oh, 100%. That wild card win was really special at Sunset Beach. I think even at that time, we kind of expected his first win to be at a wave like this, you know, even in Tahiti. But then when he worked with Coach Chris Gallagher, they made a great game plan. Gally actually put him on a longer surfboard than you typically see from Baron. It wasn't huge sunset, and he was on a 6'4". And just those little things of listening to coaches and then making you know, his talent come to life at the same time. It was just a great relationship, and he's learned a lot in the last couple of years, Ross.
Yeah, and that's what he needed. You know, he needed that sound advice because Baron was notoriously riding shortboards for his whole young adult life, even as a Grom. He's always been a charger, always mega talented and fearless, but, you know, he was rough around the edges. He would ride like 5'10s at like 12-foot sunset, and just because he was a Grom and he was a little bit cocky and was not scared, you know, and so he just took those couple years in stride, and now he's starting to get a little more mature. He's making good decisions to get that consistency up.
13:20 on the clock, an absolute show from the North Shore local boy. Baron Mamiya, 7.33 and a 7.17, still has Jordy Smith comboed in this second quarterfinal. Bonsoy brew break time. Back for more on finals day after this. Let's take a look back when Baron had what he called that day the best day of his life back in 2022. He was a wild card call-up to Sunset Beach, and he beat the world. Tears came from his eyes. All of his best friends were screaming from the beach, cheered him up. And the party continued here on the North Shore. And you know, when you really think about why Barron's here, it's because of this win. From that win, he was able to keep a spot full time on the championship tour. And he's been here ever since. Learned a lot in a short period of time. And he's ready for more this year. Put a lot of time into his training in the off season, more focused than ever, jumping onto Channel Island surfboards. And his boards are looking great, you know. Went from more shorter boards with that wider stance, and they're really aesthetically pleasing now with what they're making for him for this event. As we go to the Pacifico fan picks, almost even. Just a slight edge for Barron with 52%, calling a heat win for the local boy.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I know Geordie's got a lot of, he's surfed a lot of contests out here. He's got a ton of experience. He's spent a lot of time in Hawaii, but I mean, my pick this morning was just Barron. He knows every inch of this reef, and he's just toying with it. So, I mean, and it's obviously clear right now with those 2 sevens. I mean, Geordie's still got 10 minutes on the clock, but he needs 2 waves.
10 minutes on the clock. Back to you, Strider.
Yeah, you know what? We got an interesting situation out here in the water watching the positioning of Jordy Smith. So Jordy is way over here by the channel by Pipeline. Like if you have a marker at Pipeline, you would be 100 yards off of it. Barron not moving, not saying a thing, sitting back and knowing he's got him in combo, and he knows he's out of position, and he's just letting him be there. And I love the fact that Barron knows if he paddles over there, he's going to follow him, right? So he's just letting him do his thing, and he's just going to let it play out. And unfortunately, Jordy is way out of position for a good wave right now.
Wow, thanks for the insight, Strider. Ross, put your coaching hat on. Are you agreeing with Waz here? Barron doing a great job.
Yeah, well spotted. I saw that about 5 minutes ago, and I've been kind of itching to talk about it ever since. So well spotted there, Strider. And I couldn't agree more. 100% Barron's happy to sit there. He knows that Jordy's out of position, but it looks like Jordy's slowly but surely trying to get back in the right zone. But keep in mind, Barron has priority. So he's sort of dictating, what's going on out there. But that being said, Jordy is obviously a regular footer, and he has a specific wave in mind. And where he is now is actually fine for those rights. He's looking for those medium-sized double-ups. That's you can get a 10-point ride out here in a heartbeat in one of those waves. So Jordy's still very dangerous.
Wow, really smart pick up there. Barron understanding this reef so incredibly well. Had the lead and didn't mind just sitting out in the wrong position. Jordy's starting to move back into the zone to try to break down the combination that he needs to move on. I think what a great opportunity this is for Jordy. Coming off some injuries more recently. He hasn't been in the headline news like he's kind of been in for the majority of his career. I've always felt like Sunset, just a beautiful wave for Jordy. He's always had a special relationship there. Already with at least an equal 5th result here at Pipe. Things are heading the right way for Jordy Smith when you think about the world title race.
For sure. I mean, it's early days, but I agree. I also think he's done really well. He obviously cut his foot pretty bad to the point of needing stitches at the beginning of this event. So sort of just being able to still surf with an injured heel. I think it was on his heel where he got the cut. I mean, and he said in a post-heat interview, this hasn't been an easy thing to do. And you can really feel it when he pushes on that back foot. So beware of sort of that wounded warrior. Maybe he's just surfing a bit more free, a little bit less expectation. I've injured myself and but here he is in the quarterfinals, and that often is the story. Sometimes you're injured, you end up doing a lot better than expected.
Very true. Let's see how Jordy's found himself in this situation. Jordy started backdoor, Ross.
Yeah, real technical drop there. You can see he got airborne, but then he did chill for just a second, and that was the culprit there. He needed a big pump, and you can see Barron was on the other side of the spectrum in terms of speed, so he was trying to slow down the entire wave. And Barron's just a master out here. He looks really comfortable.
Under the lip without priority on a cave. Mamiya back-to-back scores in the 7 range, and he hasn't looked back. Got tangled up on the one at Pipe, but still flexing with his local knowledge. Sat right next to Jordy out of position, and he didn't mind it. With 6:35 to go as it's time for a heat check. You can see both surfers being really patient, waiting for certain types of waves, and maybe just the big part of that too, being a little out of position for Jordy. 1.5283, Mamiya getting the 7s to start. And you can see how the judges reacted to their best waves so far with their top scores on the bottom of their screen. Just under the excellent range. The main thing the judges are doing is just making separations. And it's all going in favor of Mamiya at the moment, still with 6 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Jordy's 1.5 was really close to being an 8. You know, if he just would have had that big pump, he could have squeezed out potentially. His 2.83, if he would have got himself 10 feet further back as he paddled in, it could have been like a 6 or a 7. So it's all about the game of inches at pipe and backdoor and positioning before you start paddling for the wave.
But also a great start for Jordy. He's had some great waves out here. You know, typically he was spending the off season right here on the North Shore, but he was really mainly in South Africa for the last few months at J Bay and also at Cape Town. But he looks outside of the stitches on his foot. He looks really healthy and really happy coming into another lap around the world. 5:15 on the clock. Well, we have you here, Ross. I mean, we got to check in. How's John feeling this morning? Heard he was late for the meeting in the dark on finals day.
Well, I know I coach Betty Lou and Tati, as well as John, and I've had a first heat with one of the three every single day of the competition. So I have like just this automatic, I'm there in the dark, who's ready? And I went over to Johnson's yard real quick, ready for John. I'm like texting John, where are you? Like, what's going on? Because for some reason, I got him and Tati mixed up because Tati has heat one. So, you know, he texted me back like an hour later, probably after waking up, like, what's going on? I'm like, don't worry about it. I've had a cups of coffee, I'm good. But he's feeling really good. Much like Barron, like we were talking about it, you know, John's just trying to stay comfortable, not get too ahead of himself, and just sort of dial into what's on offer out there score-wise.
The motivation just is tangible, I'd say. For John, even though Medina's out, I just really love that pair, that conversation for those world champs that kind of were left out of the WSL finals last year. And even though Medina's out, looking amazing, John has a huge opportunity to get a jump start on the tour if he gets a win today.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is where he wants to capitalize. This is his backyard, and he knows this wave better than anyone, right? He's just going to be so hard to beat, 100%. But, I mean, I like Leo's odds of taking it to him. I think that's going to be super exciting. I think Leo has obviously, out of that whole quarterfinal picture on the men's, I think he's had like a lot of experience out here. He's obviously spent so much time here over the years. And, yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting, pretty entertaining.
I remember a heat with John and Leo at Margaret River Main Break where Leo took the time to make a game plan according to John, you know, what he was capable of and trying to keep him off the best set. So were you guys talking about that at all in the lead up to the matchup today?
No, to be honest, that's to be expected with Leo. You know, Leo's a little definitely more scrappy. He tries to come up with sort of a sporty plan. John's the opposite. He's going to keep things really simple and try and get two really good waves. So, you know, if I'm in Leo's corner, I would actually have him do the opposite. I think he gets too much in his own head and a little overly competitive and forgets about the surf sometimes. So it's not an easy heat for John, but definitely a clear favorite in this heat.
Looking forward to it. I was always wondering, too, if John gave you that 6-2 that you rode at Sunset the other day, because you deserve it.
He did not. In fact, he reminded me, he's like, do you know that was a 6-4? I'm like, let's not get caught up in the details here, buddy.
You got to see this clip of Ross riding John's board. A lot of coaches do that. They'll paddle out on their athlete's backup board so they can try a couple of different things in the water, and Ross got excited, laid on some tracks. I loved it. 2:20 on the clock here in quarterfinal number 2. Barron's getting closer to a semifinal. Waiting for him there would be Connor O'Leary. Connor is finding his way at pipe. Still, Barron would be the favorite as far as comfort factor and knowing where he's sitting on this reef. Ian Gentil and Imai Kalani DeVault coming up next. All Maui heat in quarter 3 before we get to John and Leo.
You know, one quick thing too, you guys, that I'm really, really happy about is that light southeast wind is showing its face now. So it's just going to be all time today.
Locking in, Baron Mamiya with priority. Grabs the rail, trying to burn off some speed. Still finds a chamber to enjoy. Bottom turns, there's a nice little hack. This has to be one of his favorite moments of his young career. Even for these guys like Baron, who gets his waves out here on crowded days. This is different though. Just one other guy out, getting spat out of barrels at backdoor and pipe, really making no mistakes. Minute 15, Jordy.
Wow.
Pulling in at a pipeline. Big cave there. Drives over the foam ball. and he will get stuck, but really impressed with what he did until that wave exploded on him, Flick.
Yeah, that was super impressive. That wave had a lot of size to it too. That drop was really, wow, he's been under for a while. That drop was really late, but I think when we watched this replay, what I noticed first, there was sort of like a bit of a wobble in the wave as well, but he did so well. I think he grabbed his rail. You could see that he was pumping. We have another look here. So he grabs that rail, and there's sort of a bit of a little wobble just there, but he did really well.
Yeah, had a second section there, and he did. He surfed it great. As we see, Barron, tricky wave. You know, we have, as far as conditions go, you know, it's all time today, but it is sort of relatively a shorter interval, so you're seeing a lot of A-frames and a relatively tame pipeline. You know, if it's really long interval, you get these crazy slabs, but this is just real approachable pipeline. But as a result, sometimes you'll see these little crumbles because of the shorter interval. And Jordy did a super good job yanking on the rail there, trying to weave and get that extra speed to get through that second section, but a little unlucky with that sandbar there.
2 seconds to go. We're going to close this one out, but still loving the effort from Jordy Smith. A few big sections, and unfortunately just didn't quite make it out of the ones he chose. And he will be exiting out with an equal fifth. And Barron will have the heat with Connor O'Leary in the first semifinal. Thanks so much, Ross, for joining us. Best of luck throughout finals days. We'll take a break. We'll bring in Kaipo, Jesse Mendez, and Shane Dorian for the call.
We do it better than any place around the world.
Coming out to the countdown, 10 seconds.
We're the #1 security in the surf business. Kanaka Solutions, humble beginnings to where we at present time. You start building a relationship with all the surfers. It's almost like a ritual that every heat that goes out, every heat that comes in, man, they make sure they shake your hand or you get a hug, simple stuffs like that. It's in our blood, dude. Go do what you know best. We get to give back to people. We get to provide. Malama.
Malama means to take care, and we got a great day today. We already have semifinal #1 set for the men. Let's set semifinal #2. These two got to get through the quarterfinals. It's an all-Valley Isle affair here with Ian Gentil up against Imai Kalani DeVault with a opportunity. The winner goes into semifinal #2. We'll take a look here. Digging into this one. Gentil, side slip, Sally down the face, and no exit for Ian Gentil. Way behind here, Imai taking a look at this one. DeVault commits the pipeline, yanks the rail, loses the fins, goes down. So a couple of beatings to start quarterfinal #3 here at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. Welcome to the set. I'm Kaipo Guerrero along with former Triple Crown winner Jesse Mendez and a leader of the momentum generation, Shane Dorian. Shane, you've been in the thick of it already today, you know, coaching Ethan Ewing, being on the beach. Your thoughts about pipeline, competition, everything we have on hand?
Yeah, I'm excited. Just like everybody else, we got classic pipeline conditions. I was just there for Ethan Ewing's heat. Unfortunately, he didn't make it, but yeah, I'm really pumped. Had my coffee this morning, and I'm psyched to see a classic day of competition.
Jesse, it's going to take some bravado this morning to make it through heats. There's no holding back.
I know, it's like pretty much a perfect day at pipeline. There's amazing backdoor waves as well, and I think throughout the day we're probably going to see even more backdoor waves because the swell is starting to shift a little bit more north. The winds are just southeast and perfect as we speak, so it's going to be such an exciting day, and I can't wait to watch it.
Well, here we go. We just started with under 1 point rides for each of the surfers here. Again, we called it an all Maui affair between Ian Gentil from Paia Maui versus Upcountry's Makawau's Imai Kalani DeVault.
Yeah, and I was talking to Pedro, which is Imai's coach, before he paddled out, and I was asking him what he was riding, and he was riding a 6.5. He was indecisive if he was going to take out the 6.3 or the 6.5 because Hawaiian guys tend to love, like nowadays, riding very small boards, and I'm glad he actually took the bigger one out because even on that first wave, he lost a little bit of rail on the takeoff. So if he had the 6.3, it would be probably even looser than that. So let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, Imai, his second season on tour. His best result was a quarterfinals. Was actually a 9th place over at Bell's last year that really saved him and got him past that mid-season cut onto this 2024 championship tour. Ian Gentil, he had to do it the hard way. He had to scrap through years on the Challenger Series, on the QS Series. He was last year's Rookie of the Year, the 27-year-old from Paia, Maui. Both of them following in the footsteps of another CT surfer, Dusty Payne. Dusty Payne, the first Maui surfer to qualify for the championship tour, and Imai Kalani DeVault was the second, and then we had Ian Gentil, and now we have Eli Hanneman. So Maui making a push right now in recent years.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, fair enough. They have so many good waves around that area, the stretch of coast. So it's just about time for a lot of surfers from Maui to start making it through.
Baron Mamiya on to semifinals. Let's hear from Baron.
Baron, you just told me you caught your first wave here at Pipeline at 9 years old, and now you're on to the semifinals. What would your 9-year-old self think about that?
Yeah, he'd be pretty stoked for sure. Yeah, the first time I surfed out here, I think I was 8 or 9, or I can't really remember, but I was pretty young. Uncle Derek took me out. My dad was like, "Yeah, go with him, go with him." And my first wave, I just cartwheeled down the face, and I was like, "Wow, this is crazy." I just got pounded, but then my next wave was fun, and yeah, I just fell in love with wave ever since.
And we saw that love today in the quarterfinals. 2 really strong waves to start. What are you going to take forward with you into the semis?
Yeah, just try and do the same thing. The waves are getting like absolutely firing, so I think we're gonna get some big barrels today.
Looking forward to it, Baron. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Baron is second-generation surfer. Barry, his father, a great goofy foot out here. And one of Barry's best friends was the king of Pipeline, Derek Cole. So that's that story right there, where Baron got an early start out here. Derek Cole paddles you out to pipe, Shane. It's not an all-access pass, but it does help.
Yeah, it's nearly an all-access pass for sure, as we see a wave there. Backdoor, both guys paddling. That right was actually pretty good there. But look at that thing. Both these guys are regular footers, being from Maui. I think they're going to be looking for some of these rights. In that last heat with Baron, he found some insane rights. As we see, wow, that was insane. Getting to his feet right there. Ian Gentil getting blown out of that right. I mean, if you're a regular footer, doesn't matter if you're from Maui, doesn't matter if you're from the North Shore, Australia, the Backdoor Pipeline is one of the best waves on the planet. So much excitement, so much intensity, so much power, so much like technical ability that's needed to ride the wave perfectly. And yeah, definitely, I think it's pretty much every regular footer's dream wave.
Yeah, Ian Gentil, if he's able to make it through this heat, he will match his best CT finish ever. He did make the semifinals last year over at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. So he has a lot of opportunity in front of him. He's going to take an early lead in this heat with that backdoor barrel, Ian Gentil. We look at the numbers. He has a 50% heat winning percentage here at Pipeline. But in context to that, he's only surfed 6 heats, but 3 of those heats he's won. Here's the replay, Jesse.
So technical right there. Perfect takeoff for him. Standing tall, like all the hard job was done as soon as he paddled for that wave. He was in a great position, just under enough, and made it very dramatic, actually, that takeoff, as you see from behind right there. Little air drop into the barrel and just getting to spit out. That was a beautiful rhythm wave for him, and he's going to get rewarded very well for that.
I mean, he made it look so easy, but it really, like, if you slow that drop down, it was so technical. You could see that his board was in the air. He was completely disconnected at one point. He basically did an air, like, down the face, like completely disconnected, got reconnected, kept his composure, but he made it look so easy. Just insane positioning. Insane.
And The reward, a 7.67, so strong lead. Break this down in slow motion.
Yeah, as you see right there, when he took off, he was so late, like Shane mentioned, that he had to put his foot forward so much. And that's key because it just gives you that stability on the front of the board, has more foam, a little bit wider. And if you put your foot all the way on the back, you just have so much drive as you touch the wave and get so much traction that you kind of lose control. So perfect read there for him. And yeah, see Imai Palin, maybe losing priority again.
Yeah, so that is a priority error for Imai Kalani DeVault. He's going to hand over heat control to Ian Gentil, who has the lead and now controls priority. Interesting note, Shane, with Ian Gentil. It's almost looking like a soul surfer. He has 0 logos on his board.
Yeah, he's yeah, it's weird, you know. We have a few guys on the tour right now with no logos on their boards who are just absolute hammers, just competitive machines. But Ian Gentil, he keeps his head up and just keeps grinding away. He doesn't let that bother him at all. He doesn't seem disgruntled or bitter about that at all. He just puts his head down and keeps going and stacks up the heat wins. You know, that's kind of what it's all about at this level. And really cool to see Ian. I think just as a surf fan, as you know, just someone who's born and raised in Hawaii and super proud of our Hawaii surfers, seeing Ian grind his way onto the tour from the Challenger Series and then see him rise above. I think a lot of people didn't really see him getting to where he is today, and he had an extremely long road, right. Like a lot of adversity that he had to kind of go through. So it's really cool to see him competing here at the top level.
He actually kind of disappeared out of a lot of expectations, right? At 14 years old, Andy Irons called him one of the best 14-year-olds in the entire surf world. So he had a lot of eyes on him as a young teenager. Had to step away, went undercover, and then came back with what we see right now. And also with Ian, Jesse, he's got a great support squad. Leandro Dora, Iago Dora, Jack Robinson, they're all in the same camp.
Yeah, they all kind of match their level of energy, you know, they're all pretty calm, so it's a good crew to be around, and for them it's great. And Ian is just one of those guys that you can't really tell what he's feeling because he hides it so well, and he actually translates that into his surfing. He's just so calm out there. It makes everything that it's tough look so simple and easy, and it's so hard out here in such a powerful wave.
Look at these waves stacking up. Priority with Gentil, but there should be a lot of opportunity because there's multiple waves in this set.
This is a pretty interesting heat too, because I wouldn't say either one of these guys, even though they're both from Hawaii, they're not like a Baron Mamiya that like grew up surfing out here. They didn't really go out of their way to like become a fixture at pipe. They're not pipe specialists, and I would say that they're not the most comfortable Hawaii surfers out here at this break, especially when it's big and gnarly. It doesn't, to me, it's a really interesting heat because they are a little bit less experienced at pipe, even though they've both been surfing out here since they were really little. It's not that same level of comfort. So I feel like it's a real even playing field out there, and hopefully they get a lot more opportunities. I mean, the conditions are like really turning on. So it's cool to see Ian get that right that he got. That was a super technical wave, and he surfed like he's been surfing out here since he was born.
And probably a confidence builder. Well, the next heat, quarterfinal number 4, we're going to see John Florence up against Leonardo Fioravanti. We got on the VIP headset John's uncle and shaper, John Pizell. Well, thank you for joining us, John.
Right on. Thanks, guys. Stoked to be here.
Hey,
good morning.
Yeah, I want to talk board designs because the board.
Oh, look at this action.
The Ghost. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if someone goes. Okay, we're going to go back to board design. The Ghost that you developed with John Florence has changed the way that surfers look at step-up boards. Talk us through that design and what happened in the development of that board, John.
The Ghost really came from, like, I don't know how many years ago. It was in the early, or 2015 maybe. I just started, I took some boards, like some step-up boards that we were making, and essentially just like chopped the nose off of it. So that made everything kind of, if you take a normal step up and then pretty much get rid of the front half, or not front half, but a front few inches, you're kind of widening up the front end, flattening out the rocker up there, and you're pushing the wide point a bit forward. And then at the same time, I've left the whole back end of the board just like a step up with really foiled out and thinned out tail. So there's like a real minimum amount of foam in the tail. And then the rails, the same thing. The deck is really domed, and so the whole board has a very refined rail, which gives it a lot of sensitivity. At the same time, your volume is pushed up a little bit forward so that you get this maximum paddling power with extra foam under your chest. And a flatter, there's one right there. A flatter, actually he's riding a little different board, but a flatter entry rocker, which actually that accounts a lot for paddling too. Rocker makes you how you paddle. It's not just how much foam's in your board. It's actually how the board's moving over the water or through the water when you're going slow. So if you have a flatter rocker in front of you, you're going to get into a wave a lot easier and a lot faster, even without making the board way bulkier and bigger.
So what I'm hearing from you, John, is volume doesn't always necessarily equal paddling entry into a wave. A correct rocker can actually make a lower volume board paddle into a wave easier.
Absolutely. There's so many different factors, and people kind of tend to look at that like volume number, like 31 liters or whatever it is, as a thing that's really important. But that does play a big part in it. But the design of the board plays even more. I mean, if you look at guys, yeah, Johnny. Sorry.
Go ahead.
If you look at guys that are, oh, there we go. Look at boogie boarders, bodyboarders. Those guys, they're barely on anything, and their boards are so flat that they can get into waves super early and easy, like a longboard almost, because the flatness just lets them skirt right over the water. You know, they're not pushing water like this. They're actually just going straight over things.
Hang on, John. We'll be right back. Imai, backdoor barrel, traveling long section in front of DeVault, and nothing going there. Back to John Peisel. John, were you able to speak to John Florence this morning as what board he's choosing to ride in the quarterfinals?
Yeah, I was just next door over at Petey's house with them, and he's riding a 6.4. It's called the Next Step, and that is actually the board that the Ghost came from. So he's chosen to ride the board that developed from, which it's a little longer and a narrower nose and a little more nose rocker. So for him, when it's bigger like this at Pipeline, that board's going to fit into the barrel a little bit easier, and it's not going to have the Ghost. The only negative thing with the Ghost for out here sometimes is the wider nose can catch a little bit in a real steep section if it's bigger. And so he's riding a board with the same back half of the Ghost, but the front half has a little more curve in it, and it's a little more pulled in the nose, and it's allowing him to just fit into the curve a little bit better. It's a 6.4. If it was smaller, he would ride it. He would go down to a 6.2 Ghost. So he goes up to a 6.4 Next Step.
All right. Well, one last question for you, John. Vizsla Shaper CT rankings. The competition's on with you and your guys.
Yes.
What do you think?
I think it's awesome. It's fun. I like to see how everyone's pretty fired up on it. For me, it's a little funny because I've always had a very narrow approach to my team. Like, I keep it really tight and kind of focus, kind of like a sniper. I'm aiming for that #1 target, you know, and I don't take like the shotgun blast approach. So I kind of have a little less of an advantage in that sense. But I'm super stoked on all my team riders and everybody that's doing good, and just watching these guys here. And it's fun for everyone else to compete with that, and those guys are happy to do it. So it's good. It's fun. It's nice to see this year there's a lot of focus on talking about board design. I saw DH this morning online, and just seeing different guys and having these conversations about boards, I think is really cool, because it's just such an important part of the sport. And it's nice that we feel good, you know. We're like, all right, we get a little pat on the back, and that's pretty sick. It's not, we're in the back working, you know.
Give us a list of your CT squad. I want to hear who do you got on board?
In the men's, I've always just only stuck with John. Like, that's what I always tell people is like, I'll give you 100%. I want 100% from you, but I'll give you 100% too, you know? And John, that's been real special for me. I hate to like pull away and be like, oh, I got to make this do and all these different things. I like to be able to just be like right there for him. On the other side, on the women's side, I have Tyler Wright, and that's a very similar thing for me, where I'm like, hey, I want to give her everything. Then I do have 2 women from Australia. I got India Robinson, and I have Sophie McCullough. And those girls are amazing, and they've been back and forth on the tour, and they have come from my Peisel Surfboards Australia, so that's their team down there. But when they come here, I work with them. When I'm traveling down there, I work with them too. And it's the women's, it's a little different. I feel like it's a little easier. Sometimes they don't go through as many boards, and they tend to just like, they're easier to like equip for some reason. Whereas working with John is we go through a lot of little tiny changes that improve things along the way. And sometimes we even go backwards. Like this board here is something that he was riding years ago. And then he's like, I showed him some footage from way back and he's like, wow, that looks really good. So he kind of shifted back to that. So that really requires a lot of focus for me and it's really fun.
Well, thank you for your time, John Paizel.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Really appreciate it. We're going to get back to the action here in quarterfinal heat number 3. And it's been all Ian Gentil standing out with that 7.67 for the backdoor barrel, Jesse. That's really been the only kind of meaningful number that's been put on so far in this heat, and we're down to 9 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, Imai is just not having it this morning. It's tough to watch him. Actually, he's such a good surfer and just not really find the rhythm. But looking back and kind of putting on a seating perspective of things, like this is such a good opportunity for both of those guys being lower seeds, being on the quarterfinals, surfing against each other. Those guys usually expect to surf against Gabriel, John, or I don't know, someone else at a higher seed. So it's a good opportunity for them to gain ground.
Yeah, right here, Imai just feeling the teeth of pipeline, Shane.
Yeah, just looking a little out of sorts. It's been a little bit of a funky period in this heat with not many really good waves through the middle section, and that was a poor choice on Imai's behalf. That wave was never going to score more than maybe a 2 at the most.
Yeah. You made a good point, Jesse, in that guys like Ian Gentil, Imai, Kalani, DeVault, all those quarterfinalists have a lot of opportunity because the usual suspects, past champs, Jack Robinson, Italo Ferreira, Gabe Medina, Kelly Slater, none of those past champs have made it to this final day. So it's an opportunity for all of these surfers in the quarterfinals, and especially you make it to the semifinals and finals. That's the way to kickstart your year.
Totally, and they're probably now with their coaches thinking about that. They know exactly what's going on. So it's a great opportunity for them to go head-to-head with someone that you're not the underdog. It's always better. As much as it's fun and challenging to go against the big names and beat them, it's also good to have like something more matchable.
You're right. Well, here we go. Quarterfinal 3. We're going to step away from it for just a sec. We'll be back with the conclusion. Will it be Ian Gentil into the semifinals? We'll find out. New for 2024, the Lexus GX, a new body style, 3.4 liter twin turbo V6 engine powers this beauty. All-wheel drive, full-time all-wheel drive. The off-trail package features a rear locking differential. You can take it rambling off the road or take it out for a nice night on the town. The Lexus GX, new in the lineup for 2024. And welcome back to the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti. We're in quarterfinal number 3, Kaipagura, along with Jesse Mendez and Shane Dorian, talking you through the action down to just 5 minutes. Priority, Shane, with Imai, he needs a big number, a 7.45.
Yeah, it's been a pretty sleepy heat besides Ian Gentil's one really good right-hander at Backdoor. I don't think they missed a whole lot of waves. It just gotten a little bit quiet through the midsection of this heat. What I do like about it is I think in that first heat this morning, in the Ethan Ewing, Connor O'Leary heat, it was a little bit, it had that feeling of like the peak of the swell. There was a lot of like rogue sets coming through, a lot of lots of current and all that. It was just see a couple paddles there.
We'll stick with Ian Gentil on the split peak. Gentil gets in and out. Meanwhile, Imai went backdoor. We'll catch up on that with that split peak and see how that affects the scores and situation in this heat. It looks like Imai on a clean paddle back out. So either he pulled out or he had a completion. We're going to find out. Again, Imai, number 22 there, needs a 7.45 to take the lead off of Ian Gentil at this moment. Let's take a look at what happened on backdoor, Jesse.
Yeah, great wave for him, just nice and late. And the best thing about for him right here, usually when it's that big, a lot of times he gets smoked going backdoor. And you see Ian, which is smart as well. He only has a backup of a 1-point ride. Tricky wave to ride, a lot of foam halfway through it, but smart of him to just get a backup. But that's a nice angle right there. You can see both of them splitting peaks, and yeah, smart move for both of them. Imai needs to get his ball rolling because there's not much time left, and he just paddled back out. He has priority, so could be take advantage of this momentum shift maybe.
Yeah, I think both executed. Imai needs to score, and Ian Gentil wants to get rid of that 1 point backup you can see in the scoring screen right there. So we're going to wait for the judges' decision right now on these last 2 waves, and that will really set the situation in this final 3 minutes, Shane.
Yeah, for sure. It's funny, you know, when you're on the beach and you're waiting for your heat here at the pipe event, and the waves are classic pipeline, you're thinking of going out there, giant barrels, you're going to be, you know, like hanging on by your toenails, getting blown out of 10s. But, you know, we see a lot of heats like this that sometimes get a little quiet, and you got to go back to heat strategy, got to go back to trying to get a solid backup, and it goes back to, you know, your basic contest at the end of the day.
Yeah, Jesse, I feel like you have to be able to adapt to actually what's in front of you every single minute.
Totally, and pipe has lots of moods, you know, and as much as even when it's perfect out there, like a day of today, it could be a slow heat, and also you could have very close 10-point rides that turns out to be a 1-point ride. So you got to be smart and make smart decisions, and they're doing that right now for this moment of the heat.
Well, here's the update. Kalani DeVault, 5.17, a 4.33 for Ian Gentil. Situation, DeVault with priority, Imai with priority, and needs a 6.84 with 2 minutes remaining. And this is when things get really, really tense, Shane.
For sure, as you see some of the Maui crew there cheering on their boys. I mean, one of the boys from Maui is going into the semifinals here at the pipe event. The first.
It's friendly fire. Yeah.
You know, and as you said, Kaipo, we had a lot of carnage amongst our top dogs. So huge opportunity here.
Here's a huge opportunity. Drops into this one. Big open barrel for Imai. And he gets spit out, but not on the board. So close. We talked about either a 1 or a 10 situation. We were going close to a 10, but just a game of inches there, Jesse.
Wow, what a takeoff he had. That was so critical, and that's such a bummer for him. He did all the hard work, and just as we mentioned, a 1 of a 10. That's just a 1-point ride that could have been the ride of his life.
So close,
his
Shane.
ticket out of this heat too. I mean, that was a phenomenal wave, just like a super technical drop, really big wave, like a real set wave today. Had that real apex, intense look. You see him getting that air underneath his board there, as deep as can be. He's right on the foam ball, and he looked like he had it. I mean, he really drew a perfect line there with that really late drop. Gets disconnected, reconnected, perfect bottom turn, pumps off the bottom, stays high exactly how he's supposed to. You can see that foam ball slowed him down just a tiny bit, Jesse, it looked like, huh?
Yes, and then he just kind of lost balance and fell backwards, which is kind of common when you're that deep in a barrel. Like, it happens because there's so much turbulence going under you. And obviously probably not seeing anything half of that barrel with that big spit that came through. And great effort, though. That was beautiful surfing from him, as much as he could have done right there, I guess.
Yeah, so Imai will be taking away an equal 5th place, which is a keeper result in the context of things, but it will be Ian Gentil into semi-final number 2.
Hey, on screen we just saw some of the girls, Katie Simmers and Tati.
Yeah.
I don't think they've ever had an opportunity to surf pipeline this good.
No, it's going to be a groundbreaking day.
So excited to see them out there.
It will be a groundbreaking day. By the way, quarterfinals for women will be following the quarterfinals for the men, but we got one more quarterfinal to get to. When we return, John Florence in the water with Leonardo Fioravanti, Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti. Let's spin the clock back to 2021 at Pipeline quarterfinals, where it featured John Florence up against Leo Fioravanti. John comfortable in his backyard, squeaks through the backdoor barrel. No problem. Fioravanti put on a fight, but could not overcome a charging John Florence. John in the quarterfinal, 2-wave total of 17.67 for the North Shore local. And John defeated Leo Fioravanti in this quarterfinal on the way to a finals appearance where he took the title in 2021, defeating Gabe Medina. John went all the way this year. And we're going to see John back with Leo Fioravanti. Welcome to quarterfinal number 4 here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti, Kaipo Girl, Jesse Mendez, Shane Dorian on the set, on the call. And Shane, I'm going to start with you. This is the quarterfinal I've been looking forward to.
Yeah, no doubt. This is a banger. This is a banger, Kaipo. On paper, you know, your average surf fan would think this is John Florence's heat. It's, you know, the wave rate's 10 foot, it's pipeline, it's his backyard. He's been surfing here since he was 5. We've all seen him, you know, be triumphant out here and have some of the best rides we've ever seen ridden out here at Pipe. As you see John on the screen there getting clamped. But what you know, Leo Fioravanti is one of the very best surfers at Pipeline currently on tour, no doubt about it. He's kind of like he's like a quietly, I don't know how to explain that any better than that, but he's one of the gnarliest guys out here at Pipe.
Yeah.
No doubt. I would not put it past him to put up a couple huge scores in this heat.
John on his second attempt there, another incompletion for John Florence. And these surfers have met in the past, a total of 3 times. But John on paper, heat winning percentage at Pipeline, 73% for John Florence. He's surfed 56 heats here. He's won 41 of them. But let's take a look at the head-to-head matchups here between Fioravanti and Florence. John got a win in 2021 over Fioravanti Margaret River. 2021, we saw that Pipe quarterfinal where John beat Leo. Leo got him early on. 2017, Leo Fioravanti was able to beat John Florence at Cloudbreak in Fiji. Look at the max heat score there, though, for John, really swaying his way with that 17.67 max heat score and his max wave score of a 9.07. Mind you, John also has had 3 10-point rides in competition here at Pipeline. Strider Wazalewski out on the water. What do you got for us, Strider?
Well, we've just been watching, you know, the backside tube riding prowess, John and the no-handed pump. I mean, it's like one of those things, I call it the hula hoop, because you're just basically swinging those hips to get that board moving and keeping that upper body in a solid motion to where you can just dial yourself in. It's nothing easy. I always feel like I'm going to get my head taken off when I try it, so I always grab my rail. And I think that, you know, obviously John and Kelly and all these guys that do it at Pipeline are incredible with it. So the technical side of that's super fun to watch. I think a smaller board also helps with that effect.
Yeah, thank you for all that insight from the channel. We just got a replay of John Florence. Came real close twice, but still yet to really put a meaningful score. And Leo Fioravanti, Strider, sitting with patience, with priority. Can you tell us about Leo's positioning right now?
He's on point. He's making a very great effort to put himself in the best position for this heat. Sorry, I'm kind of like a gecko out here. I'm making sure I'm not missing anything or get caught inside. And you know, there's the way the waves are breaking out here. There's lefts, there's rights, it's all over the place. But the fact that, you know, he's put himself in this position to have priority and sitting and waiting for that wave that he knows he can execute on, and that's what he's got to do. He's got to find the best waves that he can ride out here to beat John, because John's just going to get reps. You know, you can see him just wanting everything that comes through.
And here he goes again. John Florence knifes into this one, Pipeline, his backyard, and again, just getting clipped and not getting a completion. So interesting start for John. Jesse?
I mean, I think he's smart of doing that because, like Strider said, he's going to swing. The more he tries, the more chances he would have to make impossible waves turn into good scores and average waves to turn into good scores. But on the other side of it, I know for a fact Leo working with Adriano's actually present here in Hawaii. I've worked with him before. He always mentions when you're going against those top dogs, like, you have to play your game. Don't get razzled by them. Don't try and play their game and try and be on the best waves, because that's going to maximize the chances of you beating those guys. Because if you start getting rattled like it happened right there, and John almost sold that wave, that was a bad wave. Like, yeah. So he was smart to just keep his composure and wait for the good one when he comes.
Yep. Ian Gentil's on his way to his best championship tour finish. Ian is with AJ.
But Ian, Jesse was just talking about just how critical it is to be on the best waves out there in the heat. How did you find them during yours?
Honestly, I was kind of lost out there. Like, couldn't really tell, like, if I should be trying to go left or go right, you know. And then had a little priority slip up from Imai, and that right came in. And so after that happened, I was like, oh, you know, maybe I'll just try to get another one of those. And then it just, like, I swear a good wave didn't come in for a solid 10, 12 minutes. And then I was, like, really lost. It's like, am I even in the right spot right now? And then just backed it up with that 4. And Imai had the wave, I think, at the end. I heard the crowd, like, I thought he came out. So I heard the crowd, like, so I don't know, I thought I lost. But then I guess, yeah, he just sort of slid out of the barrel and not on his feet. But it was crazy to have a heat out there with him. Like, we did the QS and everything together, and I was like, it's funny how things work out, because I think if I would have done well in my first round heat, then I may have surfed against him or against Seth, and I really didn't want to do that in round 3, you know, and got to surf a quarterfinal with one of my good friends, one of my oldest friends from Maui, and also one of my oldest rivals, and yeah, it's pretty cool.
And to add to it all, you're now on to the semifinals here at Pipeline, already locking in your best finish here at Pipe. How do you move forward from an emotional heat, a heat that had a lot going on in it, to get ready for that?
Yeah, I'm just going to go take it easy for a little bit and get ready. Just get back out there again and hopefully have a little bit more rhythm this time and not be so scrappy, because need to get 2 good ones, not just 1.
Fair enough. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Yeah. Shane, you called it when you in the heat. You said, hey, these 2 guys are great surfers, but they don't spend a lot of time. They're not a pipe specialist. And Ian, admittedly so, says, hey, I was kind of lost out there without the crowd.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, you know, to think that these guys at this level here at Pipeline can feel lost out there in the lineup. You know, but that's just lack of being out there. It's really difficult to put yourself out there for the free surfs, because there's 100 people out there. It's super dangerous. People dropping in on each other. It's full chaos. It's an easy place to avoid. But here he is. He's in the semifinals. Yeah. So, I mean, great opportunity for Ian, and good on him for getting that right. It was filthy.
Yeah. John Florence, we know he's capable of big numbers out here. We talked about his career, where he's had 3 10-point rides in competition on the CT level here at Pipeline. Let's take a look back to one of those 10s in 2009. Look at the Grom.
He's just a child.
John drives through, disappears, second section for Florence and the Grom in 2009. Got a 10-point ride.
So cool to be a surf fan and see him grow up from, like, being a literal child out here at Pipeline and doing his thing and getting 10s.
Yep.
Crazy.
10s this year, you get a Yeti Tundra 110 stuffed with a bunch of other Yeti merchandise. And that's what we'll be going to give away all year. Last year, we just gave away the Tundra. This year, we're giving away the Tundra with ramblers and tumblers and all kinds of Yeti gear. Set swinging through here. Fioravanti with priority, and he's going to take this one. Beautiful looking wave. Leo under the hood, gets clamped. Sat for a long time and not able to execute there. John Florence, wave number 2 of the set. John, this is what he does. Pulls up, high, tight, foam ball fight, and he loses that one.
Yeah, I've actually seen a lot of this happen this morning. Barron had one of those too. Like, pipe does that sometimes. Like, it gets so hollow that it, like, almost all the energy turns into like a clamp, and then it reopens. And because it's so powerful, it's so hard to handle. Like, it's so hard to, yeah, John looks like he's checking his equipment out right there.
Yeah, maybe he felt something on the fins. We'll see, but it's a wide open heat, Shane. 18 minutes and no one's taking the lead, really.
It is. They've had a lot of swings, and, I mean, Leo had priority. He was trying to be super patient. He knows he needs to be on the he's super capable out here, and he's really gnarly going left and right, but he knows he needs to be on the best 2 waves to beat John out here for sure.
Yeah, we can see the tape on Leo's ankle there as he paddles back out. Sustained an ankle injury earlier in the season. He's been working to rehab. He's got some great people over at Physiotherapy Hawaii, Barton, the crew, who are also on site over here, that have been helping him on a weekly PT. You can see some of the kinesiology tape on the ankle of Leo Fioravanti. So he's got the mobility in it. He's been building the strength as well. I'm going to go out to the water right now with Strider Wazalewski. Strider, what do you have?
Well, you saw that wave that John got. The wave filled up, had a lot of foam from the previous wave that rolled through and filled up the wave and, you know, took John down underneath the water. That thing rattled around. John popped out the back pretty quick, but his board didn't. And then his board came flying up backwards, and I clipped his knee, and then, you know, he had to kind of, you know, shade himself from the board. So pretty radical little situation. He checked his knee and then checked his board, but looks fine to me.
Yeah, we don't want to see John hurt. I mean, one of the tough parts about John's career is he's missed 24 CT events due to injury. So we want to keep a healthy John. Here we go, goes backdoor. John, nice trim line there, and the completion, and that will be the first meaningful number coming through.
Yeah, well, that was smart. With only 16 minutes left, Kaipo, well, just under 17 minutes left, there hasn't been any significant scores. These guys gotten clamped on multiple lefts, and there's John finally finding an open barrel. It wasn't the greatest wave, and he wasn't crazy deep, so I don't see that score going past the mid-range. But, pretty smart surfing there.
Jesse.
Yeah, that was a great read from him. Nice wave selection for being on a priority and how the situation of the heat is right there. And, yeah, just a nice rhythm wave for him. He's going to get back out. They're going to have a little something on the board, something to back him up. And
hey, yeah, sometimes you don't have to swing for the fence. Sometimes you just need to get on base. And I feel with John right there, wanted to get on base. Here we go, backdoor. Fioravanti airdrops into this one. It's a wide open barrel. Fioravanti comes screaming out and likely to take the advantage in that last exchange. Jesse, what do you think?
Yeah, that's definitely getting the advantage. Way more intense on that wave. He was just behind the apex, which is very important out here at backdoor. So he gets very deep. Check this out. He's paddling. The wave is basically breaking in front of him already as he was standing up. Big pump coming out. And not to mention, he actually just paddled back very easy to the lineup again. That was a beautiful wave for him and very smart.
Got the clean exit, Shane, and a nice path out the back.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great decision for him not to go on that wave that he let John have. He sat there with priority and waited for a more significant wave with a better shape. And I see that score going a bit higher for Leo there.
And it sure did. 7.33 for Fioravanti versus a 4.5 for John. So Fioravanti out in the lead, Jesse.
Yeah, and if you just compare both of them, the intensity was way higher on Leo's wave. He was much later on the takeoff. John was almost going on that wave knowing this is a backup type of wave. I just want to back myself up, get something on the board, and Leo capitalized and actually paddled back out before him and got priority. So that's a huge advantage on the heat.
Yeah, Shane, we talk about that clear path for Fioravanti. He got the exit and no sets behind, so he got right back out. So he definitely has the heat advantage right now, controls the heat with priority and the highest single wave score.
Yeah, I think with Leo, his strategy is very simplified. He needs to go out there and catch the best two waves of the heat. Otherwise, he's going to lose. Just that simple, because John is too talented. He's too comfortable out here. He has too much experience. The downside of how good John is, he's such a magic man. He's pulled it off so many times. Pulled a rabbit out of the hat, turned 7s into 10s, and he's so crazy good that he'll almost go on anything that looks kind of good, and that can work against him. And if you have someone like Leo out there who's sitting with priority and cherry picking the two best waves of the heat, that's dangerous.
I love that analysis right there, because it seems like that's what's playing out in front of our eyes right now. We got more sets on the way, Jesse. Fioravanti just putting himself into a really strong position. Do you think Leo is able to rattle John at this point?
Yes, of course. There's no doubt on that. I don't think he's going to get too stuck in his head because, like Shane mentioned, he doesn't need that perfect wave to come his way, as we see them paddling right now. But it definitely plays in his mind. There's no doubt. You're in the heat. You have a lot going on, a lot on the line, and Leo is actually one of the best at doing that. So
John is definitely not taking Leo lightly. He knows that Leo is more than capable of being on the podium at the end of the day.
Yeah, of course. And the one thing that we can say about Leo Fioravanti and his personality is he is over the top competitive. When it's all business for Leo. He fell off the championship tour in 2022. He was so distraught and almost angry about it, where he came back on the Challenger Series swept the floor with everyone, winning the Challenger Series in 2022 to come back onto the championship tour in 2023. He is a voracious competitor, Leo Fioravanti. Fioravanti in the lead right now. Can John come back in quarterfinal number 4? We're going to find out when we return to more action from Backdoor here at the Lexus Pipe Pro. Let's unlock the WSL vault, looking back to 2004, where Sonny Garcia, Bruce Irons, Kalani Robb, and a young 21-year-old wild card, Jamie O'Brien, made up the 4-man final here at Pipeline. Jamie paddling out to basically what was his backyard at the time, raised on the beach here at Pipe, and his comfort showed. He ran away early on in this heat, a 7.17 and an 8-point ride for Jamie. Sonny Garcia fighting back with a 7.27. And Garcia, who would be the alpha in this final, the dominant one, but it was Jamie O'Brien as a wild card, pulls this off, a 9.5. Jamie, big pipe beast, the comfort level incredible, 9.97. 17-point victory for Jamie O'Brien. Sonny Garcia paddled up to Jamie, 25 minutes left in this heat, and said, Jamie, you know what? You're buying everyone dinner at Lele's tonight.
Classic. Such a classic final.
So good.
Yeah.
You probably remember that vividly.
I do.
Back to live action here with the heat leader, Leo Fioravanti. No hands. Pulls into that one with no exit. Hands over, priority to John Florence as the sets start cleaning up the lineup, Jesse.
Yes, and pipe is such a different arena for the surfers. Like, as you see right here, that was a good set that came for Leo. He swinged. If he was anywhere else at J-Bay, he most likely on a set would capitalize. But here at pipe, it's so critical and so hard that actually there's a lot of things playing against you, and you can just turn a good wave into like a 1-point ride just because how hard it is to ride the wave, you know?
Talk us through this, Shane. What went wrong?
Yeah, it's so interesting. You know, as we see Leo there, he's really deep, does everything right. The wave just didn't cooperate. It's just that simple. And at pipe, you know, I mean, like we always talk about this, but when you have priority, you need to capitalize on it and really choose a good wave, which sounds really easy to do here at Pipeline. But these are the best in the world at knowing this wave, and it's so easy to make the wrong decision in that split second when you have to use your priority and completely commit in a moment's notice of seeing that wave, identifying whether it's the right one or not. It's easy to make the wrong choice.
It's like a box of assorted chocolates. You never know what you're going to bite into. Here we go for John Florence. He wants to take a nibble at this one. Pipeline. John pulls in, and almost safety surfing for John Florence, but mind you, he only needs a 3.87 to turn the heat and take the lead, Jesse.
Yeah, that's smart John, you know? That's like not Grom John, like just trying to make everything, like make the most of it of the wave. He was just like thinking about the time that is running down, and he sees this wave has potential. He just gets deep enough, gets the speed out, and he's going to get rewarded. It might not be a huge score that he could have capitalized on, but still, he's going to be in a good situation right now.
He's done that about 10,000 times out here. Pretty cool.
So are we pretty safe to say this is going to be better than a 3.87?
You know, like the judges are tough right now.
That's what I mean.
You never know. Like you can get a filthy barrel out there and they give you like a 4.
Yeah.
So you just never know. It wasn't the best wave, and you know, like, and John knows that. He's just trying to get into the lead to apply that pressure in these dying moments in the heat. But there's still 7 minutes left, and I think we're going to see some fireworks before the end.
On the paddle right here, we'll see if we have any takers coming through, and we'll go to the water with Strider Wazalewski. Your take on the situation, Strider?
Thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, definitely the first mistake that we've seen Leo make in this heat so far was that wave that he took off on. As the wave approached, you can see there was a lot of ripple on the wave, a lot of current, and the lip line didn't look perfect. So I was watching it going, ooh, that might not be the one. And sure enough, it had that warble inside the tube. It knocked him off. Will that one mistake cost him this whole heat? He's back out in the water. I mean, he's in the lineup. He's got priority at the moment. Let's see if he can capitalize and back up his good wave.
Well, Strider, it did cost him the lead right now because the number comes through for John Florence on that second wave at a 5.67. So we got John out in the lead. Leo Fioravanti, though, can turn the heat with a 2.84. Fioravanti with priority. Where do you like where he's sitting right now, Strider?
I was just going to comment. He's in a perfect spot, and the reality of what the ocean looks like out the back, there's not a bunch of like huge sets coming, which could be favorable for those mid-sized backdoor waves that he's going to be looking for and that he's been looking for this whole heat, as well as John.
Shane, you like that strategy?
I do. It's going to get interesting here. He needs less than a 3. Yeah, like going into just under 6 minutes, and like Strider said, I like his chances. I like where he's sitting. Great positioning. We have sets coming in, plenty of time. He has priority, but when is he going to pull the trigger? Is he going to try to just better that score and get like a 3 or a 4 and leave John out there with priority, with sets coming in, and the opportunity of getting a huge score and shutting the door?
Ultimately, Jesse, a game for Leo would just like let the clock burn down, get the score, and not have enough time on the clock for John to respond.
Yeah, I'm with you, Kaipo. I think he should just sit and wait for a decent wave, because you expect John is probably going to batter something, mostly with firing conditions, but he's scratching for this wave right now. They're both looking. Oh,
that was kind of a nug.
That was a good pipe wave.
Yeah, a little bit out of position there, John. Super uncharacteristic of him. That's very, very, very rare for him. I was really surprised. Like, Leo actually went looking for that right, which to me obviously looked like, to me it looked obviously like not a good right. And then John realized right away, right then, that, hey, this left looks pretty good, but he was a little bit late to react, and it put him just a little bit too far inside and too far under to make that drop.
I like what you're saying, Shane, because John, pretty much should realize that he's under priority. So take a look left, because Leo's looking right. So you can see him a little bit deep there, and he let that one get away.
And yeah, like if you go back even a little bit when we were watching live, you see kind of Leo, he dragged a split of a second of John going backdoor. John was almost like, wait, where are you going?
Yeah.
And then that's what made him get late, like you mentioned, Shane. And that was a missed opportunity, because that was a great wave.
Yeah.
That would have been the best left we've seen ridden in this whole heat.
Yeah. John Florence, 12th season on the championship tour, a 2-time world champ, 8 event wins, and we're celebrating John's 100th career event here at Pipe. So, and I feel if John chooses, he's got the talent, to do this lap on the world tour another 10 years if he chooses so. But I feel like he has a lot of options for what his future may be.
No doubt. John's in his prime of his life. He's the prime of his career. I'm excited for John this year. He's, I've been spending a lot of time with John this season here on the North Shore. We've been doing a lot of sauna and ice sessions in the afternoon with his brother Nathan, and we've been having a lot of fun together. And John's he seems very happy, very focused, very he's got great mental clarity. He just seems very decisive about this year, and he's injury free. He's the most fit and lightest I've seen him in probably 6 or 7 years. He's been training like a wild man. He's got his diet on lock. He seems like he's in a really, really great place. And I know that he's taking his coach, Ross Williams, to every single event this year. Wow. So I think he's really going to push hard, to give it a really big run this year, which I'm excited about. I
like the fact that he's going to make Ross fly this year.
Me too.
Yeah. And we'll see Ross. But, you talked about injury-free, Shane, and looking at, statistically, John Florence, he's missed 24 CT events in his career because of injuries. He's injured both knees. The talent's always been there, but the one thing that has hampered him is staying healthy through an entire CT season, Jesse. We're going to get back to that, because here goes Leo. Remember, he just needs a 3-point ride. That should do it. That's playing the game right there. Didn't over push it. So Fioravanti, just a 2.84 is his requirement to take the lead off of John. I feel that he did that, so now we got to pull our attention back to John Florence under 2 minutes. John needs to respond, Jesse.
Yeah, hey man, Leo plays the game so well. It's so smart of him to catch that wave. That wave had kind of like an average score potential. He did run a little bit more than he should have, but at this time of the game, he only needs a 2.84, and yeah, that's most likely going to be enough. And he finished it off as well. He knows how important every little bit is, and he squeezed out of that wave.
I like the fact that you said, and I'll get Shane's opinion on that, that Leo did play it a little bit safe. He did outrun it to make sure he completed that wave.
Yeah, I mean, he did what he had to do. It wasn't the greatest wave. It was good wave selection with what we have on offer right here, especially here in the dying moments. It was a safe choice. But yeah, I mean, he played that wave a little bit safe, but he needed under a 3.
Yeah, he needed 2.84. He got a flat 3-point ride, so he just did it by the narrowest of margins. And we talked about it before. He left no time on the clock, really, for John to respond. Strider.
Yeah, Leo is definitely not giving up. He doesn't, even though he got the score, he wants to go over there and get back into John's face. He's paddling straight across. There's not a lot of time left on the clock. And you know what? This heat started before the heat. He was right behind John before the heat started, crept up on him and scared him.
Hold the horses. Here comes John Florence. Big girthy pipe barrel. John comes out. John needed a 4.67. John has just turned the heat in the final 30 seconds.
Wow. I knew we were going to have a nail biter with the way this heat was playing out, but man, that was incredible.
Incredible stuff. Clutch moment, Jesse, and the execution and the girth of that barrel, impressive.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing. Those guys, they have something different. Like those big names, they usually, waves tends to come to them when they need it, but they also capitalize on the moment. That wave was so hard to make. It doubled up. It was on top of the reef. Weird angle, too, for him where he was, and that was impressive.
Look at the numbers coming through. It's feeling like excellent, and it is borderline excellent. Right on the edge there, 8-point ride. John Florence on to semifinal number 2, where he will be meeting Ian Gentil. Oh, that was exciting. Thank you so much, Shane.
Insane finish. Epic for John, and I can't wait to see the girls next.
Can't wait. Jesse, thank you too. By the way, we're going to step away, but when we come back, women's quarterfinals in the water is going to be Caitlin Simmers up against Tatiana Weston-Webb in quarterfinal number 1. John does it in the final seconds with this ride right here.
Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. What a quarterfinals finish for John Florence in the final seconds. John, you turn that heat, punch your ticket to the semifinals. What is going through your mind as that wave is coming to you?
Yeah, I was just like, oh no, I need a score. And I was just stoked I had that opportunity, and I was like, it looks like a weird kind of double up. It was a really weird wave, and I ended up being a little deeper than I thought it was. And then I got a good pump though, and it was just a fun wave.
How did all of the times, all the moments, all the ways that you've put in here at Pipeline set you up to have success when it was a weird wave that you needed to figure out how to get a great score on?
Yeah, I think just understanding that pipe's unpredictable, and so when I got into it, I just knew I had to pump, even though it seemed like it didn't have a lot of wall, and especially today when it's like has a lot of West in it, so wow.
Katie Simmers getting things started with the women's quarterfinals.
But yeah, it was just a weird wave, and today it's bending out to sea a lot. Like my first 5 waves, I just got clamped on, and so I kind of learned a lot during the heat actually too. I was like, I need to get going when I take off, and yeah, I don't like to surf heats like that. I made a lot of mistakes in that heat, and so I was just thinking, I was like, if I make this heat, I'm changing my strategy the next one.
All right, change the strategy, get ready, see you in the semis.
Thanks.
Thank you, AJ. The whole beach erupted on that buzzer beater moment for the local boy, John Florence, getting excellence right at the buzzer. When Leo looked like he surfed a perfect heat, it just flipped it. And now we've got the semifinal set for the men. And as you can see on screen, the women already getting started. This is what happened during the catch-up with John Florence. Katie Simmers flick.
Whoa, Katie takes off so deep on this one at Backdoor and comes flying on out. What a way to start the women's quarterfinals.
She is already on fire. Laura, what'd you see here?
Oh my goodness, just behind the peak, completely backdooring that section. That is what we love to see. Katie Simmers, we know that she's one of the stylish women to join the tour, but look at the way she paddled in on the angle, completely backdooring that big, gnarly backdoor peak, and that is going to be an excellent score for Katie to start this quarterfinal off against Tatiana. Loved this, just got that one beautiful pump, knew it was opening up so nice and wide, and look at the scores. That is excellent surfing. She looks so small in that wave.
9.17 as she goes right by Waz. That was incredible, Strider.
The smile coming off of her face right now is incredible, and the score is incredible, and the 5.11 that she's riding is incredible. She's on a 5.11. You know, Tati's riding a 6.4. Before the heat, I asked, I said, what are you guys riding? Tati said 6.4. Caitlin said 5.11. And Tati looked over and kind of laughed and said, really? And well, guess what? That 5.11 fit in that tube just fine. Wow.
Oh my
Insane.
goodness. What a charger. That was radical. 9.17 for Katie Simmers on her opening ride at Pumping Backdoor. This is a very unique human being, a surfer that you never know when you'll see another version of this. She definitely has her own style, her own approach. She's still so young. Last year's Rookie of the Year, already 2 CT wins in a short period of time, and finishing in the WSL Final 5. And then she does this. You know, we're so impressed with her performance in slabbing type waves, and that's one of my favorite waves of her career so far. Right there, Laura.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful. And we saw her in Tahiti last year just come out of the gates firing, and she obviously made it to the final there, got a second place in Tahiti, and she was absolutely charging. I had an interview with her, and as we see, this is what we missed of Tatiana in the break. Really nice back pipeline wave pulling in, but unfortunately, just as John was saying in his interviews, that they're clamping some of these waves. So the pipeline tending to be a bit difficult right now. A few of them just shutting down. Looks like Tatiana's having another look though.
Tatiana Weston-Webb will lock in. Whoa, big backwash there, but controls the takeoff and has to go straight up and out. And that'll be another small score. Plenty of time for Tati to get going. But yeah, it's interesting when you look at what she might be looking for, the pipe left. And like John just said, he got clamped about 5 times on the left in his heat, and then made it a little bit more dramatic by getting a buzzer beater when he needed it the most. So we'll see how Tati adjusts, identifying how quickly she has to get going if she wants to make those waves. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier and Laura Enever, 2 of the hardest charging women on the planet, breaking down the quarterfinal. What was so funny? No, seriously though, this is really a treat because we've got great conditions for this quarterfinal series, and Katie's already living up to the expectations today.
Oh, well and truly, these waves are pumping, and I just feel like the women haven't had this opportunity yet during this waiting period to really show us, you know, the performance level and where it's at for women's surfing in Waves of Consequence and at Pipe and Backdoor. And wow, straight out of the gates, Katie just proving so much why women should be here. And, you know, we are way more than capable. That was just, her read on that wave was sensational. Just looks so casual, so calm. And yeah, I'm happy to be here calling these heats with you too.
Laura, you've seen Tatiana for a very long time. You've got to compete with her for many years. How do you think she's going to respond to such a big start from Katie Simmers?
Oh, well, we all know that Tatiana has that hard charging, no fear gene in her. So I feel like we're going to see something special from her. And I was even, you know, speaking to Jessie and speaking to Ross, like Strider mentioned, she's on that 6.4. We've seen moments from her out at Pipeline. We've seen her charge at Tahiti. We know that she is more than capable of getting those 9 and 10-point rides. So I feel like we're going to see something special from Tatiana. I can't wait to watch her just get a big pipeline barrel. So I'm hoping that happens. And, you know, when I saw these quarterfinal matchups, this was my favorite one because I know both of these ladies are just going to bring it and they're going to push each other and up the level even more.
Tatiana Weston-Webb has 4 CT wins in her career in 80 events. Also 2 wins for Katie in 11 events. That's how quickly Katie's taken over the world. But Tati's already achieved a runner-up finish in the WSL Finals to Carissa Moore back in 2021. Missed out on the final series this year, but she worked really hard in the off-season. She's been working with all the Brazilian coaches and trainers, really focused on fitness. Her coach is Ross Williams, but he said it's amazing to see her work ethic. They've actually changed her boards up a little bit, adding a bit of foam, because she's really, really strong heading into 2024. And Ross was saying it's just the best he's ever seen her surf in the lead up to this event. So everything's working really well for Tati. In the quarters is where she's been stuck in this event before, but we all know she's a favorite to win. We'll see how she crawls out of this one, Flick.
For sure. I think I was speaking to Tati before this event, and she said last year was really, really difficult for her emotionally. It was an emotional roller coaster. Obviously, her filmer, Greg, got diagnosed with ALS, and that just, emotionally, that's going to take a big toll. And then on top of that, she also was dealing with a few niggling injuries throughout the year, and that was hard, like a few little hiccups here and there, and sort of just looking at them like challenges and, okay, like we can get through this and finish the year. But yeah, she said coming into this year, she feels as strong as ever, and you can see it in her surfing. And I don't think with Tati, like Laura, you were saying, her commitment level, there's no questions there. She's going to go. If the set presents itself, she is not going to hold back. I think it's maybe her wave selection, because sometimes that can get the better of her. Sometimes she's like, I'm just, so excited to charge and show the world what I've got. But I think it's going to come down to wave selection and probably identifying what John had said earlier in that post-head interview, like the waves are clamping a bit, like, you're going to have to really try and make it to that channel, or maybe not be as deep on those pipe waves, which is what she's looking for.
What a glorious day as we check out this view from the sky on the North Shore. Just two surfers out. That's Tati and Caitlin. And remember, Caitlin just got one of the best waves of her career at the start of this heat. Can't get enough of this 917, Laura.
Yeah, just absolutely perfect positioning. That was as incredible as it gets. I want to see her just get another one like this, even bigger, even longer. She's got it in her, and yeah, that 5'11" that she's riding looks absolutely sweet. I mean, she's such a petite young lady, and 5'11" must be a big board for her. I think she usually probably rides around 5'5".
Oh yeah, and this is for her. It would feel like a big step up, a big difference from what she'd ride on a normal day back in Oceanside. All of Oceanside screaming right now, cheering on Katie Simmers. As remember, last year she won Rookie of the Year, and it only took her third start to get her first major win. That was over in Portugal. And then in Rio, a few events later, got 2 wins in a rookie season. That's impressive. I mean, the last woman rookie to win 2 events in the same year was none other than Carissa Moore back in 2010. So you're already making those comparisons to all the greats, but she's doing it her own way, Flick. That's what we love about her.
Yeah, wow. I always forget how young she is. I know we all know she's young, but I mean, 18 years old now. Like, wow. It's such, you've got to think that she's got a long career ahead of her, and she has already won 2 events on her first year on tour.
Yeah, so I just got the word that her normal board is a 5'4", and I saw her coach Tommy Witts on the bike path this morning, and he had one of her boards, and I was like, "What's Katie riding today?" And he was like, "I don't know, 5'7", 5'9", 6'0", as we see her.
Katie, wave number 2, pulls in super casually and tries to sneak out in a tough spot. Lip lands on her head, and she will be incomplete on her second effort here at Backdoor. Has that casual, easy style, but she definitely felt the power of Pipeline on that wave. Wisely gets off her equipment. So a significant step up when you think about a 5'4" to a 5'11", as we see now Tati finding some room to move at Pipeline. Love that adjustment after being incomplete. She got out in front to make sure she made the exit. She'll still be chasing Katie's lead, but that's a much better performance, getting clear up the lip line and getting a completion on the board, Flick.
Yeah, I think it's going to feel good for her to get that one nice tube, come flying out, get a bit of confidence, paddle back out. I know she's probably looking for one a little bit deeper, a little bit throatier, a little bit thicker, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from Tati. We'll have a look here at the replay, Laura.
Yeah, nice positioning. Slightly on the shoulder there, but I think, she just wanted to make one. Like you said, Flick, she just wants to get that confidence up. This could be a backup score for her, as we see. Let's see what happened on Katie's wave. This wave, unfortunately, just stretched out. She tried to sneak through the doggy door and almost had it. And then, unfortunately, that backdoor lip just sending her flying to the beach.
It's interesting when you're in a heat, what you have to do to get the score. And for her trying to force the exit on that, she probably would have only done that in a heat. Where you think if you're free surfing, maybe she would have held her line a bit longer or even tried to punch through. But when their job's on the line, they'll do whatever it takes, take those risky moments to potentially just taking a lip right on the head.
For sure. That's why we love these events. The surfers are willing to just throw themselves into it for points, and I mean, it makes it exciting, but also, kind of scary starting the year off here at Pipeline, because you have to think, I've got a big year ahead of me. I don't want to get hurt, but I think when these surfers are in a heat, they're not even thinking about that. They just want to get barreled, get the scores. They're happy to just absolutely go for it. we've got the Hawaiian Water Patrol right there. You are in safe hands, and yeah, these girls obviously wearing helmets as well. They're gonna send it.
It's such an interesting scenario when you see quarters like this with a huge swell like this, and they're thinking about maybe getting the best wave of their life while they're doing their job. I mean, that's what Pipeline provides for the men and women, where this might happen in their heat, but also the world is watching, you know, and they've got the attention of the fans on the beach when they're walking out. It's easy to get distracted, but it's also great if you can channel that and provide the motivation to go on maybe the biggest one you've ever had, Flick.
For sure. When you are an athlete and you rock up to the beach or Pipeline today and you see that these are the conditions you're presented with, you're like, wow, this is the dream tour. You know, this is what I dreamt about when I was a little kid. I had posters on my walls of, you know, people like Rochelle Ballard, or, you know, these are the moments that I've been waiting for. So I'm sure these girls and women, these women are really, you know, can't wait to like make their mark in conditions like this and put their body on the line today.
And I just have to, you know, just explain that feeling when you're out there, you've got priority and there's sets rolling through. You see the third reefers capping and you're like, okay, this is my time. I've got priority. I've got nowhere to run right now. And that's going to be Tatiana soon, because it looks like there's some lines coming through, and I can't wait to see what she does with it.
Oh, she's worked so hard for this point of her career to have priority at Pipeline on a pumping swell. Always a favorite in waves of consequence, especially hollow left-handers, where she's had perfect 10s, even in the big beach breaks in the southwest of France. Remember seeing Tati after a 10-point ride she got, and she was so excited, but also kind of surprised, because she said, I was the only one that wanted to run today. You know, she was kind of just speaking out at the time, where when the waves were pumping, she wanted to push the entire tour, because she's like, I want one. And it was kind of a cool day, because she pushed everyone to run that day at France years ago, and then she got a 10 to back it up. And that made so much sense. I think that was a big turning point, not just for herself, but for the World Tour.
For sure, and Tati's always been someone like that who's been very like vocal about, you know, no, we deserve to be out here. I think, you know, we should compete with alongside the men at Pipeline, and now here today she's finally getting this opportunity, and, you know, she's making it so far in the event. It's totally in her wheelhouse. I remember back to when the tour is at Cloudbreak, and I watched her get second to Courtney Conalog there, and, you know, you can just tell she's just got that gene, like Laura said, that she's just going to go no matter what. So it's just, I think it's just going to come down to wave selection for her.
Down to 13 minutes on the clock. Tatiana needs a 6.48. Meeting up with Katie Simmers now for the third time in one-on-one matchups, and is still trying to find a way to beat the last year's Rookie of the Year. Katie winning both of those meetings last season at Sunset and also in Rio de Janeiro, when Katie was on road to her second championship tour victory. As you can see, Tati still with priority. Katie kind of been focusing on the backdoor section, especially with the 9.17 start, 1.13 when she tried to exit the doggy door and got clamped on. So that's the experience quickly at Pipe. You have a hero moment, then right there dealing with the energy, getting picked up by the Hawaiian Water Patrol. As you see, where we're sitting there, those tents there, the judges are on the top floor. And then that house there with the solar panels on top, that's the famous Jerry Lopez Pipe House. Herbie Fletcher was involved with that one as well. So those two big names would be sitting there watching Pipe for decades. And often Strider would get invited over that house to hang out as well. Right now he's in the water, and we're still celebrating that start from Katie Simmers.
Yeah, that was amazing. And I actually got to live over here at the Pipe House with Jerry Lopez and everybody. It was an amazing experience. Got taught how to live over here by Laird Hamilton. But back to this heat and back to the water and what's happening out here. I mean, we are in a gladiator pit. I mean, when there's a lot of people in the water, here we go. Oh, Caitlin Simmers grabbing the rail. Wow.
Looking at Pipeline, the wave spits behind her, but great technique. Grabbed the rail and just a little bit out in front, but really impressed with her ability to charge. Tati is on the next one. Doesn't get into it, Waz. What are you seeing behind it?
There's another big wave coming behind it. I don't know if she's going to be able to get underneath it and whip it in time, but these waves are just giant. Nope, she's going to have to paddle over this one. You know, it's like a gladiator pit out here. You've got the beach and all the people. This is the closest you could probably get to a wave of consequence, to the actual action. And then, you know, when on a regular day of pipeline, there's hundreds of people in the water. It's kind of somewhere to hide. But at the moment, there's nowhere to hide. You are out in the water, two surfers, one's going home, one's moving on. And when you make a wave like Caitlin did, and you hear the roar of the crowd, and it's just like, I can only imagine back in Roman times feeling that same vibe. It's just like the insanity of the feeling, that vibe that comes off that beach must feel incredible to get spit out of a barrel at Pipeline and feel that.
Gosh, it's proving grounds, and things just stay the same in surfing history. Strider, what were the list of chores you had to do when you were staying at the house right where you're looking?
Jerry's mom always made us clean the deck, and every grain of sand had to be blown off the cement out there on the patio. Everything had to be clean. There was not one grain of sand allowed into the house. Jerry was a stickler. Laird was. Johnny Boy Gomes. Everybody was told to clean up after themselves. Nobody came in the yard without washing off their feet, and we've carried on that tradition here in Hawaii. So clean your feet before you get up on the decks. Make sure you take your shoes off before you go in the house, and everything's gonna be just fine.
Oh, it's actually really good advice that Strider's passing on. You'll still see Strider. It's like a habit. He doesn't even realize he's sweeping. He's still talking to you, telling you a story, and he's just constantly doing sand management, checking people's feet. And you'll get called out if you've got walking in the house with sand all over you.
The funniest is when you go to a party here, and you know where the party is because there's like hundreds of pairs of slippers and shoes out the front of the door, and then when you leave, usually yours is gone.
Oh, because people do the upgrade.
Yeah, you can't
upgrade.
be taking your famous Crocs around here. They'll get snapped up in a second.
Tati airdrop pulls right in as she is still looking to make it. Oh, that was so rad. I loved how she approached that barrel. Looked like she did the hardest part, just couldn't get enough speed to make it out. Still trying to pop up as she does now. And she will take a deep breath and go into the next one. Great effort for Tati. And I feel like we've seen this from her throughout the years here. A lot of just close calls, almost getting big scores. And we'll see if she gets another chance, Laura.
Yeah, she has it in her. She's wearing a couple of pipeline sets on the head at the moment, but that was just unbelievable. Here's Katie Simmers.
Pulls in, up and under. This time she gets some shade. So already had one try at Pipeline, was out in front. And now she's able to pull in just a bit deeper. So she was able to make an adjustment on the fly. That's how talented this young lady is. 2 scores coming in, last for Tati, last for Katie with 8 minutes on the clock, Flick.
Wow, Katie's last wave, that was really impressive. I can't wait to watch the slow-mo of that because as she grabbed her rail, her back fins fully slid too and they re-engaged and it was just super technical. It was really, really well done on her backhand there. You can see Katie just paddling back out. She's going to be feeling pretty good about herself right now. I think today, sort of one of those days, right? You're either going to get an absolutely amazing score, like a 917, like Katie, or you're going to go out there and get a few ones because you're just not quite making it or not just quite cutting the mustard.
Yeah, we look at like even Emai's wave before in his hit against Ian Gentil. Yeah, that was like a 9 if he had made it. Unfortunately, yeah, it turns into a 1. And like you said, it's splitting hairs between how you can make those waves. And unfortunately for Tatiana, that would have been an absolute bomb of a wave. Look at this drop, just slides into it. Unfortunately, that section just a bit too far in front of her. She couldn't get the proper pump that she needed to get the energy and the speed to get through that. Wow, she rode it for quite some time, though. She got some travel time, but that foam ball just eating her up. Katie Simmers, though.
Yeah, this was beautiful. Really well done from Katie. Nice little fade back there. Little snap in the pocket. But yeah, just getting that back up, which is just super impressive. So we have another look here. Just using the whole side of her body really to maximize that tube time, really slow herself down. As we have another look here, just beautiful slow-mo, that rail engaged, those fins slip just there. She engages so well, uses the whole side of her body, her whole board was covered, comes flying on out. It was really good.
Yeah, her technique on her forehand and her backhand is just absolutely textbook. She is an icon of the sport, and in those replays, she went for this absolute bomb.
Looks like she's in position, throws herself super deep. Oh my goodness. absolutely sending it on a really just a big closeout. Katie Simmers has another one to deal with right on the head. Hawaiian Water Patrol right by her side to get her out of there. Up, she's going to have to sneak under. But they'll be right there to pick her up. What a charger. Tati knifes this one. Still a little bit out in front. Can she slow down? Not quite. Still out in front of that one, trying to figure out the speed management that John was saying he was challenged with in the previous heat. As we'll check back in with
deep.
Strider.
Tati just paddling by, and she's got to get. She said, wasn't too deep. She needed to get deeper, and really kind of gauging those tips she's had to make. She's had a wipeout in the barrel. That one that she was super deep on was insanely technical, and riding the foam ball and almost came over it right at the last second. And my hats are off to both of these ladies, but Caitlin Simmers is a hammer. I mean, what she's doing out here, the way she's charging, unbelievable.
I agree. And you think about the type of effort that you're putting in on a day like today, the demand of your energy. I mean, if you want to win this event, you're surfing through the quarters, semifinals, and the final. You start to think about how many big closeouts can you just pack throughout the day. I mean, for your equipment and for your energy, because it's not comparable to any other event on tour.
No, definitely not. I think it's also a little bit about risk management. Recognizing, hey, I might have to surf 3 times today. Like, if I've got a major heat lead like what Katie does, then she was just so deep on that one, really, really going for it. But
this would have been a violent wipeout as well. She was so deep. Look at that, just absolutely beautiful. The way she's able to take off and position herself on these backdoor waves is just absolutely incredible. And taking my hat off to her. Yeah, we see Tatiana's wave, beautiful slice in there. Unfortunately, just that wave not really doing what she was hoping it would. I think positioning there just needs to be slightly deeper, but yeah, at this point, Tatiana's in a pretty difficult spot. She's comboed.
Laura, I just had a couple visuals of yourself hucking yourself over on some crazy ones on this reef. And I think about the breaking down a wipeout, when there's some wipeouts that there's things you kind of control, and then the ones that you're hoping for the best.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I think, surfing backdoor, that's why the helmets are so good. You just never know what's going to happen. And some of the most gnarly looking wipeouts can be pretty mellow, and then some that don't even look too bad can absolutely thrash you and drive you into the reef, and can be really, really intense. And the power that's at backdoor, off the wall, all these waves, pipeline is just it drives you into the reef. It's pretty scary.
For Katie Simmers, Flick, so what are her options that she knows, okay, this thing's closing out, I'm not getting a score. What are your options there to try to keep yourself safe?
Oh, I think it's about risk management. I started talking about it before, but she's well and truly, looking great for making it through to the semis right now. I mean, there's 2 minutes 40 on the clock, and Tati's comboed. So she's going to have to potentially surf another 2 times. You don't want to just be packing closeouts just for the hell of it. I think that could be a little bit dangerous right now. Risk
and like you were saying, Joe, there's that point of learning how to fall, and we even saw in Katie's last heat yesterday, she did this big blowtail lip line floater, and at the very end she kind of jumped off at the perfect place to pin drop, and I feel like she's got this added knowing how to fall from skating, and if you're in the barrel here, sometimes you kind of know whether it's better to just stay on your board as long as possible to just really have that foam sort of explode you and keep you away from the reef. Sometimes it's like, okay, I need to eject right here, try to pin drop, break through the face of the wave, and so you don't get sucked over the falls. And yeah, like you said, sometimes you just can't help it. That wave's going to do whatever the hell it wants with you.
Oh, such a great time for pro surfing. The level just going through the roof as far as hard charging women on the championship tour, and really goes to having the venue to be able to showcase that ability. If you don't have pipe on the calendar, we're not talking about this, and for the stage is set for both Katie and Tati to get the wave of their life, to show how talented they are over a crazy shallow reef like this one. Katie 9.17. She got a 6.67 at pipe. Tatiana comboed with 1:20 to go. So it's looking like Katie will be staying undefeated over Tatiana Weston-Webb and moving on to the semifinals to compete again later on today. We saw her improvement through last season as just a rookie on tour. And it looks like she could be starting off the year at least equal third. That's for a semifinal. We'll see how the yellow jersey hangs with Caroline Marks as she's coming up in the quarterfinals as well today. Up next, it'll be Lulu taking on Brisa Hennessy. And they'll have an opportunity to have uncrowded pipe and backdoor on the best day of the waiting period and maybe one of the best days for competition we've had out here in a very long time, Flick.
Oh, for sure. This is the best day of the waiting period, hands down. And I'm stoked that we're getting to see the ladies today because I feel like it's just been really rough the last few days and they haven't had that opportunity to really shine. I mean, obviously we've seen Molly, the absolute wave magnet, get a couple of moments here and there. But yeah, this is what we've been waiting for, 100%. And today is delivering. I mean, look at Katie's first wave, 917. It's just a sign of things to come.
Oceanside never gets like that, ever. But she's loving it. She's just one of those freakish talents that actually said she didn't want to take her spot when she first qualified, wanted to do some surf trips and do some growing on her own. It only happened once before when Taj Burrow delayed his start to the Dream Tour. Qualified easily, just like Taj did the very next season. It's a different type of confidence that you don't see come around that often. Katie gets a big win over Tatiana Weston-Webb. She'll move to the semifinals as we take a Bonsoy brew break and come back with quarterfinal number 2 right after this. Katie Simmers is enjoying life on the North Shore of Oahu. Special place, special community, amazing waves, the best in the world, and what a way to smile. And gaining a new fan from a performance like that. She can't even count the fans that she's gained in the last couple of years. Competing around the world, a gem of a human being, keeps us laughing, keeps surfing fun. Family there for all the support in the world. Her brother's super entertaining as well. Has some great stories to tell when you get a chance to catch up with him. Katie Simmers into the semifinals here on finals day at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. We had a lot of people here on dark to watch finals day, and they're so happy that they set their alarms nice and early because it has been amazing to watch the semifinals stack up. From John's buzzer beater, from crazy all Maui performances, Imai almost getting the score and just getting the foam ball, picking him up and throwing him upside down. There's been just nonstop action. Now we start a brand new heat. Luana Silva, representing Brazil, but raised here on the North Shore. Brisa Hennessy, representing Costa Rica, started her life in that amazing country and then moved over here to Oahu. So some cool kind of citizen of the world stories there, but both getting to have solid backdoor and pipe. What are your predictions for this matchup, Flick?
Oh, I think it's even. No, you know what? I think my pick right now, just with performance over the last few days, just watching, is Brisa. I just feel like as we see Brisa having a look now.
Brisa Hennessy pulls up and under and tries to get a quick start on Luana Silva. Ends up going down, so priority with Lulu.
Yeah, I think, obviously Brisa's, we know, has spent a lot of time over in Fiji, heavy water reef break, cloud break, and recently been pulling into some big barrels and getting that confidence level right up there. For me right now, I'm right now thinking Brisa. Obviously Luana's grown up here. She's been surfing out here a bit, but obviously not completely, dedicated to being a specialist out here just yet. So as we have a look here, this is Brisa's opening wave. And just a bit of chew time, but it's a little bit small, a little bit crumbly. Didn't really have that clean exit.
Yeah, I have to echo what you've said, Flick. I was actually over in Fiji in November, and there was some late season swells over there, and Brisa was out there every morning. She was doing step-offs on some massive days, and I ended up heading home, and she stayed, and obviously she was living over there with her family, and got so many good swells before heading over to Hawaii, and she was like, I'd rather just get my comfort level up in cloud break waves and just like over these heavy water reefs. She ended up breaking her thumb, I think, as well, in those gnarly conditions. But then she wanted to get that comfort before coming here to Hawaii and having to deal with the crowd. That was her sort of thought. And she leveled up. She started charging.
Absolutely charging, just like we saw in that first heat from Katie Simmers. Katie's with AJ.
Katie, you have been begging for barrels here at Pipeline, and today you started off your heat with an epic one. Before we talk through that 9, I want to ask you, one of the things that we've talked about is just how challenging it is to get waves here at Pipeline. How much did you have to trust all that time you put in the water in order to be ready for this heat?
I mean, that's why we do backside snaps out there the last couple days, so we could have this, like the end goal, I guess, of surfing Pipeline. But yeah, surfing, like, I think I've been telling everyone, like, those were my 2 only waves I've had my whole season here. Like, I kind of, like, can't really get waves here, so you kind of just have to imagine what you would be doing if there's no one out, kind of, on those good days, and you only get a few good days, and there's always, like, maybe 150 people out. Like, this morning, I was, like, turning around on a couple, and, like, I turned around into people, like, when I was trying to turn around to get a wave, like, I was hitting people, like, just knocking elbows with people, and I don't know, it's so irritating trying to get a wave here. Like, I've definitely come in with tears a couple free surfs out here, just sitting for, like, 3 hours and just not getting anything. So this morning I was just like, okay, don't get frustrated. Like, I know you're gonna get frustrated, but, like, try just like, picture what it would be like with no one out, and kind of just picturing that definitely made me feel better about everything. And I, like, took one of, like, a horrible wave, like, just a steep kind of foamy wave, and just had, like, the sketchiest drop, but just, like, get a feel for it, because the last couple days I've been, like, literally surfing sandbar and just getting, like, 1 foot little barrels or, like, doing turns. So it's so weird when, like, you wake up in the morning and it sounds like there's a storm, like, it sounds like thunder, but it's waves, and you're like, what the heck, this is terrifying. I was terrified out there, but I'm glad I got some.
You didn't look terrified starting the heat off with that 9. Walk us through that wave and how all those waves that you mind surfed made it possible for you to actually surf that one and get a massive score.
Shoot, it happened so fast out here, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, I guess I was just kind of eyeing those backdoor ones because I knew Tati was a goofy footer, so she wasn't even going to look at those. So I was like, yeah, I'm just going to kind of sit at backdoor in the beginning when there's no priority, and then that one came, I was like, I can't not go on that one. And it was just, I don't know, I just set my line, and the wave was like, it's pretty nice. But I got pretty rattled on my friggin' big one I went on. That was a dumb decision to go. I kind of got, like, pushed to the reef on that one. But yeah, this wave is, like, so just scary. Like, me and Tati were just like, just be safe out there. Like, get good waves, but, like, just try to be safe, because this wave is just, like, super just powerful, and just, I don't know.
On to the semifinals. How do you get ready for it?
Just try to calm myself down and be like, you're still trying to surf a heat. Like, you're surfing perfect waves, but still trying to kind of, like, surf a heat out there. Like, rather than surfing Pipeline, you're trying to surf a heat too. So do a little bit of both.
A little bit of both. Can't wait to see it, Katie. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, AJ. And maybe one of my favorite interviews with Katie Simmers, you know, since she's been on tour, you know, she didn't have to, like, find the words to say. It was all flowing out of her. The emotion of finally getting the wave she dreamed of in the heat, surfing all those crowded days and coming in empty-handed. A total turning point. But you can tell for her, this is why she's here. It's got to be her favorite heat she's had on tour, Flick.
Oh, for sure. And that was my favourite post-heat interview. We got a lot of dialogue out of her then, and a lot of inner dialogue that she's probably thinking about, but she actually let us in there, which was really cool to hear. I've just got to back tag on what she was saying. You know, days out at Pipe or any of these big wave spots, you can go out there and literally sit for anywhere to 3 to 5 hours. I mean, I know the big wave spots, and even Laura and I both, we can talk about this, but you can sit for 3 hours and like only catch maybe one wave or no waves and just paddle on in. You know, it's so hard here to really make a name for yourself and even just like try and figure out a lineup. So Katie just like totally stoked that she got to have a heat out there.
Yeah, no, I actually loved her talking about her frustrations, and I feel like, you know, a lot of these surfers that are veterans here that have also had those frustrations in the past. I think you kind of get to the point where, you know, you can have no expectations heading out there and go out there with different reasons. But for someone like Katie who hasn't had that moment, who hasn't had that wave this season, you could tell that was just really, really getting to her. So I'm stoked that she was able to just go out there and get some waves and get bowed. And I mean, it's why a lot of people end up going down to off the wall, where it's like pretty much a closeout, because you're like, there's no one down here. You might get the odd diamond in the rough, but yeah, nothing like getting that proper beautiful backdoor wave.
It's just so beautiful, you know, given a platform, given the chance to see what we just got to witness, you know, and how great it is to have the first event for men and women at Pipeline, this new generation of absolute chargers. You know, that's just speaking to the caliber of Katie's talent and the tour. You know, for her to actually never have a wave like that before and perform, not every surfer's doing that, even in an uncrowded lineup. Katie's just got that world champ type ability. She's an absolute natural, and she'll be back out there in the semifinals as we have a special treat for the surfers that participated in the Rising Tides program to now say that Katie Simmers is their friend.
Yeah, it's such an amazing program, and just being able to get so close to Katie. I mean, these girls are idolizing her, looking up to her, seeing her drop a 917, and then next minute they get to go chat with her and she's signing autographs. It's a really cool moment. But I just want to backtrack what you were saying, Joe, about, you know, given the opportunity, they'll rise, you know. And I think before there was the odd few women on tour that were real, you know, they did love these waves of consequence, right? But if you're not given that opportunity on tour where, hey, okay, I'm looking at the year ahead, I've got to surf pipe, got to go to Tahiti, you know, Margaret, all these waves, right? If they're not on tour, I mean, you're away for the whole year. You're not going to go off on all these trips, like potentially going to injure yourself at surfing a wave like this, and you just don't have enough time, right? But sort of forcing the issue and making these waves on tour has sort of leveled up a lot of these women, and they've been like, you know what, I need to spend time at these waves. I need to spend time at these locations. We've seen Katie go on a trip to Tahiti, just not during an event, but just to go get practice there. Caroline did the same. So all these women really starting to push themselves, and they've also been a lot of them have been pretty honest about, you know what, yeah, it scares me, but you know what, I'm going to do it anyway.
So cool. And there's some surfers that don't need a reason to be out here. Laura could be riding twin fins, and she's allowed to. She had a great career on tour, and you're going, I'm going to pipe. I want some solid energy and see this next generation rise and be out there with them in the lineup as well. We're going to take a quick break. Quarterfinal number 2 continues right after this.
Back. I'm so excited for this very first Rising Tides of the 2024 WSL-CT season.
This is what surfing is all about, is about sharing it with other people, especially the next generation, inspiring and empowering them to go after their dreams and to live fearlessly.
I'm grateful to be surrounded by the people you look up to.
I would love to be on the championship tour because I would just like to make my family proud and just win.
Are we all gonna get some good party waves?
Yeah.
Thinking to myself when I was their age, this would have been the coolest thing ever to come surf with some of my idols and heroes.
And that's where you actually start to see the pieces come together for these girls, because it goes from oh, I dream of being on tour someday, to I know what it takes to get there.
Our future is in good hands.
Absolutely love the WSL Rising Tides program presented by Pura Vida. They've had so many great stories over the years. One of my favorites, India Robinson, you know, coming through that event and then being on tour soon after and caddying for her heroes. It's just so cool how quickly the turnaround is from that Rising Tides program and then seeing them get into the biggest stage in the world. Brisa Hennessy still with Luana Silva here in quarterfinal number 2. We saw Brisa go quickly on a smaller one at Backdoor, and she went down. Lulu took a look, 0.3. So it's still wide open with 13 minutes to go. And as you set up those scenarios, it's just really different, you know, at pipe and Backdoor at this size. When you talk about just 2 attempts, kind of like what we saw with Jordy and Ethan this morning, or excuse me, Connor and Ethan this morning, just a few waves ridden, where there's still a lot going on in between the waves, trying to make sure you're choosing the right ones and making out the other end. As we see a paddle now, it will be Lulu. Little out in front of pipe, up and out.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Lulu. I feel like she was actually looking at Backdoor there. I turned over my shoulder and the Backdoor wave did spit, but it seemed like she just couldn't get into it. And so it kind of just left her having to take a look left and get out of there, because she was just that bit too late to even try and make it into that Backdoor section.
I think when Ross was in the booth earlier, he mentioned this, and you were talking about there's a lot going down between these moments. I mean, you might only be catching a few waves during the heat, right? But I think a lot of it comes down to positioning, and they're constantly repositioning depending on, you know, what sort of angle these sets are coming in on the reef, and if there's a little bit more water moving out the back. Like, you've constantly got to be repositioning out there. And he was saying a lot of the hard work is done before you even catch the wave, right? So depending on how deep you're going to be in this barrel is going to be where you position yourself 10 strokes before you even paddle in. So super crucial to just keep, you know, repositioning, have those lineups, maybe those boils at those sort of certain sections in the reef that you know is those spots that are going to work for you. But yeah, the girls just doing a fair bit of repositioning at the moment. Looks like Luana maybe having a little look here.
And hold it back there. So Luana Silva with priority, just chasing a 0.54. So not much. They're just knowing that it's just coming down to maybe one decision now on the back end of this quarterfinal. Brisa had a couple of big wins over Lulu in Lulu's rookie season on tour. Silva had to go back to the Challenger Series. It was an incredibly emotional mid-season cut. It was kind of like brand new, hadn't gone through it yet in this version of it that we have today. And Margaret River was just this like really sad kind of feeling in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. People not understanding really what the Challenger Series meant at the time and knowing how quickly they can come back. Now we've got some great stories coming out of, you know, the new tours where the Molly Picklum come back, you know, Chianca come back, Fioravanti come back, where they almost realize it's not getting sent off into your career. It's actually a new opportunity to reestablish yourself and actually come back better.
Yeah, well, when I was on tour, it was, you know, if you fell off the tour, you're off for the whole entire next year. So to have the opportunity to go on the Challenger Series the same year and then re-qualify and be back on tour, that is pretty amazing. And even though you're in for, you know, it's heartbreaking to be off tour if you've been cut, you just have to pick up and move on and go do your thing. And, you know, we saw Sammy Pupo last year, didn't make the cut at Margaret River, but then went on to win the Challenger Series at the Gold Coast, and he came out of the gates absolutely firing, qualified back on the tour. And everyone that has been through that Challenger Series after getting cut has come back in some ways stronger, more evolved. Betty Lou's been there, Luana's been there, yeah, like you said, Molly Picklum, Sammy Pupo, Joao Chianca. So yeah, it's
pretty amazing. Then you see Snapper on the Challenger Series, and people started actually contemplating coming out of retirement, you know, to make another run at the Dream Tour with 9:22 on the clock. We've seen a lot of action already on finals day, as we still have Brisa and Lulu in the lineup. I want to get you caught up with the Pulse, just focusing on the major highlights from the day. Connor O'Leary and Ethan Ewing, 4 waves ridden in this first heat of the morning. Connor ended up getting past Ewing with the help of this 6.5 at Backdoor. An absolute beast of a wave. Connor into his 3rd career semifinal. His mom loves it. And first as ever at Pipeline for O'Leary. Then Mamiya just put on a show for the local crew, representing the 96712 and the NSB. Baron, Mamiya feeling comfortable. Little flex right there. He was feeling it. Couple of big 7s. Moving on to the next round, the semifinals. Then John Florence, Leo Fioravanti, really back and forth. 32 seconds remaining in the heat. JJF trailing, pulls into this pipe bomb. Got the 8-point ride. He'll be taking on Ian Gentil in the semifinals. 3 surfers representing Hawaii in the semifinals as we check out what's to come in the next round for the men. Look at these matchups here. We've got O'Leary taking on Baron Mamiya. Ian Gentil with his hands full with John Florence.
Oh, wow. And I was just going to say, it is very rare to see John, have that emotion come out of him. But you could just tell right then that that meant so much to him to finally get the opportunity. He's had a lot of heats in the last couple of years that have just not gone his way. Or, with 30 seconds to go, someone's gotten the score. So he's going to be feeling amazing going into that semi-final. And, semi-final number 1, Connor and Baron, these are going to be some absolute crackers.
It's pretty wild when you see kind of some cool stories there. It's like Baron Mamiya, a little bit younger than John, of course, but both with the strength of the hometown crowd and knowing pipe and backdoor like the back of their hand. And we've got a rider up. Brisa Hennessy hits this section off the top and will straighten out. It's always a smart way to reroute yourself, especially going right, going all the way around, sometimes even getting scooped up by the ski to end up in the channel.
Yeah, I think especially on a day like today, there's a few big sets coming through, so she's going to paddle around. Hawaiian Water Patrol are going to come in pretty quick and scoop her up.
Yeah, I think Brisa took off on this one hoping that section was maybe going to bowl out and barrel, but unfortunately it didn't, so it's pretty smart of her to still just try to get a tap in there because, 6.5 minutes, you just never know what points might, actually matter at the end of this heat.
Just so smart. You never know if it's going to come down to that one maneuver, a 0.5 right now. It's just the battle of ones and 0.47s, so it's wide open. Now Lulu's sitting out there with priority. A surfer who grew up really close to Sunset Beach, but we're on the 7 Mile Miracle, so she's had reps at every venue here on the North Shore her entire life. Making the switch to represent her family to Brazil more recently, which is really cool to see. And obviously speaks Portuguese fluently. Fits really well on tour, especially with Portugal and Brazil on the calendar. And kind of feeds off the cool energy of the Brazilian Storm and all the success that's been happening on the men's side. So now Luana coming off the Challenger Series again with some bigger goals this season and went through the roller coaster of the Challenger Series of being one spot out. Then when the GOAT, the 8-time world champ, Stephanie Gilmore, said she was actually going to take a year off from competition, then Lulu got the announcement that she'd be on tour full time. And it's not just replacement moments. She knows she can plan on being here from Pipe to Margaret River, and she performs. Who knows, maybe WSL Finals.
Absolutely, and I mean, like you said, that was a devastating moment for her in Saquarema to not make the cut, make the qualification into the tour. And, she spent most of her off-season probably feeling like she was, just going to be focusing on the challenges again. But, to get that call up and to be here at Pipeline, it'd feel amazing for her. And obviously to make a quarterfinal finish, she's not done yet, but to make the quarters is just an amazing way to kick off her year.
Such an interesting wave to really break down wave selection when there could be bigger sets coming in at any moment, and you're trying to identify whether you should sit out and wait or if you should really maybe move in and try to get a score on the board. Remember Lulu just the other day had that really cool runner at Backdoor. She gets a lot of speed on her forehand, definitely her strength when it comes to barrel riding, being on her forehand, and you just know she'd be looking for a wave similar to what she had the other day.
For sure. I mean, right now you've got to be thinking Luana's obviously got the upper hand. She's sitting out there with priority, but when we've seen these sets come through, they're usually coming through in 2s and 3s, right? The 2-3 wave sets. So even if Luana has priority, she has that first choice, you've got to be thinking they're both going to get a roll of the dice here, potentially. And with such small scores, it's just going to come down to Luana really nailing the wave selection.
Yeah,
because whoever gets the better wave, right?
Yeah, well, there's kind of 2 types of backdoor waves that come through out here. There's ones that come through that is the teepee, where you've got the right and the back the pipeline left, and then there's these other sort of only backdoor waves that come from the north, and you kind of have to sit in a different position to try to get those, but they're the longer runners along the reef. Looks like there's some big sets coming through out here. So we'll see if the girls can get into a position to try and take advantage of these.
What a feeling that you'd have with priority for Luana Silva and hearing whistles on the beach, screaming from the fans and they're all wanting you to get the wave of your life. For Lulu, she has priority, only needs a 2.03, and it's about to be decision time.
Oh, my heart rate's getting faster, Joe. The way you just explained that, because these are looking like really beautiful sets.
Looks like Lulu not interested with the first one. Brisa takes a look. That one's going to unload.
That first wave just a bit of a closeout here. Looks like this second wave is lining up nicely.
And both decided to opt out of this one because there's definitely more opportunity coming.
Oh my goodness.
Lulu still sitting out the back. Brisa looks. And now we'll see if Lulu will take advantage of this one. That one might be fading down the reef a little bit. She's trying to chase it down.
Unfortunately, this set kind of missed the reef slightly. It was a really, really hard set to read. The girl's slightly out of position there for that last set, but I feel like at this point, Lulu would be looking for something to come through, to look right, to look for the backdoor section.
As you were kind of analyzing that last set, Laura, was it a fair leave to let that set go through, or do you think Lulu would be regretting not making a move on that one?
Yeah, if the women wanted to get into that wave, they would have had to be a bit further out and a bit further across, but from where they were, there was just no entry for them to get into those. And they also kind of shut down. It was like the first part of the section barreled, but then they went into that closeout section, so they would have had to be like a bit further out, and so they just, sort of stuck a bit too close in.
I think they were just out of position for that. I think to have any opportunity on that set, there was maybe one in that set that really stayed open, but, you know, Luana really needed to have a crack. She's got a minute 20. So as we have a look on screen, we've got Tachi and we've got Moana both conversating as we see Luana having a look here.
Here we go. Important ride for Luana Silva out in front. She'll just kick out immediately. Almost surprised she didn't go for turns, not needing much. Brisa Hennessy will now take this wave. Looks like she's locked in. There's her wind up. She will go for a big turn off the top, and a smart move for Brisa, since it's a very close heat. Brisa's mom holding her breath. She'll put the shades on and hide. Katie's such a wonderful human. Always love having a chat about life, but she is all focused on her daughter right now because it's a very, very close heat to make a decision into the semifinals.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate, this right here would be so new for these two women, being out here at pumping pipeline, pumping backdoor. I don't think either of them have really had this opportunity before, so I think they'll take so much out of this learning experience for Luana and for Brisa. To obviously, seems like Brisa is going to be able to sneak through with that last turn, and Luana just not being able to find that wave that she was obviously looking for.
And even think on last of Lulu, just a few turns when it's this close, understanding the situation, just kicking out, definitely didn't help her even get the nod on a small decision. So Brisa, really smart, just hitting the lip there, 2-5 and a 1-5 as the Hennessy family celebrates that move into the semifinals, where Brisa will take on Katie Simmers. Caroline Marks coming up next against Betty Lou. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
It's all happening at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti. Finals day, Brisa Hennessy coming out of quarterfinal number 2 with a win over Luana Silva. Hennessy will be faced up against Katie Simmers when we get to women's semifinal number 1. Hi, I'm Carp Guerrero along with Jesse Mendez, former Triple Crown champ. Jesse, this matchup that we're about in quarterfinal number 3, Caroline Marks, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. This is going to be a very, very competitive heat because I know both of these women charge.
Definitely, and Sakura, in my opinion, is one of the most feisty competitors we have on the women's side. She loves a good battle. She's not scared, mostly with those big names, and we see her up and riding right here.
Sakura Johnson grabbing the rail, getting a turn on her Slater design surfboard, arcs off the bottom, banks off the top again. So looking for the combo platter there with a little pocket ride and then finishing up with some turns. Just 18 years old. 3 seasons on the championship tour for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, North Shore native, Queen of Haleiwa. So that's going to be her start. She's up against the reigning world champion in the way of Caroline Marks. Here's the replay, Jesse.
Yeah, a great start for her. Could have been deeper, you know, like basically 80% of her surfing pipeline is just positioning, but this is a great pin turn right there, just like very vertical. Was able to get that board, even very long board, but she was able to maneuver that very well. So good effort for her there. But yeah, mentioning back to what I was just saying, like 80% of this wave is just positioning yourself. So she was in the shoulder a little too much on that wave. There was a barrel where she took off, so she needed, in order to get that barrel, to be a little bit deeper, probably 10, 15 foot.
Yeah. Pipeline has offered Sakura her best CT result. That was a semi-final placing last year here at the Pipe Pro. We'll see if she can replicate that or maybe even do one better. She's got to get by Caroline Marks, who's been looking very confident in her heats out at Pipeline. Caroline Marks, 6 years on the championship tour. She's already won a world title at just 21 years old. 5 career CT wins under her belt. She got 2 of them just last year, taking a win in El Salvador and then finishing off the year in Tahiti, where Caroline came on top.
Yeah, it's crazy that you mentioned that she's 21. She's such a phenom that she's been around for so long that you almost forget how young she is. Yeah, and good. She's going to be a good one, like probably mostly looking for pipeline waves today. Hopefully some of them come her way.
Well, 4 points was enough to get Brisa Hennessy into the semifinals.
Brisa, we talked about it when you came up. It doesn't have to be pretty. A win is a win. How did you stay calm out there and remind yourself of that fact?
Yeah, that was definitely an ugly win. I definitely wanted to get barreled. I made some mistakes, but honestly, I'm just stoked to get another opportunity and try to send it more. And yeah, hopefully get barreled. That's why we're here. So yeah.
Well, one of the things that we've been talking about with the women in particular is just how hard it is in a free surf to find waves that you can get barreled on. So what did you learn in this heat that you're going to take and apply into your semifinals to hopefully find that barrel?
Yeah, I think there's so many moments that lead up to this moment, right? I have to give a huge shout out to everyone on Emotu and just all my time at Cloudbreak, Benny Wilson and the whole gang over there and my dad. And yeah, it takes a lot of moments to build up to a huge moment. So hopefully little by little, it's crazy if you think about it. Like for you to practice waves like this, you have to surf waves like this. There's no other way to go around it. So you just have to send it and yeah, here we go.
Here we go. On to the next one. Before we let you go, do you have anything you want to say to friends and fans in Costa Rica?
Yeah, estoy muy emocionada y agradecida por esta oportunidad. Están los semifinales. Sí, vamos con todo. Es increíble oportunidad y me siento todo el amor y vamos Costa Rica, pura vida.
We'll see you in your first semifinals here at Pipe, Breeze.
Thanks, AJ.
Yeah, Brisa Hennessy, she's going to have a challenge on her hands in that semifinal #1 because Katie Simmers is looking fearless out here, charging 9.17 backdoor barrel. That's what I was hoping that we would see, pushing the level, pushing the bar upward for the women here at Backdoor and Pipeline, Jesse.
Totally, and she's been doing that. She obviously an up and coming. She surprises us every time she paddles on a wave. You know, yeah. She stands up on a board, and she did that once again. That might have been one of the best ever backdoor tube rides we've ever seen, and she put it on a heat in the first 5 minutes. That's so impressive.
Here we go. Sakura, double arm drag, backdoor barrel. Well negotiated for the Haleiwa girl right there. So that's what we want to see. You talked about positioning. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson was in the perfect position.
Perfect position. And just the difference in between the two waves. Perfect paddle, perfect positioning. She was just behind the curtain and was able to get a great barrel. And she's going to get rewarded very well. She's going to be so stoked. Great way to start a heat. And as you see right here, see, there's a peak in front of her and she just comes from behind and is able to sneak in that nice and clean barrel, come out, and actually somehow paddle back out, which today is not the easiest sometimes.
Like the double arm drag to slow down there, puts the handbrake on just for a moment to make sure she gets behind the curtain. From above, one more look.
Yeah, that's beautiful technique for her right there. And one or two quick bumps to adjust their line. And as you see right here, she's paddling just a little bit behind. Caroline didn't even look at that wave, and he had a great potential to get an average score right there. And actually an easy wave to ride, you know, not much intensity on the takeoff. It just kind of came swinging at a nice speed. And as we see Caroline right here.
Caroline goes pipeline, gets behind the barrel, and comes out. An easy one for Caroline Marks. So we'll see the number that is going to come through for Caroline. Last score for Betty Lou, a 5.67 for that backdoor barrel. The 3 Ps incorporated there. Position, paddle, and then perform for Sakura. Here she goes again from above. Backdoor, pulls in, travels through this barrel, still traveling through it, and almost comes out right there. I like what I'm seeing.
Yes, I definitely like. They're swinging. They're putting themselves in the right spot, and Caroline had a nice left right there. Good technique, good takeoff, and Sakura here, that was a jam of a backdoor wave. I think it just ran a little bit too much as she drove through that barrel in the end. She had to get very tight and high, and as she came through that fumble, she just kind of got buckled, but great effort for her, great ride for both of them.
Yeah, looking for the pickup by Hawaiian Water Patrol on the jet boat ski. One more look at this one.
Okay, this wave a little bit more of intense, you know, like hollower wave. But as I mentioned right here, that wave went pretty high and tight, and she kind of just got clipped by the lip right there. Like it touched her, and there's so much power involved in these waves that it's so easy for you to get buckled off. But great effort for her. She was going to look at a very healthy score if she had came out of that barrel. And you see here on the other hand, just Caroline, just a very easy wave to ride for a pipe. You know, it's still very, any wave here is hard, but just a little smaller wave, less power of the ocean moving through the reef, so it's just easier for her to ride. That's why the score reflected the way it is.
Yeah,
great effort for her.
Yeah, 3.5 for first of Caroline Marks. Hawaiian Water Patrol, Red Bull Jet Ski, Abe Lerner, the pilot there. And looks like it may be Kamalani Ahui as the grabber holding on. Oh, no. Nalu Forsyth. The grabber there, and the best in the business there. Nalu, the grabber on that Hawaiian Water Patrol jet ski, his grandfather, Wally Forsyth, was one of the original big wave riders back when they were making hot curls, basically balsa boards and stuff, and charging 20-foot Waimea. That was Grandpa Forsyth, and there he is, his grandson, as Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Yeah, that's awesome to have actually the Water Patrol. Usually at pipe, you kind of have to do it yourself and figure it out yourself for your way back out. Mostly when you're rolling the dice at backdoor, it could be so brutal. You could spend maybe 5 or 6 minutes trying to pedal back out through pipe because you just keep getting smoked. And this is a huge advantage for them because it gives them the freedom to actually roll the dice more times, you know, and get more opportunities and maybe find waves that you might have not been looking if you had to actually paddle back out on your own. So, yeah, it's great to see everyone helping them out with the skis. And
yeah, they're going to have Hawaiian Water Patrol, City and County lifeguards, all the ski drivers. I anticipate I'm going to be very, very busy in the upcoming days because we're anticipating monster surf to hit the North Shore next week. So those guys get no rest.
I know, and that looks so exciting for anyone that is on the North Shore. It looks like it's going to be some big days, maybe some iffy winds throughout some of the days, but still, you come to the North Shore, you want to see big waves.
Yeah,
we've been getting lately, so it's been fun.
So Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson with that 5.6, 2.67, off to a quick start. 17 minutes remaining for these two surfers. Winner goes into semifinal number 2, and semifinals for the women will follow these quarterfinals. So that'll be our order of events today. And finals day, actually, Jesse, seems to be moving along really, really quickly already.
Yeah, it's because the waves are firing.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
It goes by quick. Like, it's exciting. And you see right here, John just getting ready, getting in the zone. And she actually, I had a talk with her, and she was so baffled on how Caitlin was surfing. She was like, man, what's up with these young girls? Like, they just come with something unlocked.
Yeah.
Like, they're so good at knifing drops and charging, and yeah, I was like, yeah, the young generation, man.
Yeah, I mean, Joanne Defay, 30 years old. She's been 10 years on the CT. We see Steph Gilmore taking a year break, Chris Moore stepping away. I really feel that we are seeing the new generation come up right now. And we'll see that. We'll have an old guard versus new guard in quarterfinal number 4, Molly Picklum up against Joanne Defay. So that'll be a real illustration of, the established professional women and the upcoming young 20-year-old.
Yeah, and that's another big heat because, in my opinion, Molly has been the informed surfer of the event so far on the women's side. Both heats she had, it was over 15 points, so it's not easy to do that out here at Pipe and be that consistent.
Wonderful merchandise collaboration between Vizsla and Florence to make all the gear here. You can go to wslstore.com to get it, or if you're on the beach, we have t-shirt booths right here. Oh my goodness, let's welcome. It's the queen of pipeline on the VIP headset, Moana Jones-Wong. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Kaipo.
It's always good talking to you, Moana.
Yeah, likewise.
Hey, there's been a lot of talk about reps and free surfs and how the women can improve here at Pipeline. You're the classic example of someone who's just put in your time, even though if there's 100 people out there. And now, I see you get waves out here. No problem. But it seems like it's because you put in so much time, Moana.
Yeah, I have definitely put in a lot of time. But for other girls that are on the tour, it would be really hard to put in that same amount of time because they have to be at other places when, they can't always be out at Pipe when Pipe's firing. So I feel like right now, for the girls that are in finals day, they're scoring perfect empty pipeline and they're learning so much right now, and they're going to improve a lot just today.
If you could get some advice to our finals day women, what would you tell them?
I would tell them to not hold back and just send it out there today. Try to catch the bombs of the day.
And you can read the mood of Pipeline. I mean, you spend so much time here. What are you feeling right now on the beach with the swell, with the wind, everything that's going around here?
I mean, it's definitely like a picture-perfect finals day for Pipeline. You couldn't ask for anything more. It's a nice day. Everyone on the beach is hyped up. The ocean is cooperating. Pipeline is doing her thing. And yeah, I couldn't imagine a better finals day.
What about you? What are we going to see you? What's your plans for this year?
This year, I want to go and get some more barrels. I hope after this contest, Pipeline turns on and we can score some late season sessions out here. Hopefully less crowded than this entire winter has been. And hopefully get some waves in Tahiti and might go to Fiji, try to catch some cloud break.
Sweet. Well, how about your good friend, Baron Mamiya? He's in the semifinals.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. I remember the first time when me and Baron first got our wild cards out here at Pipe, and he got knocked out by Kelly Slater, and I think it was the quarterfinals. And I thought if Kelly didn't take him out that year, I thought Baron was going to win for sure. And I think this is his chance, and I think he's going to go all the way.
Yeah, that's true. I'm like an uncle, and I just saw Baron this morning, and I just said 3 words to him. This is your day. That was actually 4 words.
It's his
Today's
day.
your day is what I said. Today's your day. Yeah.
He's going to do it.
All right. Well, thank you so much for catching up with us, Moana, and love seeing what you're doing out here right now. I think you're an inspiration to all the women and you're pushing the limits out here at the world's most dangerous wave and making it look good.
Thank you, guys.
Moana Jones-Wong, an absolute young legend.
She had a chat with Tachi after the heat. She came up and she was like, good job. I loved how you charged and swinged on waves that were waves of consequences, bigger waves for the day. And she actually gave her a little tip. She was like, hey, you just need repetition in order to get comfortable with the takeoff. Once you get comfortable with the takeoff and being under and airdropping, it makes your work much easier to down the line. So, she's the best out here at Pipeline by a good margin because she has so much experience. So I listened to that, and it's nice that she's sharing that with other people.
But I also feel, Jesse, you've caught pipe waves before. I also feel like you said it's just about the commitment. You have to be 100% when you're paddling for a wave out here.
Yeah, because it comes from so deep, such a deep water into a shallow reef. So the wave moves so much faster than your typical Huntington Beach, Diba, or anywhere you are in the world, you know? So you have to commit before the wave comes to you. You have to start scratching it as hard as you can pretty much. And you see those guys. It's either that or you're just a freak of nature like John, Barron, Jack Robinson, and I'll name a few, Kelly, and I'll miss a bunch of them, but they're able to actually not paddle so much, but they're sitting way too under, and you do not want to be where they are.
Yeah, that's so scary stuff. Well, 11 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. Sakura in the lead. Caroline needs a 4.85. We'll be back with the conclusion of quarterfinal number 3 after this. '23 Teaupo Ava Hawaii. The wave here at the end of the road. Caroline Marks bested everyone. Took out a win here. Set herself up for a Final 5 appearance and eventually a world title. Great surfing in Tahiti for Caroline Marks and the win, Jesse.
Yeah, just on point. I was actually at the event. She picked right waves. She was surfing solid, consistent, and picking those runners down the line, which is great for goofy footers because you have that drive from your front foot and you're able to pump inside the barrel. So, yeah, just smart surfing overall for her, and that's basically it. Took the win.
Yep. And here she is up against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Looks like we got a wave coming through here. Caroline looking left, Sakura looking right. We're going to stick with the backdoor wave for Sakura. Pumps through there. Nice adjustment of speed. Straightens out for completion. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson looking to improve upon her 2.67. I think she just did that, Jesse.
Yeah, good work from her. Identify a great backdoor wave. Just the size that you want for those girls today. Like medium-sized wave, very clean down the line, and Caroline on the split peak. Let's see what happened here. Nice takeoff for her right there. And yeah, nice cover up. She would have probably loved to be a little bit deeper. And what I've mentioned before, like when you're surfing pipeline and backdoor, you have to come from behind. Otherwise, the wave has so much power that just pushes you. And that's what happened right here. She was a little bit in front. Still a great ride for her, but I'm sure she would have liked to be deeper on that one. And on the other hand, here you have Sakura, which she was deep enough, but she had that extra pump right there that just put her a little bit in front. And then the wave started running. Not an easy wave to read. It was pretty straight, but still, like, she probably could have capitalized. There's a little bit more meat on the bone on that wave if she hasn't had that first pump and set her line.
Score comes through as a 6-point ride for Sakura. She's got a strong lead over Caroline Marks. Still waiting for the effort. Comes in at a 3-point ride for Caroline. There's all the numbers that formulated to that score, Jesse.
Yeah, just I think those both scores were perfectly reading because way more intensity on Sakura's wave. She was deeper. The wave grew. On the other hand, Caroline's wave was actually getting smaller because that's kind of typical of pipeline. Like it starts pretty tall and then it gets smaller as it goes. And backdoor, on the other hand, is the opposite. Like there's a lot of growers, which we call in surfing, which you take off on a 3-foot and the wave ended up being a 6-foot. And she was just a bit deeper. She had a few pumps in the barrel, which is very technical, so way more degree of difficulty, and she got rewarded.
Yeah, 2023 was the year of Caroline Marks here. 2 event wins, El Salvador and Tahiti. Look at the heat winning percentage last year, 74.3%, best on tour for 2023.
That's incredible stats right there. Just think about that, and you're going against someone like that, you're like, whoa, my chances of making this heat are more slim. So good effort for Sakura right there, being the underdog. But in my opinion, with the conditions we got today, she would have been a great pick for this heat because she charges and she's from here. She's used to the lineup. 100% surfed this wave more than Caroline have, not being from here. So 6 minutes left.
Yeah, their numbers coming in as far as pipe stats for these two. 3 starts each here at Pipeline. Caroline Marks winning 3 out of the 5 heats that she's surfed for a 60% heat winning percentage. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson surfed 8 heats of pipeline, 4 heat wins for a 50% heat winning percentage between the two as we look at the numbers coming into this heat. Big sets coming through here. And Sakura's on the move.
Hey, let me tell you one thing. I just looked back right now, and you can see it. It's straight offshore. It's getting so groomed and nice. As the day goes on, we're going to see so many good waves. It's very exciting to be part of this finals right here because look at this.
Look at this one. Sakura, this thing's a beast. Draining down the line, spit through. Sakura Johnson comes out. And
that we were looking for, a double up out here. It's so hard to get, underneath. And that was beautiful wave from Sakura. And
wow.
Hey, this has, this has to be close at that point, right?
Come on. That thing was a spooky, scary, wide, dredging backdoor barrel. Here it is.
Check this out. Like, it starts to double up, and it gets on the first shelf right there. She has to knife it so nicely in 1, 2, 3 pumps coming after the spit. That was just perfectly reading. That was the best wave of the day so far on the woman's side. And check this out. This paddle, the wave doubles up. She was just under enough. Nice double hand drag, and right there she's just starting. Paddle to the metal. 3 pumps coming out of this after the spit. That's miles ahead of her 6-point ride. So that was as good as it gets for backdoor. Right here, she stalls, identify the wave's going to start running. 1, 2, and the third, and she shifts the foot forward too. Like you see, her back foot is in front of the front of the pad right there, as you see it, and that just gives her the stability and the drive that she needs for that wave. And that was amazing.
Well, the number. It's a large one, a 9.7 for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Kind of surprised there's not a 10 in there, but hey, she'll take the 9.7.
Yeah, any day. But, I know it's very tough. It's easy to say from here sitting down.
Yeah.
Going backside backdoor is not easy, but backdoor doesn't get better than this right now. Like, I'm sure it does, but like this is basically as good as it gets, and she's going for another wave. She's on a heater right now. Let's see what's going to happen.
Talk about rhythm. Another bubble traveling through the green room, but this one will not let her out. That 9.7 for Sakura, her highest single wave score of her professional career. 8.83 was her previous benchmark. She's having a great heat.
Are you kidding me? She's like has backdoor on lock pretty much by herself right now, and she's making the most of it. She's having such a good time right now.
And sometimes it's about that, right? Rhythm, as well as just having the confidence. I'm sure coming out of that gnarly backdoor barrel has put so much pep in her step and so much confidence for Sakura.
For sure, because for those women right there, most of them, they haven't had that amazing barrel in the heat in a jersey here still. So for her to get that, it's like a barrier breaker, She broke the ice, and now she's ready for more to come, Like she can't wait.
And it's got to feel good when you hear the roar of the beach. We have thousands of people here at Ehukai for finals day. It's a beautiful Hawaiian day. Hawaiian Water Patrol, Red Bull Jet Ski, grabbing Sakura. And it's going to take her to the channel there. We have assists through the day for both broken boards as we look into our heat check with time on the clock. And on the bottom, you can see top scores for each of the surfers and each of the individual judge scores as well.
Yeah, you can see the spread. They actually went pretty tight. I think when it's those waves close to 10, usually the scores come pretty tight because that's the limit, and it was very close. They all have probably the instinct of was that a 10-point ride, Which, in my opinion, that was the best wave of the day by far. That was the deepest, the longest. It was perfect. She came out of the spit, so yeah.
And I understand they don't want to give away a 10 too early because the day is still presenting itself. But yeah, whatever it is, that's a highlight reel moment. Could be our Nissan Cup Noodle wave of the day. It is so far with that 9.7.
Yes, I agree with you. That was beautiful. Hopefully it's not, because
I want to see some 10s.
I want to see some 10s.
I want to give away some Yeti Tundras,
right?
And Yeti gear. So, and if today has it feels to me, Jesse, you tell me, are there 10s out there?
There's plenty of 10s. It's just about you being in the right place almost actually in the wrong place in order to be right. You know, like you want to be just a little too deep. That's what they're asking for those standpoint rides. They want to see you almost not make it, ride you off, and then you somehow come out. So you almost want to be a little late, something going wrong your way, and you just squeeze to make it happen, you know. And there's a few people that are very capable of doing that. We know on the men's side, John and Barrow probably the favors of pulling that off.
Yeah. Well, I think Sakura had us on the edge of our seats with that wave, and she's going to get congratulated right now from our reigning world champ, Caroline Marks. Great hugs there, Caroline. Walking away with the season with an equal 5th from pipe. Sakura Johnson moving on into semifinal 2, and perhaps the cup noodle wave of the day. We'll see how that plays out. We'll take a look at this wave one more time for your enjoyment. We'll be back with quarterfinal number 4 right after this.
Congratulations, you have provisionally qualified for Paris 2024.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, the Olympics is one of the coolest experiences of my life.
With the experience under my belt, I have a really great chance at winning the Olympics.
It would mean the world if I could get that medal.
So many brilliant athletes.
Just gotta work hard and do my best.
You feel like you're representing every single person. You're a medalist forever. Those people are not forgotten.
Follow the journey with Tahiti-bound champion by Shiseido on WorldSurfLeague.com. It's the road to the 2024 Paris Olympics. Quarterfinal number 4 out in the water. Molly Picklum up against Joanne Defay. A tale of the new guard versus the veteran in this quarterfinal number 4. Molly Picklum, just 21 years old. Tour veteran Joanne Defay, 30 years old, 10 years on the championship tour, with 5 CT wins to her credit. We're going to start with Pickles, Molly Picklum. And knifing a drop on a big pipe wave, Jesse.
Yeah, I know she didn't get barreled on that wave, but what's impressive for me, mostly on the woman's side, is how Molly is capable of slowing herself down backhand on a very heavy wave. As you check here, obviously the Zengo is going to help her disappear, but the takeoff is what it's all about on that wave. Like, she was able to wipe her speed out, even with all that water moving and pushing her board out. Like, it's so hard to do that, and it's very critical. I know she's not going to get a big score, but that was impressive to see on the woman's side.
Yeah. Pickles on the paddle again, under the ledge, and showing intent there. Molly Picklum, round of 16, got to this quarterfinals up against Alyssa Spencer, the rookie. Molly had a great heat, 8.17 at Backdoor, and 7.33, 15.5 two-wave total for Molly Picklum in her round of 16 heat. Showed, you know, really that she wants it out here, and she is a great pipe and backdoor surfer.
No doubt about it. And she mentioned in her interview after the first heat, she mentioned that I actually feel very comfortable here. I love being here. And for you to be a good surfer, a good competitor at Pipeline, first needs to come to love. Like, you need to like this wave. You need to feel comfortable in the challenging conditions that it gives it to you. So that's the first step. She got it done, and she put in time, and she has the technique and the talent, so she's killing it.
Picklum took a win at Sunset last year, and after that win, moving into the next stop in Portugal, is wearing the yellow jersey as the rankings leader. Molly also has won a specialty event out here at Pipeline, and in that event, she got a number of really, really big square backdoor barrels.
Yeah, and that's the experience in the jersey here is so clutch. The more you compete, the better you know how to react to what Pipeline's going to give you or backdoor. So she has an advantage because she did a few of those events, and she actually went pretty far, went on to win. So it's just extra baggage that she has in her belt that most of the surfers on tour don't have.
Yeah. Joanne Defay, however, she's no slouch, big lefts, and we're going to get to Joanne. Like I said, 10th year on the championship tour. She's got 5 career CT events wins, Joanne Defay. And those wins happen mostly in lefts. In 2022, she won in G-Land. 2018, she won at Uluwatu. She won in 2016 in Fiji. Mixed in with that, a Surf Ranch win, as well as a U.S. Open win. Joanne Defay, certainly a surfer that, you know, that has been on the top of women's professional surfing for now a decade.
Yeah, it's so impressive. Like, to get one CT win, like the percentage of that to happen, like the reality of that is so little, and to have 5 under her belt, that's so cool. Like, props to her to been put in such a high level of surfing for the last decade. So it's good to see her here still.
Let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks and see what you thought about the winner in this heat, or projected. Here we go, 79% for Molly Picklum. So she seems to be the fan favorite to move into the semifinals, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's all because of her performance. That's based on her performance here, her level of confidence out here. And she's proven that in this event and previous this event. And yeah, and
our analytics back the fan picks as well. Molly Picklum with a 71% heat winning percentage at 3 starts here at Pipeline. Picklum surfed 7 heats at Pipe and has won 5 of them. Joanne Defay, 3 starts here at Pipe, 40% heat winning percentage. She surfed 5 heats here and has won 2 of those heats. So we looked at the analytics numbers, kind of matches with the fan picks, but one thing we know about surfing, you can't really predict anything.
It's so unpredictable. It's crazy. Like, yeah, it's mostly in a day like today, it's so easy for things to not roll your way and you just be out of rhythm and always a little, like a foot deeper than you should be. And looks like we have some sets approaching.
We sure do. Jojo, Joanne Defay with priority. Picklum just moving probably further in on the ledge here. Fine line, isn't it, Jesse?
Yeah, it's a fine line because there will be those waves that are just going to stack up out the back and you're not going to be able to get to. But at this moment with the swell decreasing, the wave tend to come, like, lose a little bit of power and come into the reef a little bit more. So smart adjust there for her. Like, I'm sure she's noticed that it cleaned up a lot. Like, it lost a little bit of, ooh, someone's belly.
Here she goes, Joanne. Backdoor. And that wave did not present itself, so priority switches over to Molly Picklum.
Yeah, not a great wave selection right there. Missed opportunity, lost priority, and now Molly's going to sit with priority and is going to have the right of way. You could kind of see, like, the 2 waves before moved a lot of water and made a lot of whitewash, and as she was paddling for the wave, you could see that whitewash down the line. So you kind of want to avoid that most times because that really makes things tricky for you to ride, and usually the wave doesn't have the best shape once that happens. So
more sets on the way, and Picklum holding priority. She's going to have her choice of, it looks like, 4 waves that are going to hit the reef. Hopefully they hit them in the same spot. As these swells mature as well, the northerly aspect continues to be more and more evident. So sometimes the energy as these swells mature can shift over more down the beach to off the wall. So that's another thing to watch out for.
Yeah, and that's true. The last few sets have really been a magnet at off the wall. You can see them just marching through that way, but sometimes waves like this come, the deep pipe waves, you know, like Wakita Bow type of deal. And we see Molly paddling right now.
Oh, here we go. Picklum, look at this thing. And knifes into it. Pipeline barrel. She's going to get clamped, but charging.
Yeah, she's charging. I knew when I saw the heat coming up, I knew she was going to do it. There's no doubt on that. Just sitting a little bit too deep. Maybe needed one big pump right there when she bottom turned, but still, I think she would have been too deep anyways. But great effort for her right there.
Queen of Haleiwa, Sakura Johnson, is into the semifinals. Let's hear from Sakura.
She is the Queen of Haleiwa, but watch out. Coming for Pipeline today, walk us through how all the time that you put in here in the water paid off in your heat today.
Yes, I mean, any time that I get to spend out here, it always just, you know, you just have to keep putting time, especially here at Pipe. And yeah, just really happy to get these conditions, these waves, and I think all of us girls, even the men, are just, these are the days we dream of.
Speaking of dreams, how about that 9.7? What a dream that backdoor barrel was. What did you see on that wave? Walk us through it.
Oh my goodness, well that was under priority. Caroline had priority on that wave and she wasn't really looking, so I was like, okay, this thing is going to hit the reef really well. So yeah, committed, put my head down and went for it, and yeah, made it out, so couldn't be more stoked.
Made it out with style. I know you've had some board changes throughout this competition. What are you riding into the semifinals?
Right now, well today I took out a 6.6 Slater Tokoro. I'll probably take out the same board just because it helps the paddle power, and yeah, I can just get in it early and yeah, pumped.
I mean, why fix what isn't broke? We'll see you in the semifinals.
Thank you so much. Thanks guys for your support.
Yeah, that Slater Designs collaboration with Wade Tokoro, the Houdini model, under the feet of Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. By the way, Wade Tokoro, we've seen a number of surfers switching on that. When we talk about the Vista CT Shaper rankings, semi-finalist Connor O'Leary has been riding Tokoros also in his heat. So, Wade, you're getting some points.
You definitely are, and yeah, I've rode Wade's boards forever, and it works so well everywhere, but here especially. And Molly.
Picklum picks up this one, gets behind the curtain, tries to fight for an exit, but unable to do so, but staying very busy out in the lineup. Yeah, to your Wades, I mean, I've had a bunch of Wades. They're great boards, and Wade Tokoro does his own research and development because he's a great pipe surfer as well.
Man, it's crazy how much Wade charges. Like, he'll be the first guy out at pipeline.
And dark every time.
Dark. And yeah, it's just, he puts into test, and no one better to actually put it to test than him, you know?
Yeah, we'll keep on updating you on the Vista CT Shaper rankings throughout the day, and we'll probably wrap it up today at the 8:05 post show with our current standings. Again, points to Shapers start at the quarterfinals. And a beautiful shot from above showing the beautifully dangerous reef here at Pipeline. Molly Picklum and Joanne Defay still both surfers looking to put up some type of meaningful score at this point. We're almost halfway through the heat.
Yeah, they're sitting very close. I've noticed Joanne, this whole heat, has been sitting right by Molly, and that's very smart of her because she, for a fact, knows that Molly has more experience out here, and she tends to find the best waves, mostly for backdoor, which Joanne just knows, like, I'm going to sit by her because she can put me actually in a good wave, you know? Maybe if I'm not seeing something, like, and she sees it, I know it's a good one, and yeah, I'll take advantage of that sitting with priority because she's sitting, look at that, she's right by her. There's a huge lineup and she's just on her shoulder. Just, yeah, I think that's her mind right now.
Right. Yeah, good pickup there. Kind of doing two things. You're kind of like drafting off of someone's lineups, and at the same time, you're kind of intimidating them too by being so close to their personal space.
Yeah, it's a win-win, right? Or sometimes you could also get sold lemon and you can go on a bad wave that they looked at it just because they didn't have priority. But I think if she plays a smart game, she could take advantage of that.
Molly Picklum in the round of 16 up against Alyssa Spencer. She got this yesterday. Backdoor barrels, 8.17, 7.33 for Molly Picklum, 15.5 two-wave total. This was beautiful.
Yeah, that was just amazing surfing and even better wave selection. Yesterday was tricky. Like, there's not many good waves, and she found two jams. Like, that was impressive from her. And Joanne on the other side, she's looking at that the whole time. She's watching the event, and she noticed those little things with all the experience that she has.
Live action here. Priority with Defay. Defay scratching into this one. Backdoor stalls off the bottom. Nice tube right there for the surfer from Ewing Island. Adds a big slash on the end there for a little exclamation mark to finish off. Joanne, 4.17 will take it to the lead. I think she got that.
Yes, that was the first complete barrel of the heat so far. And just as I mentioned, you know, like she was right by Molly right there. That perfect backdoor, dreamy backdoor wave came. For today, quite a smaller wave, but just easier entry and easier to ride. And yeah, she did a good job on finding that wave.
She got a 4.83, Defay out to the lead. Picklum with priority out in the red jersey. 2.64 will earn Molly Picklum the lead back. We got some sets coming through here. It's all about wave selection and choice. Oh my goodness, Molly Picklum backdoor. Big wall in front of her, lots of foam on the face. Long release section, Picklum gets through some troubled waters there, and Molly Picklum. Wow.
Are you kidding me? That was great. Like, that wave was beautiful, but as soon as he hit the reef, there's so much whitewash. It was so hard to put your rail right there and keep engaging the fins, and it was a grower too. She took off, it was already 5-6 foot, and the thing grew down the line. That was so hard to read. Like, impressive skills from Molly right there.
Talk about hanging on. That was so difficult. Troubled water, sucking up the face, all that potential cavitation to fins, steps in the wave. I can't wait for this score. I want to see where the judges go with this number.
Yeah, that was a perfect scenario for everything to go wrong. Like, lose the rails, skip the fins, and fall forward, which are the worst wipeouts you can have. And for her to manage to pull that off, that was impressive. See, like, that's coming kind of in an angle. As she's taking off, you can see the wave down the line is growing. She stalls, and right there, so much water with air, just making it very hard for you to manage engaging the rail and the fins, and she was able to do it. That was clutch from her, and just show how much confidence she has in a wave at backdoor. That was excellent surfing on a very good wave, and she got rewarded.
Oh, look at this angle.
Yeah, this is what makes it so tricky on this wave. Right there, she's hitting straight, like almost snowboarding, you know? Like a lot of air in the water, just making it very, very tricky to ride, and she pulled it off somehow.
She willed herself through that section, and she did it again. She got an 8.17 yesterday. This wave, another 8.17 for Molly Picklum.
And just as I felt like it was the first time of the event that she actually had her back against the wall, because she saw that Joanne got a wave right before her, as you can see right here. But see the intensity and difference of the wave. This is just a perfect dreamy backdoor wave. She highlined it a little bit too much, which made her not get as deep as she probably wanted. Nice finish though. But the intensity of the wave was just, whoa, nice wave for Joanne.
Live action, Defay deep in a backdoor barrel, driving through this backdoor barrel, but gets caught up somewhere down the line, incomplete. Joanne's still in the game, just needs a 5.85 to take the lead off of Molly Picklum. Picklum with that valuable 8.17 needs to get a backup.
Yeah, and that was actually, oh, she has her hands. Oh no, she's just waiting for the ski to come. But that actually had the potential of the score that she was needing. The wave just ran a little bit too fast, unfortunately for her.
Let's go to Laura Enever on the VIP headset. Laura, what did you think about Molly Picklum's wave?
Oh, wow. Everyone here in the Red Bull Athlete area literally just had to dive in the bushes to try to see Molly on that last wave. That was one of the biggest sets that we've seen come through in the last sort of hour. And the first wave was a big pipe barrel. It spat. Molly looked at it, but then she let it go. But then the next one, I feel like she almost saw that it like spat and thought she'd made a mistake. So then the next set, she charges down. That wave was also like much further down towards off the wall, the gnarliest section of the reef, and that's why it had all that whitewash. It was such a bomb, and it was so exciting. And yeah, like you guys said, she was hanging on for dear life, and just charging out here.
What a show, Laura.
Yeah, it's just amazing. And I also like to note, you know, I think out of all the women, Molly Picklum has had the most broken boards out of them all. Coming here to Hawaii, it means she's not afraid to just get out there, go for it. She wears her helmet. She's got her long john on. She's been rocking that since she started surfing pipe, because she doesn't want to feel like anything's hindering her, and also to feel that safety that she wants. But there's some amazing waves coming through right now, guys, so I'll let you guys get back to it.
Thank you so much, world record holder Laura Enever, on that analysis. Zooming in from above, Pickles, Molly Picklum taking a look at this one. Scratching in another backdoor bomb for Molly Picklum, stalling off the bottom. Again, some foamy water to get through. A beast of a wave. Molly Picklum is going to ditch that 2.5 that she has in her scoreline.
Man, so gutsy from her. She likes sketchy waves. Like, that was another grower backdoor wave with a lot of foam. Just not as deep, but almost just as intense. Maybe not just as down the line as the other one. But man, I gotta say, she's charging, and that answers what Laura just mentioned. She was the girl with most broken boards. So there's, as you see right here, we'll go back to that after, but take off, a lot of foam again. She's able to get a good cover up. She's gonna better her 2.5, and she made the most out of that wave. That was a very hard wave to surf. And there's two, like, back to what Laura was saying, she broke a lot of boards. There's two ways here for you to learn. Like, you either break boards, or if you're not breaking boards, you're either not charging enough, or you just already passed that part of breaking boards, you know?
And you're making waves.
You're making waves. So in order for you to get that good, someone like John, Gabe, Kelly, and not break as many boards, you have to go through what she's doing right now, and she's killing it.
Yeah, and she's got a great team behind her. DHD, Darren Hamley shaping Molly's boards, and she has a full quiver, and Darren's actually on hand to make any backups that she needs. The 4.33 checks in for Molly Picklum, and she has increased the need for Joanne Defay. Defay with priority, now needing a 7.68. Picklum on the paddle back out. 8 minutes remaining for Joanne to answer back in quarterfinal number 4. More lines coming through here. And we'll see if any of them hit the reef in an optimum angle for Joanne Defay. Just so you can see, we talked about it, it's kind of mixed out here. Not every set's coming from the same direction. I feel some are more northwest and some are more north-northwest right now as we see this swell mature.
Yeah, totally, Kaipa. And that's why we're seeing all of those beautiful backdoor waves. And good call on Surfline, because they actually mentioned that last day of the event there's going to be a lot of backdoors. And occasionally there's going to be that beautiful pipe wave, and we see Molly up and ready.
Under priority, Picklum, long wall in front of the Australian. Punches out the back. And it's time for us to take a break. We'll be back with the conclusion of quarterfinal number 4. Molly Picklum's been charging. She's already gone excellent. Will that continue? You'll find out after we return.
Welcome back to the 2024 Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. Women's heats are in the water, and nobody is loving it more than these girls down here at Rising Tides. First off, Izzy, I want to start with you. How much inspiration, or how much fun are you having being here, getting to see the girls in and out of the water on finals day?
I'm having a lot of fun with all my friends, and it's just an exciting experience.
I know, your first time here. Adia, it's your first time as well. What is the most inspirational part about being here on this day for you?
It's very inspiring to see the girls just shredding and ripping the big barrels and having lots of fun. There's a lot of good vibes going.
Lots of good vibes, lots of shredding, a lot of ripping of the barrels. And then Campbell, I'm going to put you on the spot. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Who are you most excited to see in the semifinals?
Mostly all of them, but mainly Betty Lou. I'm really excited to see her surf in the semifinals.
After that last wave, who doesn't want to see Betty Lou back in the water? Are you girls all having a good time?
Yeah!
So a great time had down here at the beach. Rising Tides happening right now, you guys.
All right, well, thank you to Pura Vida and their support of the Rising Tides, an activation that happens all over the championship tour. Back to live action here with 4 minutes remaining. Joanne Defay holding on to priority. Defay needing a 7.68 to turn the heat on Molly Picklum, who's locked in an excellent score of an 8.17 earlier in this heat. Under 4 minutes. Lines, Jesse, and opportunity, I'm feeling.
Yes, I actually just looked back. The first wave of the set was pretty good, just spat his guts out. They were a little bit out of position, a little bit too out the back. But man, this is turning out to be just a perfect day. It's beautiful and groomed right there. Very consistent too, so there's a lot of opportunities for the surfers, which sometimes, you know, pipeline can be perfect, but a bit slow and just a lot of heavy sets coming through, so it makes it harder for them to compete. But today is plenty of opportunities for all of them.
Yeah, and a much cleaner swell than we've seen earlier in the event window, where we had that crossing east-northeast swell coming through. Now we just have, you know, a really long period, and from a pretty good angle, northwest, north-northwest turning throughout the day, finals day. So We waited to the last day of the event window, but it's paying off right now because this is some classic pipeline and backdoor.
Yeah, what a way to start the year. First day was firing. We had amazing waves, very consistent day as well. Today, even better. Like, it's cleaner. Like, it's just, yeah, perfect pipeline and backdoor. Great size as well. So nice to kick off that way.
Well, the surfer from Reunion Island, Joanne Defay, down to 2.5 minutes with priority, needs a pretty chunky score of a 7.68. Looks like she may be interested in this one. And just slows her paddle down to make sure that she doesn't show any intent on that wave so she can hang on to that priority. Little wind swirling right now, Jesse. It's still offshore.
Still offshore, yeah. Probably it's not as southeast as it was like probably 10 minutes ago. Swinged a little bit to the right more, going into the left. So, I mean, it's still pretty good, and I don't think it's going to affect so much because and the good thing about it too, there's no water moving in between sets right there. It's just calm. So every time the set comes, it's actually hitting very flat water, and there's no backwashes or lumps or anything. It's just a typical pipeline, perfect day. So, and we got about 1 minute and 30 left right there. It looks like we have some waves on the horizon coming. Like, they're actually stacking up. I'm not sure if they're gonna get here on time. They might. You see this lineup right here. It's beautiful. You can actually check. So what's happening right there? Those waves are stacking up in that area because there's the third reef pipeline.
Yeah.
The Banzai, which it's word known, and it's the shallower part of the reef that stacks those waves up. If it's a little bit bigger, it would have been breaking there. But today is just kind of funneling all the energy and going into the first reef, and sometimes it's actually missing us and going into the left of the camera right there where those two guys are sitting, and off the wall it has some beautiful waves today as well.
Yeah, the more northerly swells will kind of pass by pipe and backdoor and hit, as you see, the top of your screen right there towards off the wall. A break named basically because there's a rock wall there, and all the surfers would sit on top of the wall, and the property owner would say, "Hey, get off my wall."
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
I always wonder why it has that name.
Rock.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they'd hang out all day there in the 70s, and then the guy would come out like, "Hey,
get out,
get off my wall," and then hence off the wall. Or so legend has it. 5 seconds remaining here, and it looks like congratulations to Molly Picklum. She's going to have to hit the beach, reset real soon, because she's going to be in semifinal number 2 up against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Molly putting up an excellent score there with that 8.17 for the victory. So semifinal number 1 for the women has started. Caitlin Simmers versus Brisa Hennessy. Simmers. Oh no, that's Molly coming in. Can't tell from drone. We'll tell you something. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Semifinal number 1 out in the water. Caitlin Simmers up against Brisa Hennessy.
John Florence in the barrel and pipeline. Let's go. Ikagi!
In the pipeline barrel, come on! Yes!
Iggy in the barrel, stalls, double hand drag, out with the spit.
It's time for the semifinals here at the Banzai Pipeline. Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. Caitlin Simmers taking on Brisa Hennessy, and we're going to see Betty Lou take on Molly Picklum. Picklum's with AJ.
Yeah, we're walking with Molly Picklum right now. She has to get back in the water for the semifinals in just a minute. Molly, though, quarterfinal finish already. Walk me through how much fun you were having at Pipeline in these conditions, searching for those barrels.
Yeah, I mean,
Pipe's really lit up today, and I'm super happy to be out there. I just hope I get better waves again, but I'm glad to have made that heat.
And you got that 8 in that last heat. It seems you've just been so consistent this entire competition. How do you carry that momentum into the semifinals?
Let's hope the waves keep the momentum and then we get numbers. So, yeah, I'm really happy we're out there soon. So I'm going to run and drink some water, have some food, and hopefully barrels for lunch.
Barrels for lunch. We'll see you then, Molly. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone, tuning in.
Let's give a round of
What a little legend. Molly Picklum even had time for us in between heats. She's got a semifinal to think about, which is coming up right after this. She's been picking off 8s in every round, no matter what the conditions look like. She's just been in her happy place. Just got a message from her coach, Glenn Micro Hall. He's like, every bit of today is making my soul happy. You know, seeing Molly and all the women charge, being here at Pipeline on a day like today. As we know, Micro, longtime competitor, has been on the CTs, been around surfing a long time. But this is one for the books, as we have Katie already on the board here. Flick, let's see what happened.
Yeah, Katie choosing to go left into that pipe barrel there, but it just ran off. That one stayed really open. You've got to think maybe if she could been a little bit wider, she would have been able to make it through this one. But this is Brisa just going down on her first wave. Really just sort of tomahawking down the face there. So wipe out for Brisa and a little bit of true time for Katie.
What a great heat. Katie Simmers, fresh off a backdoor bomb, 917 in the quarterfinal. Let's see if she can keep this momentum going against Brisa. As we know, Brisa's looking for her second career win this year. It could happen today, but she also will be in familiar winning territory at the next stop of the season, just at Sunset Beach, which starts on Monday. As we'll check in with Strider. Big semifinal already underway, Was.
Yeah, you know what? Semifinals, Pipeline, the whole thing today has been next level. But really to note, the ladies have stepped up in a huge way. It's a historical day for the ladies out here at Pipeline. I'm watching them charge. Molly knifing in backhand and, getting those huge backdoor waves. Betty, everybody just giving it their all in the water right now. Brisa and Simmers just going for it. I mean, I feel like this is a monumental day for us here at the WSL and the women. I just think that they've stepped up to the next level, and I'm so proud of them, and I can't wait to see more.
I love it, Strider. Give them a stage, and they will perform, and we've seen the level rise quickly in a short period of time. Thinking about just almost the third completed full event for the women at Pipeline, as we see Katie Simmers and Brisa Hennessy still have plenty of time in this semifinal. But so many great highlights that Strider mentioned. What's really standing out for you, Flick?
Oh, I don't know how to pick one. I guess the ones that have really stood out, I mean, Molly's been a standout all event, as in terms of just always on the money, the wave magnet. She seems very connected to this wave. I mean, she sort of was a little bit out of rhythm in that last heat and then found that bigger backdoor wave and obviously got through that heat with flying colours. But, I mean, I've got to go back to the first wave of the quarterfinals, Katie Simmers with that 917. I mean, that was so beautiful to watch. And I loved her post-heat interview. It feels like she was getting really relaxed and really let us in on her internal dialogue, which was really cool. But I think the best is yet to come. It is absolutely pumping out there. In my break, I was just watching wave after wave after wave, so I still think there's more in the tank for these ladies.
Also, Betty Lou got on a roll, maybe one of her best surfs she's had at Backdoor, let alone a heat on tour. And now she's running into Molly Picklum coming up next. And anytime I have had a chance to interview Molly, she brings up Betty Lou on how Betty Lou is pushing their generation more than anybody. And they've just been waiting for a heat like this in pumping conditions at Pipeline.
Yeah, this really is a fairy tale ending. I'm sure that they wish it was the final together, but you think of Betty Lou and Molly Picklum, and they push each other so much. I know this next heat, even Molly then, she absolutely charged, but she would have watched Betty Lou get that 9.7, almost a 10, and been so hyped up and been like, I want to go do that. I want to get a wave that perfect. And even though Molly did her own thing and showed us how incredible she is at charging Pipeline and Backdoor, she wants to get that 10, that perfect ride. So I feel like the next heat they're going to be competitive as well out there.
Oh, I can't wait for that one. This one just getting started with Caitlin and also Brisa Hennessy. We've been talking about Brisa's role in heavy water conditions and her relationship with Cloudbreak, which has grown dramatically over the last few years. And when the world shut down during the pandemic, she was trapped on Nemotu in paradise. All she could do was surf perfect waves. It's probably one of the best plans when things go out of your hands, to be in a great place in the world. And all she did was surf, push herself. She's always with her parents, which is really beautiful. Such a tight-knit family crew. Her dad, Mike, is awesome. Really like funny, competitive on the golf course, a world-class fisherman as well. So even if they don't have resources like restaurants to go to, he could keep everybody fed on an island like Nemotu.
Yeah, I love her whole her focus on family and how much she values that. And there was actually a really, really cool moment on social media. It was probably one of my favorite social clips I've seen all year. Brisa took her grandma surfing for the first time. And, I mean, this clip went viral. I mean, you couldn't not love watching this. There's just the joy on both of their faces, and you could just see Brisa, like, so stoked to share her love of surfing with her grandma. So that was super beautiful. You should definitely go check that out if you haven't already.
Oh, it's such a happy moment for, Brisa to be able to share that, with her family. Such an awesome human being, and always pushing herself in waves like this. And it's amazing what she's been through in the off season, having a major surgery and going through some health issues. So I think right now we're just celebrating that Brisa's feeling amazing to be out at a big day at Pipeline. Waves on the way, Laura. Priority is with Katie Simmers.
Yeah, this is a big set coming through. Let's see if it lines up and hits the reef. Katie Simmers, she's looked right and she looked left in her last heat, so we know she is going to be just taking whatever comes her way. Brisa, I feel, will be looking more towards the rights, and even though she took a fall on that last wave, that would have been a pretty intense slap. But it would have got that jitters out of the way, because she didn't really have a moment like that in her first heat. There wasn't a lot of opportunity for her, so I feel like now that she's been able to watch these ladies charge throughout this round, watch them get some high scores, sometimes just getting that wipeout out of the way just really gives you that comfort level. You're like, cool, that's not too bad, let's go.
That's the worst that can happen, let's go.
Yeah, it's amazing how that can translate to confidence instead of, hey, I'm going to go home now.
Yep.
Where you're like, I made that. That's the kind of headspace that these athletes have, where it actually gives them confidence knowing they survived that. That was no big deal. They can take it on again. And Katie was smart in her interview, saying how, yeah, that closeout was maybe a bit unnecessary for a marathon-type day if she plans on winning this event.
For sure, and I think we were touching on it before, but it's all about risk management too. I mean, she clearly had two crazy waves and a 9 and I think it was a 6, so she was clearly winning that heat and just identifying that probably didn't need to go that one. But sometimes it's hard, the surfer in you just is like, oh, I just want to go, and I'm feeling like, I'm really connected to this wave right now, like let's just roll the dice, why not? And the fact that when you're free surfing out here, it is chockers. So when you're sitting out there, there's no one in the lineup, you're like, am I really letting these waves go? Like, are you kidding me?
Katie Simmers is really enjoying putting together movie parts as well. You've got to watch all of them. It's incredible how good she is in slabs. We saw that when we went over to Felicity's home court in the Margaret River region, where some people can go through a trip at main break and never even paddle to the slab across the bay. And Caitlin was really happy to get nice and barreled. And I think our post-production crew is going to make that a thing for Katie. Get barreled first, then we'll do your interview, because when she gets barreled, and she's ready to tell a good story.
Yeah, I feel like her, if she gets barreled, you're in for a fantastic chat. If she doesn't, she will probably just say, just can't believe I didn't get barreled the whole entire interview. So, yeah, we're very excited to see her get barreled and then, have these mental chats with her.
18 on the clock here. It's just small scores, but plenty of swell. All positioning, which is always fun to watch here at Pipe and Backdoor, where they've got to be moving and adjusting on the fly. As you can see, a little one popping through. They're just going to check this out and let it go. Great time to welcome a very special guest on the VIP headset, Dr. Cliff Capono. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, hello, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Oh, of course. It's a pleasure listening to you talk surf and all your knowledge, throughout the last few years on the North Shores. We'll stick with live action for a moment there. I just want to get your take on this beautiful day and the waves that we have for finals day.
Yes, I'm how lucky to have these waves today. The period seems a bit short, so it looks kind of like a little clampy on the pipeline, but it seems like there's some backdoor trainers for sure.
Yeah, it seemed like the forecast was leading towards maybe more backdoor through the afternoon, and pipe has been challenging to get the exit, but really impressive to see the adjustments that have been made John at the buzzer earlier today was one of those magical moments, and also for Molly Picklum knifing that little crazy takeoff. I know you've seen a lot of Molly over the years, really growing her reputation at Pipeline.
Yeah, I'm hearing on the beach people are saying, "Oh, if you don't know Molly," but I'm kind of surprised. If you don't know Molly, then I don't know what you've been watching, because she's been really showing people how it's done out here, guys and girls, out the Pipeline.
Yeah,
and Backdoor.
Exactly. What's your favorite thing about Pipe and Backdoor at this size? You know, especially when you have a couple of different moves from what we woke up with the morning with, and then what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, well, we were lucky. A bunch of scientists came out and we mapped Pipeline this past winter and the winter before, and we noticed that when the swell period is real long, it kind of pulls into these caves, and Pipeline is really magical, and that, you know, sucks out the water through those caves and those ravines. But a day like this with less period and kind of stacked on waves on top of each other, Backdoor now starts to seem really TP, and you can really get those. It's heavier, but you can kind of not have to worry about the runners as much. You're just getting a real thick takeoff, and you're kind of coming out, kind of like Katie Simmer's wave. I'm sure everyone remembers that thing from this morning. That was insane.
Oh, so insane. Well, going deep into the science and the bathymetry of this wave, what do you think kind of stands out as the most interesting fact about this area, Pipe and Backdoor?
The crack, for sure. The deep ravine that's out in kind of that slab section of Pipeline. There's a really deep crack where a lot of the photographers sit, and just west of that crack, there's a bunch of other caves there that I think are really responsible for drawing that water off the reef. Kind of we see right here in where it starts to barrel, that's where that cave is. And then it goes into the big crack kind of right here on this wave. So I think from that, the bottom, everyone has their tree and their positioning and lineup. For me, to be able to witness it and kind of almost now start to see people having a relationship with the bottom without even kind of knowing it's all starting to make a little bit more sense. And I'm hoping now people can see these maps that we're creating at the Mega Lab to maybe understand maybe a bit of mathematical calculations alongside with just the sending it over the ledge.
Yeah, and maybe like specifically about that cave, how deep is it roughly, and how long is it?
Oh, I mean, these caves, they're actually just like these holes that just go straight down, like someone took a cookie cutter and punched the reef. They go down about 8 to 10 feet to the bottom of the cave, and then where the top of the reef is to the surface of the water, it's only 3 or 4 feet, a meter, just over a meter. So again, it's really shallow, but then the caves go down another 2 meters or up to 10 feet deep. So people talk about these stories of getting stuck in the caves, getting bounced around in these caverns, and yeah, they're real and they're out there and they're strategically positioned where the barrels are, and that's what we're starting to learn. And with Backdoor, there's actually not a lot of caves. It's really flat, so it kind of goes into this big closeout slab, and there's one cave that wraps all the way around in between Aints and Off the Wall and Backdoor. So again, we're just, you know, you form a relationship with these waves. You start to understand the bottom has and the bathymetry and the contours of the reef have a huge impact in the types of waves depending on the direction and also tide and period.
Love that word, bathymetry, the topography of the ocean floor. This is so interesting. And for people out there, Dr. Cliff Capono, can you explain your day job? Because you're a longtime pro surfer, but yeah, what's your day-to-day like?
Yeah, I'm lucky that surfing allows me to get to these beautiful places around the world, but the science helps me to start to look at it in interesting ways and develop a data set. You know, we know more about the surface of Mars than we do about the bottoms of our ocean. So with less than 20% of understanding the ocean floor, I use science and data capture to figure out how to map what's the best waves around the world and how can we figure out how we got to protect them.
That's really beautiful, and thanks so much for your time. An honor to catch up with you. Thanks.
Same.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. Enjoy. Aloha.
Awesome. Dr. Cliff Capono, a wealth of knowledge, and I love how he's breaking all that down with what makes this wave work and other venues around the world. It's going to help people get barreled, but have more of an understanding of how it all works. It's amazing how much we could learn about our oceans, including the ocean floor. And it's great to see him in the water as well. Guy absolutely rips. Really big part of the surfing culture here in the Hawaiian Islands.
Yeah, absolutely. Cliff's such a legend, and Yeah, just talking about those caves, it made your hairs stand up on the back of your neck, didn't it?
It's a little bit scary.
Yeah, getting stuck in those caves, it is a real thing, and that reef is just no joke.
It's so true. Yeah, Molly already has a cave story with all the waves she's had out here in just the last few years. And Micro was actually, wow, she talked about that experience so comfortably. He was impressed with how well she handled that scary situation of a wipeout. Brisa Hennessy, meanwhile, on this one, still out in front. Katie Simmers is holding priority. We saw the previous heat where she had a lot of waves by now, so she'll have to adapt on the fly here. Brisa locks in, and she pulls just up and under, just missing the lip to the head. A great effort there, and we'll catch up to Katie Simmers straightening out on the end of the right. So a split peak there. Just a big reminder, we are in the semifinals, so winner moves into the final. Making a big impression on the rankings heading into stop number 2. Everyone in this round will be at least equal third heading into Sunset Beach, as we'll see what happened on the right, focusing on Caitlin Simmers' flick.
Yeah, beautiful backdoor wave once again from Katie. Just the hands to her head and a big down carve there. So, wow, she's just so connected, isn't she? But that was just picture perfect. And as we have a look at Brisa, just tucking underneath there, but went really high. And we gotta have another look here.
She did so good to get under the lip there, but you could just see she kind of paddled in, and I feel like she needed a couple of extra paddles slightly sooner so she could have grabbed her rail and knifed into that pit. Instead, she had to, do the no-hand drop, and so it just put her a bit too late to be able to squeak under the lip there. So unfortunate for Brisa, but, for her it would have been better, it was good that she could get under the lip, because having that land on her head would have been pretty gnarly.
You think about defining moments in heats to tell the story. That was it. That split peak. Caitlin getting a 6.67. That was beautiful. What a raid, and just flawless conditions of backdoor. And you'd probably think of what she went through this morning in some big chunky sections and a closeout. She felt really comfortable on that last wave. Katie takes the lead over Brisa Hennessy. 9:30 on the clock. Sakura coming up next against Molly Picklum. We'll be right back. The Lexus GX is here. It's such a beautiful work of art in an automobile. We've got beautiful cuisine in the bento boxes, and the third generation GX 550 is on hand as we go right back into action with some perfect conditions continuing at Pipeline. Brisa Hennessy just getting a lot of speed, a little far out in front for the barrel, as she's still looking for a nice barrel ride to take on Caitlin Simmers in the back end of semifinal number 1. Katie had the 6.67 at backdoor, got her lead, now holds priority. As we see a lot of great fans here on the beach, a lot of locals, a lot of tourists visiting the Hawaiian Islands. A lot of them timed it for this event, hoping they'd get a day like today to celebrate the world's best surfing. And a lot of the legends of the sport have stayed in those houses. Right up on the right there is the famous Jerry Lopez, Herbie Fletcher house. Right next to it was where the Momentum generation would hang out with the Weatherly family for many years and really push the limits on what was possible. And then right back here, rare sight to see just 2 people out on a day like today. And Katie's really enjoying it. She was a bit emotional. We keep talking about that interview after a quarterfinal, but the biggest thing was coming in with tears in her eyes after a 3-hour session and nothing to show for it. The thing that's interesting for a coach, they'd actually be proud of those sessions, of the mind surfing that went down, studying where the locals are taking off and the people are getting waves. So when it is your turn with priority, you kind of got your playbook worked out.
For sure, and to have a moment right now, it's just, it also requires restraint out there now, not to try and be like, oh my gosh, I'm so overamped, like what wave, because in a free surf, it's chockers. I mean, even this morning, Katie was saying it in that interview, she went to go turn even to paddle for a wave, and there's someone right there. Like, she couldn't even maneuver her board around in the lineup. So to have free reign like this, and it's just so special. And I'm so happy that all the sort of pieces of the puzzle have come together and sort of the stars have aligned for the women to have this opportunity, because they're just rising to the occasion.
Yeah, and I mean, Kelly Slater is someone that's always talked about that visualization, and Katie touched on it in her interview. She's like, I just had to just pretend and like visualize that I was, you know, getting barreled on these waves, paddling in, what it would feel like to actually push over that ledge, because it is a scary feeling when you're actually paddling in and it goes steep and sucks out, and you know you've got a big slicing knife to do into that big pit. Like, envisioning that and then going and doing it is just absolutely incredible.
Do you guys want to watch the 917 again?
Let's do it.
Let's
I'm
bring
ready.
it up. This is what happened in the quarterfinals. Flick?
Wow, 917 from Katie Simmers. Took off so late behind that section there, drives through this barrel and absolutely just got shacked, comes flying out. First wave as well.
Another note as well is, you know, she'd been watching the men out there all morning getting absolutely shacked, finishing off with a classic stylish Katie Simmers carve. But to go out in the first women's heat, she said, I was terrified. It's so amazing to be able to say that I'm terrified, but you can also love a wave that terrifies you. And she was really scared, but she went out and just said she saw that wave and could not go.
It's funny when you ask people about what's a perfect wave, because it's for that individual. You know, for some people it might be like a 3-foot day at Malibu, you know, clean, perfect point break. For someone like Kelly Slater, it's pipeline, because he's still challenged out there. It's still scary. It pushes him at his level, and you're seeing women like Katie Simmers who are fit to that mold of that phenomenal talent, but headspace of like they yearn to be challenged. They crave it, because they know the feeling that they'll have when they accomplish a wave like that is a feeling that is just not comparable to anything else, and they want to keep chasing that for their entire life, you know? Katie's going to be dealing with that for her whole career, wanting another one, wanting a bigger one, wanting to go faster. It's a beautiful thing to be hooked on.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, you know, with this, you know, pipe specialists, like with big wave surfing, with any wave of consequence surfing, everyone says, you know, sometimes we'll be like, how can you do that? Why would you want to do that? It's so dangerous. People get hurt. But the feeling of getting absolutely tubed and like you said, Joe, rising to that challenge, feeling scared and then pushing through and conquering that fear, it's just like no other feeling. And you want to come back for more. It keeps you coming back for more for a long time until you, like Shane Dorian said, you hang up the gloves one day and you go, you know what? I've gotten all the waves I want. I've you know, had these goals in mind and I've ticked them off, and I don't need to go back to Jaws and get another absolute crazy wave. Like, I'm stoked with it. Like, yeah, so some people will do it forever, and Michael Ho still out there at 60 years old.
Ross Jones.
Yeah, so it's some people just, coming back for more forever.
Exactly, as it's time for a heat check. 2:15 to go in this first semifinal. Simmers, 2 waves, 6.67, and still has some room for improvement on the 1. You've seen Brisa, she's had some tries. She's had some real promising efforts going down in the barrel, just being a little bit out in front on her last effort. You can see at the bottom just last score, that was Katie's best. And for Brisa, her best so far with the 6.67 for Katie. You can see how the judges reacted. A couple of 7s out there, 3.65s. Average out the middle 3 and get the number there. So 90 seconds. And Katie really managing this heat well, not expending too much energy, picked a gem of a wave, and now she's wisely sitting with the lead and priority and could be on her way to the final.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really tough right now for Brisa with 1:20 on the clock. I've sort of noticed too in that break that I had, I mean, it's absolutely pumping, but I also have noticed that intensity from this morning has just ever so slightly decreased. So we are seeing a little bit more of a settled ocean as this swell's filled in, and a bit longer lulls is what I've sort of noticed. So with 1 minute on the clock, it's going to be pretty hard for Brisa. But, I mean, her last try, she was a bit wide on that wave, but her technique was really great, and she'd been trying that, obviously a bit wide, but, I mean, if she gets a moment, hopefully we get one more set, and both girls, you know, they get another roll of the dice.
So Brisa Hennessy given the WSL wild card, well-deserved call there. Dealing with some health issues last season, so happy to see where she is today. Brisa now setting up her backhand here. Bottom turns, was hoping to pull in. The lips hits her in the back. And we'll see if she gets one more shot, but she is running out of time. Down to 22 seconds. It's looking like Simmers will be in a final here at Pipeline. And this young Rookie of the Year from last year, just in her second start of the season, is just proving that all the hype is real. All those comparisons to the mystique of athletes and champions like Tom Curran, that mystical kind of feeling where she's got something special going on with the ocean and with her natural ability. With the horn sounding, it's official. Caitlin Simmers has a chance to be world #1 if she could win this event today. We're getting close. Semifinal number 2 is up next, and 2 of the best throughout the draw are going head-to-head. Betty Lou takes on Molly Picklum. We'll be right back. Katie Simmers does it again. Now she will feature in the final for the first time at this event, and really just her second start, which is so impressive. She was just joking how she did better than last year. She always keeps it light, but she's been turning in an absolute highlight reel, and she'll be joined in the final by the winner of this heat, Molly Picklum versus Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier and Laura Enever for the call, and it's wild. They're going to have to pick their favorite in this heat. No sitting on the fence whatsoever. We'll start with you, Laura. Who's going to be joining Katie Simmers in the final?
Oh, this is such a tough one, but I'm going to say Molly Picklum. I feel like, you know, just seeing what she is capable of doing, surfing left at Pipeline and right at Backdoor, her technique and her positioning is just so amazing, and she wanted more after that last heat.
Here we go. We've got Molly up. Nice bottom turn into the pit. This one stretched out. She tried to punch free, and she'll end up getting caught there. So Molly Picklum already putting her head down, getting real active to start off this heat. Betty Lou sitting with priority. And what about yourself, Flick? You going to go with Laura's opinion here, or you have a new take?
Look, I could say Betty Lou to be different. However, and Betty has been absolutely on fire. I mean, she's had the highest score of the day so far. No doubt about it. She's definitely knows what kind of wave she wants. We'll get back to that. This is Molly's 533. Beautiful takeoff there. You can really see her body. She's using that to try and maximize that barrel time. It's a beautiful takeoff, beautiful drop in the barrel, and just got absolutely spat out. This is her second wave here, threading down the line. That one just, she tried to like punch it out through, but not really cooperating with her. But it's hard for me to go past Molly because she's been the person in this whole event that she paddles out and waves have been coming to her. You know, the women have had a hard time out here the last couple of days and when they've ran. And somehow when Molly goes out there, she's been putting together heat totals of 15 points or more, right?
Yeah, you'd say that Molly's the standout of the event. However, Betty Lou has been the standout of the day. Yeah. So it's neck and neck. I just feel like it's whatever. If there's going to be more left-hand waves coming through out there this heat, I think Molly will take it. However, if there's some backdoor drainers, Betty Lou has an absolute incredible chance at getting near perfect scores again and perfect scores.
As we have an opportunity setting up here, Betty Lou looks like she's going to get her opening ride to the semifinal, just lunging into daylight. What an easy make for the North Shore local. Throws down a carve and kicks out. Pretty solid matchup. I think surfing wins when you have these two surfers in the lineup in these conditions at Pipe and Backdoor. Strider, we were trying to pick favorites at the start of this. Do you want to do that? I mean, do you want to pick who's going to win now, or just want to watch it?
His favorites, that's a rough game right there. That's a rough game off the wall on a day like today. That's a rough game. We're over at Backdoor area and off the wall checking this out. So we get to look right down the pipe of these guys. These girls in the barrel, just like, doing all their work that they have to do inside of the barrel. And, watching Betty Lou, she has been on fire. I mean, she really has kind of identified a dominance, I feel like, here at Backdoor. So I feel like she is the one putting in the most time out here. Molly with the helmet and the message on the back of the helmet, a wild heart knows. Trust it. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but she's got that written on the back of her helmet. So she's, sending herself messages constantly to win these things. So I'm going to stay on the fence.
Whoa. I'm not going to let you. So who do you think's going to win?
All right. Okay. I got a little noise in my head. It says Betty.
There we go.
Uh-oh.
And oh, shoot. Strider's got to get going in a hurry because there's a lot of sets, or a big set coming through. A lot of waves in it. I'll keep you posted on Strider if he makes that first duck dive, as we have 23:40 on the clock. Betty Lou opened with a 7. Molly had the 5.33. Picklum with priority, doesn't need much. It's one of those battles you dream of. I referenced that one-on-one interview I had with her at Bells or Margaret River last year. Time flies, one or the other. I was sitting with her, and just when I brought up Betty Lou, it just, this spark flew in Molly's eyes. It was so cool. She said, wow, she pushes us harder than ever, speaking of Sakura, and she couldn't wait to get a heat like this together with herself. As we go back to the 7, Laura.
Yeah, that was such a nice wave. Just a beautiful backdoor drainer. She saw that one coming, and you can just tell she knows what she's looking for out there. Look, you can see she went straight past the boil. She knew she just had to hold her line, pump through that. Really beautiful wave selection and wave to kick this heat off. And you feel like, you know, when you see these big lumps coming through, that Molly will want to go anything. But Flick, you said the word before, restraint, and it's going to be hard for Molly to restrain and really pick what wave she wants out here to give her the score. But yeah, back to what you said, Joe. As we see Molly having a look.
Here we go, Molly Picklum with her head down. Solid, sizable wave at backdoor. Seeing her the whole time. But great wave selection. She knows she wanted to be deeper on that, because she's had quite a few of those where she's gotten super deep behind the curtain. That one just kept her a little bit out front. But gosh, she's put in the time, even just her takeoff. Sometimes on waves like this, you just enjoy the way she's reading where to be at the right time. And like you guys are mentioning, she's kind of maybe looking more at pipe and backdoor, maybe even more so than Betty Lou at the moment.
For sure, I think so. And I've got to echo what Laura said. You know, if there's more lefts that come through this heat, as we have a look here, Betty's sort of looking at that one, sort of maybe forcing Molly to go a little bit, and Molly really double arm drag, really trying to slow herself down. You can see maybe if she was, you know, that few feet deeper, that would have been an epic ride. But what I think is Betty, if I look about differences here between these two surfers, Molly has an ability, she just wants to go on a really big nugget. You can feel it, right? But whereas Betty, I think her wave selection and the quality of her waves that she's been identifying, especially that one in her last heat, was just so crystal clear, blue, perfect tube, right? Whereas Molly's have been a bit more throaty, a bit uglier, a bit harder to go, right? So Molly's really, she's just got that thing where she wants a bomb, you know, she wants a nugget, and she wants that Hail Mary moment. She wants the 10, whereas Betty's just that bit more, what's the word, like scientific with the way she's going, you know?
I just have to say that I can't stop smiling every time I see these ladies take off. Right there, you know, Molly, just her technique. For so many years when we come to pipe or backdoor, we watch, you know, John, we watch Kelly, we watch all of the best men in the world to try to, you know, for these younger girls to, you know, go and watch Molly and Betty and Katie. This is the future. They get to watch these ladies and say, wow, this is how they surf these waves, and I want to surf it like them. And, you know, Carissa started it, Moana started, of course, and obviously Rochelle Ballard, all of these women in the past that have paved the way. But watching these ladies surf with this technique today is, yeah, it's the future.
Yeah, so cool to give Rochelle, Kayla Kennelly, Kate Scarrett a lot of props for being out there and just trying to get a wave off the pack and really pushing barrel riding. And now they're just laughing, looking at what we have today and the full events at Pipeline. Now for the 3rd straight year. It was a continuation event in 2021 where we saw Tyler and Riss in the final. Riss was in every final. We had the Moana Jones-Wong story of a wild card showing that she's going to surf out here anyway. You know, she just, I mean, if there's no events on, if there's no such thing as a pro surfing career, she'd be out here because of the love of Pipeline. And you still get that out of this wave. There's people that you've never heard of that are out here on every big swell just because they love the feeling of pushing their surfing. And even if nobody was watching, they'd be out there trying to get barreled.
And Moana had such a beautiful point today when she was on the VIP headset before. She, you know, as much as she would love to be out there today showcasing what she can do, you know, she's already shown the world. We know that Moana is queen of pipe. But she just had such a beautiful point saying, you know what, these ladies being out there today in picture perfect Pipeline, they are just learning so much, and it's just going to keep having the level rise. You know, these ladies don't get to come here and spend as much time. Obviously, Betty lives here; she can surf her in the off season. a lot, but it's just the opportunity is incredible.
She is so cool, Moana, and I saw her husband moments ago too. And you know how many people are coming up to them going, "Oh, if she was out there today, this and that," and they're so quick to go, "Did you see Katie's wave? Did you see?" And they're just going, "Oh, we're loving today," and it was just. Wow, just so much aloha in the way they're watching the action. There was no like, oh, I wish this or that. It was, they're all celebrating this moment in women's surfing history.
Yeah, it truly is.
18:20 to go. Picklum does have the lead with that last wave. 3.5 for the right, where she knows she could have been a bit deeper. And Betty Lou happy with a bit of separation on hers, getting inside the pit for the 7-point ride. And just needs a 1.83 to take the lead. She's been mixing it up quite a bit with her equipment in the off season, which is keeping us guessing what she might be on throughout the rest of the season. Let's now catch up with our first finalist. Katie Simmers is with AJ.
Katie, a really important heat for you. On to your first finals of 2024. What struck you about that semifinals heat?
Kind of felt it last heat, but this one was kind of more so because I didn't really start off with that great of a wave. But just like how huge the lineup is, it's so much bigger than you think, because I'm so not used to it, because there's usually like 150 people out, and when there's no one out, it's like the weirdest feeling. You like don't know how far in you are, out you are. You're kind of like feel a little lost, but I don't know. Found one, so I'm hyped. Got like a little high almond barrel, so I'll take it. And it was a work heat, and we'll go to, hopefully the final is just big stand-up barrels.
What did you take from this semifinals you're going to apply to finals?
I don't know. Just get barreled again.
Get barreled again. Love to see it. See you in the finals, Katie.
Thank you.
Now I'm starting to wonder, I'd like your take on this. You know, does she go out as free-flowing as it seems? Because she does have Tommy Whitaker. She has and he's an amazing surf mind and a talent. Do you think she has a game plan and she's kind of just not diving into the X's and O's? What's your take?
I think at this level, you have a game plan. 100%.
But I can back her up and say that when you're out there, I surfed a specialty event here last winter, and when you're out in the lineup with no one out there and it's just pumping, these swell lines are coming in, it is so daunting to understand where you are in the lineup as we see Pickles.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail of the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
Goodness.
You little legend, you. Molly Picklum spat out of the pit and pipe, showing how well she can go backhand or forehand on demand. That is going to be a wonderful score and extend her lead out front.
Wow, wow, wow. Well, we knew that this was coming. We've seen her take off on these pipeline waves all morning, being slightly in front of it, not getting as deep as she would have hoped, but right there, just as we were saying that it's so daunting to be in the right position out there, Molly has it dialed. She is so sure of herself out in this lineup, and she put herself in the perfect position for that pipeline barrel, and I feel like that's going to be near excellent.
Flick, take us through this one.
This was absolutely insane. Grabs the rail, pulls up underneath the lip, comes flying out with the spin. Wow. For me, that was so technical. So technical. And so hard to do on your backhand. She held that rail for so long. It was just so beautiful to watch. My jaw's to the floor right now. This was just...
Yeah, it's going to be near perfect, this. You know, her technique coming off the bottom there, the way she's able to pull up on that outside rail and just get in the tube, and she was so deep. There we go. There we see it.
A 10-point ride to kick off the year. Molly Picklum.
She wanted a 10. She wants a 10.
And she gets a 10. She is going to get some goodies from Yeti. A big old 110 for a 10, filled with a lot of Yeti gear as well. We got to give this away in the first event of the season. A 10-point ride. How good is this? Congratulations, Molly. You earned every bit of that.
Oh, wow. That was absolutely incredible. I just knew it. I knew. She was like, you know what? I've got this 10 in mind. I've got this 10 in mind. I want a 10. I want the big wave. I want the big drop. I want the hero moment. And she just got it.
Everything was so classic about it, from That light offshore wind, like a classic pipe moment. It reminds you of all the cover shots that used to be captured out here back when the magazines were thriving, and all the movies you'd see. It was technical, the way she grabbed her rail and pulled up and under and then was gone. And wow, that was impressive. What a moment for Picklum. A 10, and now Betty Lou's needing an 8.34. When you just say that number, you're realizing this heat is far from over.
Wow. I felt it this morning. I was like, I think we're going to see a 10. It's as good as it gets today, right? Like,
yeah, and we just got the word that's her first 10-point ride on the World Tour. So what a moment for her to remember forever. First perfect 10 out cooking Pipeline. She's put in the hard work. She's put in the hard yards. She's broken a million boards, got cuts, scratches. I mean, I'm so stoked for her. I feel like this is just a long time coming.
Wow, so her previous high score on the championship tour was a 9.17 that she got at Margaret River Main Break when she beat Tyler Wright with a crazy forehand hook. Now a 10 at Pipeline. One judge threw a 9.7. That hurt my feelings, but we're moving on. Watch this.
Yeah, it was an absolute bomb, and it was so clean and beautiful. That was so steep, that drop, and the way she pulled up under, she was so deep, and it went almondy at the end, and she just was able to completely just pick the perfect line and make it through that, screaming so steep on that drop. Pulled up under. That is an iconic wave that we'll remember for a long, long time.
So steep, Flick. How'd she hang on there?
Oh, she just gets so low. Molly has great mobility. Those hips and those knees and those ankles. Wow, I need to take notes. That was just really, really, really beautiful to watch. And visually right now, when she comes out after the spit, there's just something about it. You can't manufacture that. That's just the waves doing, but it just makes it look that extra bit beautiful.
She loves her job. We've realized that very early, and she really is really smart with her time. You know, she's done her strike missions to Tahiti. She's done the camps there with Surfing Australia.
She's come gotten to Pipeline out of season, 4 trips with Micro to come over here specifically to go out here in this lineup, and she'd be out there at 5 a.m. in the dark. We were joking the other day saying that she needed Red Bull to put a little torch on her helmet because she literally paddles out in the dark, and yeah, she just puts in the hard yards. She's obviously staying in the house just up on the beach so she can watch this all day, and yeah, it's just really cool to see.
10-point ride for Molly Picklum. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and finish up semi-fun at number 2 right after this. Here we are in the semifinals. Molly Picklum, fresh off her 10-point ride, swinging again. Pulls up and under, position for a bomb. Grabs the rail. Squirrely on the takeoff, but with control. And she feels all that spit just shove her to the channel. And these two are so competitive. Look straight into a paddle battle with 8:50 remaining. This is as good as it gets.
Wow, wow, wow. I want to cry, honestly. This is just so epic to see and watch these ladies push their limits and be so competitive while they're doing it. We know that these two want to beat each other more than anything, but also they want to get bombs out Pipeline as well. And I haven't seen Betty catch a big left-hander yet out here at Pipe, so I think that was an absolute moment for her.
Scores coming through, but first let's go through Molly's wave flick.
Yeah, this was beautiful just to back up the 10, demonstrating that perfect technique that she has on her backhand. And then, look, she looks over her shoulder and, you know, this is just, it's just textbook. Look at how beautiful the reef looks with the sun hitting it as well. Just, what a day. I think, Laura, you said, like, it honestly is bringing tears to my eyes to watch both Molly and then Betty go back to back on those 2 waves. This is history being made right now.
She has these drops down pat, and literally so steep, being able to just make it and then rip that rail up and get under the lip. It's just so textbook. And here Betty Lou gets her opportunity out Pipeline. So beautiful. And I feel like this is just going to be the start for Betty Lou to have that moment. Wow, what an absolute bomb. You could hear the beach screaming when she was paddling into it. Just go, Betty, go. And unfortunately, just that bit too wide. But look at that drop, so steep. Grabbing the rail
It's going to be a good cover, like a good photo out of that.
Yeah, and look, that wave just absolutely so thick, a drainer.
Wow. Such a moment for women surfing right now. This is history being made for sure.
More waves on the way. Betty Lou looking backdoor. Pulls in, up and under, and she will come out. Looks like she's got a room for a big hack off the top, so nice combination for Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson.
I feel like we're enjoying the show so much we forgot what Betty Lou even needs.
Oh, right. So that's actually my responsibility. Sorry about that. I'm going to give you some numbers here.
But who cares?
Molly Picklum after the 10, Laura. I got you covered. 5-6. Strengthen her lead. Back-to-back door with Betty Lou Flick.
Yeah, Betty straight into back door. This heat is going to go. It's just, they're just going for it. You can tell they're feeling comfortable. They just, like you said, Laura, they want to beat each other more than anything. They want to punch a ticket into that final with Katie.
Yeah, and you could see that Molly going crazy at Pipeline, it lifted Betty Lou to feel like, you know what, I've got this too. And that's what today is going to do for women's surfing. It's going to make all these ladies know that we can do this as well.
Last 10-point ride on tour for the women. Tyler Wright at Honolulu Bay in 2021. That was the year the continuation event happened here at Pipeline, so it's been a while since that 10-point ride was handed out. Great to start off the season. Stop number 1 for Molly Picklum, getting that perfect score. And what a fun way to break this one down with our heat check. Really getting to enjoy that 10-point ride. You'd see that Molly got it on her 4th look, a pipe wave. She's been managing both directions really well in her warm-ups, also throughout finals day. She backed it up with a 5-6. You saw the wave that Betty Lou was on, her wave number 3. That was her backdoor wave, 5-6-7. She's keeping her pipe wave, the wave previous 5-8-7. As you now see that last score, it's a throwaway for Betty Lou, and it's a keeper, 5-6 for Molly, that goes with the 10-point ride.
Yeah, nice. And all those waves were, so fun to watch. Obviously, those 2 Pipeline waves it was a beautiful big set coming through. One of those ones that you just see marching for like 2 minutes out the back. And the sort of the anticipation to see what they would do on those waves, that was just, what a show.
Winner of this heat takes on Katie Simmers in the final. So we already know we'll have a new pipe champion today. And the yellow jersey will be moving to either Betty Lou, Molly, or Katie Simmers. So setting up the rankings in a different way heading into Sunset Beach. As we have 4:15 to go. Story for Betty Lou, just like Molly Picklum, being cut off tour in their first 5 events. Molly came back first, and Betty Lou came back stronger as well. Got to surf in a complete season last year, just about for Betty Lou. Missed out on Tahiti because of that injury. But Molly, in her 2nd attempt on tour, ends up making a big statement, picking up CT wins. As things are settling a little bit. Laura, you joke sometimes about your 10-point ride where you didn't win your heat. And you know, that story happens a lot at Pipeline. I think Molly's aware of that. She's still knowing that Betty Lou can really come back in this heat.
It's possible, yeah. I'm pretty sure I had about 15 points and Carissa had like 16 or 18 points or something. So, yeah, and you can see Molly's sticking to her. She knows, like, she's got priority. She's not going to let this thing slide through her fingers. And, it's very possible Betty Lou's already had 9-7 today. If 2 backdoor waves come, if 2 Pipeline waves come, this is still wide open.
And Flick, this is the really fun part of like watching Betty Lou and seeing the competitor in her. You know, the confidence she has, the willingness to be in her opponent's space. That's really what makes her even more fun to watch. And she's not afraid of a paddle battle or even a little bit of intimidation.
No way. I think I think of her as one of the most assertive women on tour, for sure. I mean, she's not afraid to take it to anyone. We've seen that, you know. I mean, her and Carissa had that great rivalry there for a few years. As we see this sort of maybe last roll of the dice starting to come through the lineup now.
Oh, unfortunately, the girls just out of position for that wave, and you could see they were scrapping around. Molly, I feel like she's done her job just keeping them out of the way, because that was an incredible set. That backdoor wave was...
There was a couple there, a couple of backdoor waves.
It's like if you have priority and you know you're out of position and you have the lead, as we know, here we go, Molly swinging, big drop, a wild one, now trying to burn off some speed. Picklum comes out the other end. She has been magic all week long, no matter what the size, but especially here on finals day. At the 10 and pipe, and still looking backdoor as well. So smart move there with priority, and wow, that was a wild section. She had to get off her board quickly as she's trying to get back out there with 90 seconds.
Yeah, that whole entire set was just incredible. There was the 2 waves that came through before Molly's wave, and they were, just a bit too out of position, but I think there's about 4 absolute bombs there. Betty Lou decided not to go that last one. I feel like it would have been worth giving it a shot, because it was a pretty intense wave. As you could see, Molly just deciding to go these swoops under, steep drop, double arm drag, and not getting too deep, but that was a really, really nasty backdoor wave. You could see the whitewash, you could see the bump and the gurgle, and she wouldn't have wanted to do any sort of face planting there, but unfortunately the wave behind. Let's see if Betty Lou gets one more opportunity. There's a lump coming at the back.
45 seconds to go. Betty Lou has dreamed of this. Growing up on the North Shore, having priority in pumping conditions, and here she goes, looking for an 8.61. She pulls in, well-read wave, and she salutes the hometown crowd. What a brilliant performance with still a little bit of wave left. She'll just ride it all the way through, knowing it's her last chance to try to turn this heat on Molly Picklum. What an incredible wave to turn in to try to show that she's got enough to potentially turn this heat.
Are you kidding me? This heat is going down in absolute history. Just when we thought Molly Picklum had it, signed, sealed, delivered.
Last score for Molly Picklum at backdoor didn't factor in to her top 2. So it's just coming down to the last wave for Betty Lou, needing an 8.61, and she just got really barreled.
I feel like she might have gone like blank, one of those moments where she probably doesn't even remember what happened on that wave, because this was an absolute bomb. It was so steep, it had a warble in it, and the way she rode this was just beautiful. It was textbook.
I think it might come just under. I think just ever so slightly under.
I feel like it's excellent. Like, I think that's a 9-point ride. Just looking at it in real time over my shoulder, this was an absolute bomb. The takeoff was just incredible. She was disappeared from the whitewash. It wasn't as deep as Molly's 10, obviously, but...
I think it's going to be so close, if not just a little... the drop. I mean, when we look at it here again, drop, super deep, drove through that section. I think it's going to be splitting hairs there.
She needs an 8.61. The judges could give her an 8.5 because it was beautiful, but I just think it's a 9-point ride. I think it will go there.
Wow, it's right there, isn't it? What a moment. Still, the decision hasn't been made yet. Betty Lou is on the sand with Chemo, who is the head of Kanaka Solutions, the security team, as scores will slowly start drifting in. Is it a buzzer beater moment? Needs that 8.67. It's an 8.33. Not enough. Molly Picklum survives and moves on to the final with Katie Simmers. Wow. I mean, already my vote for Heat of the Year. It's early, but that was amazing. Congrats to Betty Lou and Molly Picklum. That was brilliant. We'll talk with them in a moment as we catch our breath. Britt Merrick there with an embrace. Got a few different boards the earlier part of the event as we are going to take a quick break. Connor O'Leary taking on Baron Mamiya in the semifinals. We'll bring in Kaipo, Jesse Mendez, and Luke Egan for the call right after this.
Pipe Pro, our women's final is all set, where it will be Katie Simmers up against Molly Picklum in that final. Time to get our men's final set. The road to that final starts right now with the semifinals. Kaipo Guerrero, Jesse Lito Mendez, and my man, Cool Hand, Luke Egan. Thank you for joining us, Luke. We just came off of a women's heat that is going to go down the history books.
Absolutely, that was incredible. It's win, lose or draw. All these girls today are learning, being out there with the lineup to themselves. But Molly, Betty Lou, that was just a performance I don't think I've ever seen before in women's surfing.
Yeah. Semifinal number 1 out on the water, Jesse. Connor O'Leary coming up against the local boy, Baron Mamiya. This is going to be a dogfight, actually. You know, I'm sure Connor's going to be going looking left. Baron's going to be looking right. Some waves happened during the break. Talk us through this, Jesse Mendez.
Yeah, let's check this out. Airdrop, just able to actually regrain the rail right there and somehow stall it and get very deep on that wave, and gonna get reboarded nicely. It's a hard angle to actually see it because you're looking into the barrel, but you can see that he went through the fumble, so that means that he was very deep on it. And on the other side of it is Connor just finding a nice perfect wave as well, but just a little bit going smaller, going a little bit higher and tighter, which that happens a lot at Pipeline. And yeah, good wave though for both of them.
This is a 7.83. This is the second wave for Baron Mamiya on the replay. So Baron, quick to start, opened up with the 6.83, followed up with this 7.83, Louis.
Yeah, isn't it amazing? Baron straight back out there for another wave. And we talk about everyone else getting opportunity out here without the crowd, but you give Baron, who can get waves in the crowd and into another one. He can get waves in the crowd, and when he's got the place to himself, this is what you get.
Oh my goodness. The prodigy, I call him. Baron Mamiya, 24 years old, the 8.8 on his back, representing the 808 state. And a kid that started surfing out here at 9 years old, Jesse, just shows his mastery of this break.
I mean, too comfortable. That's the word that I have for him. We're not even in 5 minutes of the heat, and he already has 3 very good scores and just beauty in every score, actually. As you see it right here, he started paddling, looking right, and he just knows already this thing's going to just start running down the line at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pumps and like a few adjusts through the middle of that. That was so incredible from him. This is going to be the best score he's got so far.
What did you think of this, Louis?
Yeah, awesome. Nice arm drag. And I like just here where he hits the accelerator because he sees the last bit as he gets over near Aints. And yeah, he's been looking really good in the Red Bull athlete zone earlier. He just had this steely look, but very calm. It's the most calm I've seen him in a long time. And he knows this is his stage to perform. And look at that, just pumping again for the last section and just timing it to absolute perfection to come out.
9-point ride for Baron Mamiya. So he's been building his scores on the first 3 waves, and he's already gone excellent, Jesse, in his heat total, 16.9 two-wave total.
Well deserved. He deserved every bit of that. All the waves has had intensity. He was as deep as he could get in every wave he caught, read the wave perfectly, and whenever you're doing 4 or 5 bumps in the barrel on a heat, you're going to be looking at an excellent score, like mostly being as deep as he was. So that was, yeah, well rewarded.
Yeah, so nice. And what a start to this heat, 24 minutes to go. And here's a nice one for Connor, getting pretty deep on the lefts. I feel like if he's going to have a go at Baron, he's got to go right. He's got to get deep on his backhand. And we've seen him do it. I think this morning he got a great backdoor barrel, but I think he needs to go right and take some opportunity off Baron. And this is, look how perfect that looks for a goofy footer. It's all day long, but just needed a pump to come out of that one.
Well, both of you guys had competitions out here at Pipeline, but I'm going to go with you first, Louis, on how scary is it for a goofy foot to go backhand at backdoor?
Yeah, the scary part is when you're on your toe edge, you can pump and control. As we just saw Baron, it's easier to pump and control when you need to get speed, slow down speed. When you're on your heel edge, some guys can do it really well, but it's a hard thing to do is to pull back up the face and get your board to project forward. That's the hard thing, and it requires, backdoor absolutely requires you to be able to have that skill, and not many goofy footers have it.
Yeah, let's go to another goofy footer out in the lineup. Strider Wazalewski wants to add 2 cents.
Thank you, Kaipo. Well, I mean, just watching, the lefts out here at Pipeline and seeing the actual the depth of the tube. I mean, Connor got as deep as he could, and unfortunately fucked up right at the end of that wave, but I just don't think that the length of the tube ride is there on the left to actually get those huge numbers that we're seeing out of the right, with Baron just tagging those barrels, riding him, weaving through there. So I think Connor does have to go to the backhand, going to have to go backdoor, but definitely made a comment when he paddled by and said, I'm only going to go right if I have to. So I think you have to, Connor. Let's go.
Well, and the numbers are alluding to that as well, because Connor O'Leary in a 2-wave combination needs 2 waves 16.9 to take the lead, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky call, like Luke mentioned. It's a barrier breaker for goofies to only look at rights once you're out there. But Barron has proven that the rights are provided more. There's more opportunity, longer barrels. You can actually drive through them a little better, and mostly with the swell decreasing and turning more north, it's just most likely going to be more rights. So you just have to adjust.
I feel like this is a good size, though, Jesse, to have a go, because it's really wide open, and if you make a little bit of an error, the circumstances are gnarly. But with the wide open barrels, you've got a little bit of room to move and correct yourself. So if Connor wants to get anywhere near the finals today, he's going to have to get a pretty good right-hander.
Yeah, Connor O'Leary in his 3rd career semifinals. He had a semifinal over in G-Land in 2022, and in Fiji, he went through the semifinals onto a runner-up finish in 2017. So this is a great result for the Cronulla surfer.
It is, and I was fortunate enough to coach Connor on his rookie year in 2017, and it was I notched it up as one of my best coaching years, because it was so good to work with a young guy that was powerful and ready to take on the world. And yeah, as a coach, sometimes it's like you're giving the information, but to get it programmed in and them to go out and actually action it, that's the satisfaction of coaching. And I had a great year with Connor doing that.
So with Connor, can you tell me his strengths, but also the stuff that you had to work on with him?
In the beginning, it was just timing on his technique and hitting different part of the lip, both front side and back side. And then just believing in your talent. Like a lot of these surfers that need to come into these big high-performance waves is paddle down the face and believe in your talent. Your talent will take over. The subconscious will come over, and that's usually your talent. And then you'll get the wave of your life.
For the record, who are you working with this year, Louis?
This year I'm working with Caroline Marks again, who made the quarterfinals today, and Cole Hauschman, which I'm pretty excited about too. So got 2 on the books this year, and excited with Cole because he's a big, massive human like myself.
Like yourself, yeah. And it's all Goofy Foot team. So
I think
that's great. Yeah,
go
the Goofies.
That's the team motto.
Right foot forward. And actually, like, obviously they have different abilities and they surf different style, but they kind of have the similar approach to how, like, their strength. They're Connor and Cole, like, they both have lethal backhands, like, so powerful. And yeah, it's going to be fun to watch Cole this year too. Yeah,
he had such a good year on the Challenger, and you don't need to reinvent yourself completely when you come from the Challenger to the CT.
Right.
In my opinion, you just got to make sure you're doing your best surfing more consistently to get good results. And I'm excited for Cole to see Cole do that. Unfortunately, didn't get a good result here, and he was really comfortable in the warm-ups. But he's been surfing Sunset every day and looking good.
Yeah, that's surfing, isn't it? I mean, everything can look good on the warm-up sessions, the build-up to the event, and then the ocean is always the X factor. I think that's what happened with Cole. Let's hear from Molly Picklum with that 10 on her way to the final.
I got you, girl. Yeah, down here with Molly Picklum. Molly, coming out of the beach, there's so much to digest from that semifinals. I want to get to your wave. That was a casual 10 in just a minute. But first, let's talk about the back and forth between you and Betty Lou at a firing pipeline. Has it sunk in what this moment is for women surfing?
I think it kind of did sink in, to be fair. When I paddled out there, I was just like, saw some crazy waves with Katie in Katie's heat, and I was looking at Betty Lou, and I nearly said, like, this is crazy. As little kids, we would have been dreaming of this, and to be fair, a lot of older women would have been dreaming of that for women surfing, and I'm so honoured to be taking that opportunity and taking the charge with Betty Lou and all these girls who are amazing surfers for sure.
And certainly your name deservedly among them. Walking in today, your first 10.0 of your CT career. You're walking home with a Yeti 110 Tundra, but that score, what did you see on that wave? When you heard the score, what was the emotion? Give us the whole thing.
Yeah, I feel like for me personally, there's no more fitting place than Pipe to give me my first 10. I'm just so happy. 10 points, it's hard to come by. I feel like yeah, I don't know. I'm just so happy, and I think pipeline, yeah. The wave, I was just like, oh, Betty Lou's not going, and I need a score, and I know she's capable of 10s. We see her pretty much get a 10 in her earlier heat, so I just took off, and I don't know, I just thought it's got some draw to it, and I may as well roll the dice and try, and then it kind of ran a little bit, and then I came out kind of after the speed or with the speed. I'm not real sure. It was all just happening in the moment, but yeah, 10 points. I love it. I want more.
And speaking of more, you do have more ahead of you. On to the finals here at the first stop of the 2024 CT. How do you reel in all this emotion, come back down, and prepare for that next heat?
Yeah, I think like use the emotion. You want to be at a high level. You want to be moving. You want to be energetic out there to get in and under these solid waves. So I'm just using it for my advantage and enjoying it for what Pipe has. And I don't know, I just feel really connected to Pipe. Like, I've been fortunate enough, Rip Curl have a house over there and they support us, and I've been staying there literally brushing my teeth watching Pipe, eating lunch watching Pipe, dinner, breakfast, and yeah, I mean Rip Curl having that house there has been really helpful.
You had barrels for lunch, maybe barrels for happy hour. See you later.
Yeah, let's go.
And Baron Mamiya munching on a barrel coming out of that interview there. O'Leary late on there. You could see him get caught up on the bottom and paid for it. But yeah, upcoming women's final, Katie Simmons, Molly Picklum. That's going to be one not to miss.
Connor pretty deep then, copping a few on the head too. He realised he had to do something a little different there and got a lot deeper than he had on his previous lefts. And Baron, we were talking him up going right, so he decides to go left. He must be able to hear us, just showing us all the skills he's got here out at the pipeline. Nice stall, really good pump. That's what we were talking about earlier, Jesse, just getting that pump in just when you need it, as Baron did there.
Yeah, and he does that perfectly. And on this, actually, that wave had amazing potential right there. That might have been the best wave of the heat so far, but just getting a little bit too late. And what that pipe does here, usually like doubles up under you, and it's so hard to knife it. And as you saw him right there, like the first third of the drop, he was just like disengaging the rail, and once he caught it again, he was just kind of leaning forward a little bit too much, and that's how critical pipe is, Luke.
And then Connor just digging the nose in a little bit too much there, trying to get his drive a little bit too early.
Well, that pipe wave for Baron Mamiya added to his heat total, an 8.5, 17.57 two-wave total for Mamiya, and now Baron has Connor O'Leary, Louis, in a serious two-wave combination. How do you coach a surfer out of a serious two-wave combination?
Well, it's just go for it right now, especially at Pipeline with all this opportunity out there. It doesn't seem to be backing off, so Connor's just got to try something different. Maybe a big backhand barrel at Backdoor would be the, to get him out of the combination. But Baron is just phenomenal. When I saw it all happening this morning and looked at the draw, I was like, it's his time. He's put so many years out here just surfing and surfing and surfing, and yeah, it's really paying off today. It's looking really good.
Yeah, interesting. I saw Baron first thing this morning. Baron's dad's a friend of mine, so I watched Baron really grow up, so I feel like an uncle status almost. He's walking down the path and he asked me, how's the surf looking? And I just said three things to him. It's your day. And it's just I feel like little encouragements, and then his mom was behind him saying, that's what I told him this morning too. So certainly he's feeling it, and it's showing right now, so it could be.
Yeah, I love a comment that Ross Williams made in here on the broadcast earlier. He's like, everyone gets out there to survive, but Baron goes out there and toys with it. He's been sitting under that ledge for so many years that he's just not only taking off deep and late, he's there and adding everything else to make sure he gets the longest barrels, and he's putting on a clinic today.
Well, we're going to step away for just a bit. We're at 13 minutes remaining in the semifinal number one. Baron Mamiya with a chokehold on semifinal number one. Semifinal number two, John Florence, Ian Gentil. That's going to be coming up. Lexus Pipe Pro semifinal number one out in the water. Baron Mamiya with the lead over Connor O'Leary. Baron backdoor. Baron drags through this in a cavern, disappears. Second section from Mamiya. And Baron comes flying out. He's already gone excellent. Can he top the 9.07? We're going to find out. Kuiper Girl along with Jesse Mendez and Luke Egan. Luke, wow.
Wow, that was incredible. Just when we gave him all these accolades of just bringing everything out of the book. Look at this from right over on the left side of the wave and pulling through. And look at this control in the barrel, getting more speed just when he needs it and just coming flying out. Even he's impressed, and he's, yeah, look at so sick.
Yeah, what's most impressive for me on that wave is just the beginning of it, how he was able to control that speed and get so deep in that first section. Feet way in front of the board, just helping him out drive through that thing. But check it out, this both arms stalling, kind of has that little airdrop feeling on it. Engage the rail again. It gets so deep in that first section. It's so hard for you to control the speed through all that, those powerful waves. And right there is just paddle to the metal and just going for the win.
9.77, nearly a 10 for Baron Mamiya. And the crowd, his shaper, Britt Merrick, Matahi Drolet, Sean Ward, his manager, love that. Britt, pretty happy that 6'3" pipe rook that he shaped looks like it's a great number underneath the feet of Baron Mamiya, Luke.
It's the next thrill under getting a barrel like that is watching a surfboard that you've walked around in a blue room
yeah.
for a couple of hours and designed, and someone's on it just getting a 9.7 out there. Britt just looks so stoked then to see that board shoot through that backdoor barrel.
Yeah, he forged the sword for the warrior, Jesse, and what an exciting heat. Except for Conor O'Leary's probably not that excited right now because he needs 18.84 two-wave total to get out of combination. He does have priority, so he needs to first break that combo.
Yeah, but Conor wasn't far from actually getting a 9 just a little bit ago, which that's a good thing. He knows what to look for. It's just a matter of putting it together. And if you're looking really like at Baron's heat, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 waves, and 3 above excellent, 1 very close to it, and another very good wave. So like it's just has to be the heat of his life so far.
Mahina Olelo Hawaii is the Hawaiian language. It's a Hawaii language month, and Makani means winds. For more on the winds, I'm going to go out to the water to Strider Wazalewski.
Thanks, Kaipo. That's some beautiful Hawaiian right there for the wind. And you know what? The wind is absolutely beautiful, perfect, absolutely just straight offshore east winds. You know, here usually trade winds are kind of east-northeast with a little, you know, side chop on it. Today, it is absolutely perfect. I mean, it's like stepping onto a perfectly cut, you know, putting green and just taking a shot and just watching the hole and just watching the ball drop right in the hole. These guys are absolutely having one of the times of their lives out here. And I don't know, this is a tough go for Conor. The last goofy foot left in the event, and you know, I must say it kind of hurts to watch him kind of fall out of this one, but Baron is on a heater, and it's so fun to see the local boy absolutely dominate.
Thank you, Strider. And we can see the northeast offshore winds right now. Let's not count out Conor O'Leary, however. We still got 7.5 minutes on the clock right now, Louis, and Conor does have priority.
He does, and he's been putting himself in the right positions, just a little bit deep on that last left, just edged in a little bit on the front foot too much. That could have been up in the 9, so all he needs is that opportunity to come. It's still being consistent this afternoon. As Strider was saying, the wind is just corduroy. Like, you couldn't ask for anything better than that, and it's just making it absolutely look like the drawings you used to draw in your textbooks at school, just when you were dreaming of being at the beach and not in the schoolroom.
Yeah, just beautiful conditions. We waited for the last day of the event window to have this finals day. Luck has shown upon us, and the Pacific Ocean has provided as well. But Jesse, I feel Conor right now needs to get a 9 to really have not just break the combination, but really mathematically to give himself a chance to get out of this heat.
Yeah, totally. And no matter what he does right now, he's still going to need a very big second score. Even if he gets a 10, he's still going to need an 8.84. So he's in a big trouble, but in his sides of things, he got priority, and it's the best pipe it's been in like a few weeks.
Yeah.
So it's as perfect as he gets, and I don't think he should only keep an eye for lefts because even Barron's waves, they're actually like me looking as a goofy. I'm not saying it's easy, but they had potential for goofy footers to make that wave. Like they're running down the line, but they did have that slow start, which is good for backhand. You can kind of put like your leg on the water, slow yourself down, and then start driving through. So I think they're good waves for backhand. It's just a matter of him finding those and actually rolling the dice.
We're going to roll into our heat recap right here and see how we got to this point. Semifinal number 1 for the men started off. Connor O'Leary in this barrel.
Yeah, nice wave there for Connor. Just not the intensity that we're looking as the backdoor waves that Barron had and even his pipe wave. But check this out. This wave is running down the reef perfectly, pumping down. I mean, that's what you want, and the judges eat that every day. Like, that's excellent surfing for him. And this is the first wave from Connor right there. Almost stood tall too much, thinking that he was going to make it, and then he realized he was actually kind of deep, and that FOMO just ate him alive, and we got some more coming.
And then this one, the arm drag as he takes it down the face and then controlling the speed in the barrel so perfectly. I feel like Barron is just the repertoire of backhand tube riding and frontside. He's doing everything in the book right now.
Sure is. And let's take a look at our heat check for semifinal number 1, where we can see the top scores on the bottom for each of the surfers, along with all of the individual judges' numbers. Your right-hand corner is the live time, and you can see all the waves written underneath that. The unabridged version, you can see Baron Mamiya as the busiest with 5 waves written, but look at the numbers for those 5 waves: 6.83, 7.83, a 9-point ride, an 8.5, a 9.77. What a run for Baron Mamiya, Jesse, in this semifinal 1.
Yeah, that's so impressive. Like, it's hard enough to get 1-9 in the heat, and he got 2, threw away a bunch of massive scores as well. He's just having a dream of a run right there right now.
Strider.
Yes.
What's happening out there?
Well, just looking out the back, you can see some corduroys coming. You kind of get that feeling that you know, Connor's going to get a chance here. And if you look out along the horizon, you can see the big black lines coming in, just corduroying out, getting ready to stack up. I mean, that feeling, that anticipation of sitting in the lineup at Pipeline, looking out the back, you get that kind of warning shot across the bow because those sets rise up on those outer reefs when it's big, and that's what it's doing right now. So hopefully we'll get to see some massive sets come through and these guys take some more swings.
Louis, what's it like holding your position when you know those sets are coming? Because you don't want to paddle too far out.
Well, at Pipeline, it's one of the best feelings in the world because you know you've got the whole lineup. The next wave is yours. It's not a better feeling. I think of it every year that I come back and watch the event or coach at the event and watch the surfers paddle over. I'm going, oh my God, I used to remember those times. And there's just these mountains coming at you and you're like, all right, let's go. Which one am I taking?
Yeah.
Let's do it. And it's one of the best feelings in the world in surfing as a professional.
How do you hold the line, though, not paddle too far out and make sure you're just under the ledge?
You know what? It's a big area out there when the crowd's not out there, and it takes a while to get used to. You got to be pin perfection to where you want to be to get the deep barrels. Like, you know, we're scoring to 100th of a point, and it's nearly that on the timing and where you're going to take off at. And when it's open like this and there's no one else out there, it's even more detail to make sure you're in the perfect position. And you know, after you get a couple of reps, as we've seen Molly and some of the girls, and once they've had a few more reps, they've gone back and they've had attention to the detail and going to the same spot and getting a little better and taking that confidence and maybe improving just these small details on these waves because you're getting so many reps, and that's why we're seeing better scores from them. But I've seen Connor get some massive scores out here, and let's just hope he gets some more opportunities sitting there with priority.
Yeah, at this point, Jesse, I feel Connor O'Leary, he's just going to get a wave. If he does get a wave, even if it's a 10, he's going to get it for his memory banks because mathematically and time-wise, I don't think he can get 2 waves right now.
Yeah, I'm right with you. It's going to be very tricky for him to find 2 waves in that amount of time. If I was him, I was just trying to get the best barrel of my life because there's not many opportunities that you get to surf these conditions at pipe with no one out and take advantage of it as much as you can. This guy probably going to have another chance today, but yeah, it's looking tough for Connor.
Yeah, Barron's got to just come in and rest up for the final.
And what's John Florence thinking after seeing that performance is what I'm starting to think about.
Well, John's thinking, okay, Grom, I saw what you got. Because remember, John saw Barron come up. JLB saw John come up. John saw Barron come up. So it's that lineage right there that we're witnessing.
And he almost has to like calm himself down, because I know he's freaking out to surf this wave. So, but that also is dangerous. You know, he could be too excited and make too many mistakes. So he has to remember he's on a heat and put out his best strategy out there.
All right, down to 20 seconds. And maybe, well, it's a private room right now for Connor O'Leary out at Pipeline, which is rare. So maybe he can sign off with a great barrel. Looks like that one goes a little, all the energy goes more towards off the wall. You can see Ian Gentil and John Florence scratching into the lineup for semifinal number 2. There's the numbers from Baron Mamiya. Ginormous. 18.84 heat total. Brian Mamiya's on into the final. We're going to step away. When we come back, it's going to be John Florence versus Ian Gentil. Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti, semifinal number 2 out in the water to set our finals for today. The crowd has gathered at Ehukai Beach Park. Pipeline, the playing field, as well as Backdoor. Ian Gentil from Paia, Maui, coming up against John Florence from right here on the North Shore. John Florence, 2-time world champ, as well as the 2021 pipe champion. And he wants to add another one of these beautiful trophies on to his mantle. It's Kuiper Girl along with Jesse Mendez and Luke Egan on the call. What are we expecting from John, Luke?
Well, let's see. You know, I'm expecting a performance as good as Barron's, if not better. And that's a tall order, but let's just hope the imagination doesn't run too wild and he just goes too hard. But I'm sure that he's just so amped to be out there with all this opportunity.
Jesse, let's not forget about Ian Gentil. Ian, last year's Rookie of the Year, 27 years old, out of Paia, Maui. He's kind of always played this role as a dark horse. You know, no stickers on his board, still makes heats, and puts in excellent scores.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone that is here performing on tour has the highest levels of surfing, you know, so he's just a quiet guy, so he kind of goes under the radar, but he's an incredible, talented surfer. Might have been one of the best Groms growing up. He had so much potential, always had, and went in a little bit of a shadow for a bit, and then he came back and qualified. So it's great to see him here, and man, the fact that he's in the semis of a Pipe Masters with these conditions, he's going to take advantage of that. He's a smart kid.
What about this battle right here with open priority, Louis?
Yeah, they're both moving around in the lineup, trying to get in the best position for this medium-sized set. Just on Ian, I've so loved watching his heats in the past couple of years. You always go and sit down to watch him because he's always getting better at something, and he always surprises you with something that you probably didn't think that he had in his arsenal, and then he'll pull it out. And then it's been one of my favourite competitors to watch the last couple of years on the tour.
Yeah, he's been very impressive. He's already equaled his CT best with the semifinals appearance. He made the semifinals last year in El Salvador. A finals would be another level for him to take in his career. Second year on the championship tour. And you got to feel that when Ian Gentil, with the coaching of Leandro Dora, I'm sure the coach says, hey, this is just an opportunity, Jesse. This is not like a challenge that you can't match. This is actually a giant opportunity.
Yes, definitely. It's what I said. He knows that he's in the semifinals of the Pipe Masters in the best conditions you can ask for. He's such a smart kid that I know he's going to make the most of this heat. It started a bit slow, but I'm sure we're going to see fireworks in a little bit.
Hawaiian Language Month, we say "Oh my kai." It means congratulations to Baron Mamiya, because he's going to be in the finals.
Baron coming in all smiles, and the first thing you said was, it's so fun out there. How are you living in this moment, punching your ticket to the finals here at Pipeline?
Yeah, that was definitely the best heat I ever had on CT. I just felt like, I don't know, it was just like, I just felt like every good wave was coming to me. It was pretty sick. I felt like I couldn't fall, so yeah, it was fun.
That's got to be a good feeling, especially at Pipeline. Walk us through your wave and just how you saw it develop, the vision that you had, and how you trusted all those hours out here.
Yeah, I just, I kind of seen the line on the first couple, and then, yeah, my 9, I stalled into it, and then I started to pump, and then my second 9, I was like, okay, I'm going to try and get as deep as I can, and I started racing super fast because I stalled into it, and then had this like next section, and yeah, it was pretty crazy. They all felt very similar.
You said that winning the Pipeline event here would be the pinnacle for you, and now you're one heat away. How do you keep the focus and get ready for that next heat?
Yeah, just you know, keep the same focus, same goal. Just one more heat.
One more heat. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Yeah, Baron Mamiya into the final. We're gonna start with Ian Gentil, Pipeline barrel, and Gentil's gonna put the first number on the board in semifinal number 2. Looks for something, throws it away on the air. But back to Baron, it's funny with his focus. As an amateur in like the boys division, if he didn't win the final in the boys division, I used to work these events, and I would call him to grab his trophy, and he wouldn't want to grab a second place or a third place trophy. That's how competitive Baron Mamiya is, as we take another look here at Ian Gentil on his opening ride.
Yeah, just a nice start for him for what we're expecting for this heat and for what we've seen today. It's going to be a small score, but still something to work on it. Get your feet on the wax, get the nerves off, and yeah, that's basically it. Nice little rhythm wave for him.
It seemed like he was nearly holding John off the right, and then last minute decided to go left. So maybe a few tactics there to keep John in the lineup.
Yeah, and you don't want to give too much room to those guys. When they get comfortable, it gets too sketchy. Mostly in these conditions for John, it matches him so well. But yeah, smaller score coming for Ian, but something to work on.
4.33 for the opener for Gentil. JJF in a Pipeline barrel, spit out once again. So early advantage again to John. How does he do it, Lou? The waves just come to him sometimes. He speaks to the ocean.
He does. Well, he just knows how to take advantage of every barreling wave out there. He just puts himself in that perfect position. He goes at the right speed, and just the paddle. I love the paddle. Look how late to his feet. Pulls the backside into the wave, pulls the drive forward, comes out after the spit, which is really important for the judges. The judges will look at that, grinds it down there. Just that stall was just perfect, and coming out after the spit, John's got that one down. He's probably in triple figures of doing that right there.
Look at the water angle, Jesse.
Yeah, what's most impressive is just that foam bone glide right there. Like, there's so much energy going in the bottom of your board, and for him to be able to keep the control, it's very impressive. And like Luke mentioned, those pumps down the line, like, it's so tricky to do once you have your once you're holding the rail. because you're very compact, so it's hard to extend and like actually get a drive through. And he did it very well right there, and he's going to get rewarded.
Wave coming through here. We're waiting for the score for John Florence. Ian Gentil in the red jersey with priority. Gentil's going to go. And the paddle's going to cost them priority. Priority now to John Florence. John scores a 7.83 on his opening ride. Heat control to Florence. He's got the lead. He's got priority. 19 minutes, 45 seconds on the countdown here. This is the third time these two surfers have met up with each other. Let's see the stats on their head-to-head matchups. It's been all John Florence when matched up against Ian Gentil. John taking out Gentil at Sunset in the round of 32 in 2023, and then again in the round of 16 in Rio. So it's 2-0 John Florence. You can see the max heat scores way on John's side. The max wave score weighs on John's side as well when we look at these individual head-to-head matchups between the surfers.
Yeah, the numbers actually are, there's quite a difference in between them. So it looked like both of the previous matches they had, John kind of dominated, and he's starting to do that right now. He got a 7.83. Ian just committed a priority mistake by wasting the priority right there, and now John can capitalize big time. Yeah.
To expand on the numbers between these two, we can also look at their heat winning percentage at Pipeline. John with a 74% heat winning percentage. That means 74% of the time he's going to take a win. Ian Gentil, he's doing pretty decent heat winning percentage of 57% for Gentil.
Yeah, I wonder if that priority, it's got the potential to cost Ian two good waves here, leaving John Florence out the back at Pipeline in these perfect conditions with a 7.83 and giving him priority without getting an opportunity. It could be a big error. Let's see if he can capitalize.
Yeah, good point, Louis, is that it could be a double blow for him, especially if John's able to execute on the next ride. And John with the lead, and I talked about heat control, John's happy to run down the clock right now as well. When you're in the driver's seat, you don't want a lot of time on the clock for someone to come back. So he's happy to run the lineup right here, Jesse, and just control it, let the clock tick down.
Yeah, it's a chess game for sure. Like he knows there's still a lot of time, so he knows he's gonna need for how the conditions are. He needs another great score. Like he's looking at that, but the less time, the more pressure on your opponent's side when you're losing. So mostly sitting with priority. Like if nothing comes, it's better than something maybe average comes. Because then something very good comes, it's easy and clear for John to decide, I have to go on this wave. And it looks like there's a big set, so
yeah, we saw that. We saw a WSL buoy out there disappear a couple times. Anytime you see the buoys disappear, that's a clear indicator that there's some waves coming. Here we go. John looks interested. John's going Pipeline. Drops in, knifes the rail, pulls up on the Pizel surfboard. Second section and just busts through the door. John Florence. So, what you predicted, Luke Egan, just happened to Ian Gentil. He lost priority, and now John's going to get another good score.
That's the thing with this. The guys that are really good at some locations, as John is here at Pipeline, you give them an inch, they take a foot. And that's what we just saw there. And now John's going to be two solid waves ahead of Ian. So, John getting real comfortable. And as Jesse said, now he'll go out and pressurize Ian into taking a wave that maybe he normally wouldn't, putting the pressure on, and then get control of the heat and change the tempo, run down the clock. So some smart surfing there by John by taking advantage of that priority mistake.
Yeah, let's go out to the water with Strider Wazalewski.
Hey, Keipel. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. We're enjoying all the action. How can you not be having a good day? It's epic.
Yeah.
You look happy, Strider.
Yeah, the office is not bad today. I must say, this has been an all-time action-packed day of just tube riding and just big smiles from the competitors, but John just paddled by and there was not a smile on his face. He was like pretty dead set and ready to do battle, and I feel like it's like I don't know, usually he's got that little bit of a smile. He doesn't have it right now, and that's something I feel like we could touch on, on his go for this year, not just this contest, but I really think he's, obviously back in this for a world title, and he looks really healthy and amazing. Obviously, his surfing out here is amazing. The way that he molds the barrel and the way that he breathes in and out of it and can really like actually make the wave do what he wants to do almost is it's untouchable, and it's so fun to watch. So I can't wait to see it. I think John and Barron in the final would be amazing.
Well, we're getting close to there because John, we're checking out the replay, just scored an 8.27. So John has now gone into the excellent range when you look at a heat score, 16.1 for John Florence. Ian Gentil in a severe combination. There's the whole spread, Jesse, of all of our judges' numbers.
Yeah, that was, I mean, not many people would actually be able to squeeze through that barrel the way he did. It's very hard. And if you look back right now, the wind swinged actually a little bit more to the south. So as you saw, that wave wasn't as wide open as you expect mostly in a day like today for Pipeline. And you see a little bit of more of a texture right there. And the wind's blowing into the right now, which ideally you want straight offshore blowing into the left for Pipeline. But he was able to actually manage that very well because it wasn't an easy barrel.
That's like the previous heat. We got so in depth of Conor O'Leary and what he needed to do on a right. Well, John Florence just went and did it on the left.
Great call.
And the way that he was on his heel edge, and you could see the color of the white deck coming up and back there. That's because he was pumping the board. That's so hard to do on your backhand. That wave wasn't a perfection wave.
Yeah.
There was some bits and pieces that he needed to get around, and the judges deemed the distance he went to get around all those different parts, imperfections of that barrel, was deemed to get into the 8-point range.
Yeah. John riding a 6-4 Pizel next step. So that's kind of the board that came before the Ghost. Same rocker off the tail on the next step, but just a little bit narrower nose, not as much of the wide point put forward. So John kind of taking a step back in his equipment, but I think the extra rail line, because generally right now, and you can speak to this, Louis, that John would be riding more like a 6-2, so the extra rail line looks like it's working in his advantage to drive through those tubes.
Definitely, that was beautiful then. Just that, to make an 8 out of a wave that didn't look absolutely perfect is there's a lot of technique involved, and it looked really nice. Every time he tilted up on that heel edge, seemed to drive forward nicely, and then he'd back it off a little bit just so he didn't come out too early. But then when there was another piece in front of him, he'd pull up on it again, and that's some of the best backhand tube riding you'll ever see.
Well, I'm going to froth it up a little bit for a Bonsoy brew break right now, you guys. We're going to sip on some Bonsoy, come back at 8.27. This is John's 5th excellent wave of this event.
I think initiatives like today can inspire ocean conservation just from bringing exposure to different people about it. I think that's really is the exposure and the experience of coming down here and seeing how beautiful this place is. I mean, when you look behind me, like, look at it, it's incredible.
Let's go and do this.
So right here, we're mounding up water hyacinth, which is an invasive species, into a floating garden bed. So these are called huli. Taro is a really amazing plant, and it grows from what's called a huli, or a stalk. You plant that in the ground, and from that grows a makua, or the parent. And from that parent grows several oha, which forms an ohana, or a family, which is also the word for human families as well.
This project we hope to see in a decade from now feeding the community. So I feel like in a decade we'll really have a great example of how this can be done all throughout the islands.
First step is inspiring people to get out there and experience it, and then the next step is to be like, hey, this is pretty cool, right? Like, let's protect this.
Back at semifinal 2 here at Lexus Pipe Pro. Ian Gentil needs to make a comeback. And here he goes, the Maui boy. Tucks high, gets a little bit of a bubble there, has to fight for an exit. Looking to get out of a 2-wave combination put on him by John Florence, Kuiper Guerrero, Jesse Mendez, and Luke Egan on the call here. We're waiting for that number for, and it comes in. Ian Gentil just had a 2.83 for this, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's there's no intensity on that wave. The barrel was pretty small. Nothing against what he did, just that wasn't there to offer to him. And as we see right now, the wind's actually getting a little stronger. So as you see right here, there's a lot of chandelier coming down in the barrels, and that's not ideal for tube riding. But yeah, it's what we got right now. And John is actually probably pretty stoked because it makes it much harder for Ian.
Again, Coach Luke Egan, 16 points, 2 waves, Ian Gentil, and he's under the priority of John Florence. What's the go? What's the play right now?
I like that he just caught a wave and just kind of, it's like the wheels have fallen off, so he's putting the wheels back on and, okay, I've just got to feel it out. I've got to get to my feet, just feel it out and see what's going on, and maybe just start catching a lot of waves and just trying a few things out. John's, put him in a pretty heavy position, but as long as the wind doesn't get too strong and we see some sets coming, he's still in this heat.
Yeah.
Like John, he's still there.
We'll take a look at the waves coming up, but during the break, we actually saw a switch of priority right here where this is Ian with priority. John kind of sold him Jesse on a lemon.
Yeah, that was kind of a lemon. See, that wave kind of clamped, and the wind's not helping that much right now, mostly for pipeline. It's just kind of making everything crumble. But I saw actually that wave coming when I looked back, and it was coming very deep, and what that does, it kind of misses the main reef at pipe, and if it's not big enough, it will go way inside, and it runs so fast that it doesn't really let you get the speed to drive through it. So that's what kind of happened in that wave at the end, unfortunately for him. And John was smart enough. He knows every single wave of this place.
Yeah, and just, it gives John ultimate heat control again. Priority, he can dictate the pace of the heat, Louis, but also the fact that he's got his competitor in a 2-wave combination. I mean, John's already looking towards the final right now.
The other thing I like, Copo, is we actually haven't had as many good waves as we did in the first semi-final.
Right.
And John's really taken advantage and hasn't got the heat total of Barron, but he's taken advantage of what's come his way because there hasn't been any big backdoor barrels yet, and his heat totals not far off. So impressive with the way he's been able to get the scores out there.
And just what John's been able to do today in the quarterfinal against Leo Fioravanti, John turned the heat in the final 32 seconds. It went Leo's way, and John hung on there, and talk about a clutch performance at a key time. That just shows it's not a coincidence. We see the numbers over and over again with John Florence and how he's able to do it.
Yeah, and that wasn't easy, first of all, because he was with his back against the wall. Pressure was on him. He had to win that heat because he was the favorite. So in his head, he has all of that. And not to mention, we saw him paddling the last 5 seconds and maybe even less and getting that barrel, which was a perfect wave. But that wave was so hard to read coming towards you because it doubled up, and he was actually able to just kind of put himself in the perfect position as he always does. So props to him because that wasn't easy to do.
Yeah, it was either the score if he made it, but there was a big chance that he didn't. That would have been the end of his run. But that's just the kind of magic that John Florence does. As we look, he's had such a great history over here at Pipeline throughout the years. He's won in 2021. He's won 4 of the QS events here as well. Taking a look at the past 10 years of John's finishes here at Pipe, really impressive, Louis.
They are. It took him a while to actually get the win, but once he did, he's just he's heading off in the sunset. But for so many years, he's been one of the best guys out here. I remember seeing him so young out there, just so small and young. I'm like, what are you doing out here? You're going to die. And then he'd take off and just drag his backside and get barreled like one of the inside ones. And all that time, it just goes to show all that time out here, just learning, attention to detail, and it's put him to the top of the pack.
Yeah, Grom John. When he won his first QS out here, he was just a grommet. In between heats, he was on the beach building sandcastles just to kind of keep his mind off it. He was a full Grom with a full Grom attitude and just took out the entire field. And that's when I think the surfing world, Jesse, knew, okay, there's something special about this kid and Pipeline.
Yeah, definitely. It's a match made in heaven, and just how comfortable he looks, it's what's most impressive. You have guys that are as good as him here. Maybe Kelly Slater was one of them, Barron's one of them, but they have more intensity in their surfing. He makes everything look too easy, it's almost not fair, It's impressive how he can do that and how comfortable he looks on a wave out here.
Yeah. Cruisy style of John Florence, raised on the beach here at Ehukai by his mom, 2 younger brothers, Nathan and Ivan, and Baron Mamiya with eyes on the lineup right now. paying attention to every second because this could be a breakthrough event, Louis, for Baron Mamiya.
I love it that he got himself on the tour a few years ago by getting a great result at Sunset Beach, and he just kept making it to the next CT, to the next CT. But this is just proving that he belongs here. He's in the final again here in Hawaii and in his backyard as well. So 3.5 minutes remaining in the heat and the water. I'm excited to see the two grommets from Pipeline bash it out in the final. If it ends up like that, it's going to be a spectacular end of the day.
Yeah, we just saw that in the lineage out here. We saw, Jamie O'Brien as a youngster back in 2004 took a win out here, and he was just kind of the new Pipeline kid. And then Jamie had another guy under his arm, which was John. John rose to be where he is today. John inspired Baron. And so you just see this tree of growth of these Pipeline superstars, Jesse.
Yeah, and there's almost like the same, I would say like probably pretty similar difference gap of age right there. Like from Jamie and John and Baron, like it's going to be fun. It's almost like John is the uncle, even though he's pretty young. Like what's going to happen, Well,
we're down to under 3 minutes, and the door is slowly closing on Ian Gentil, but Ian can walk away with his head held high. He's going to match his best result in a championship tour event with this semifinal appearance. And for the sophomore on the championship tour, that's a great start, Louis, to the season. When we look at that mid-season cut, he's already got a nice keeper result.
Absolutely, and just receiving the trophy of Rookie of the Year last year, sometimes that can be a bit of a voodoo for the people in the next year. A little bit too comfortable. Yeah, I was the best on my first year, but not for Ian. He's just out there ready with a fantastic result to start the year, and he's been putting the time in and surfing really good.
Yes, there's a term. It's called the sophomore jinx, and oftentimes, where they use it a lot in music that the second album is not as good as the first album, but and it happens with athletes too. After just outstanding rookie career, having that sophomore jinx in the second year. But Ian Gentil is not jinxed at all. He's got a keeper, and he's going to take away an equal third. 90 seconds remaining, and just a little bit of paddling around the lineup between John, and Ian. Here goes John with priority. Crumbly wave here. Goes through that foam ball, but even with the changing conditions, John not able to punch through, Jesse.
Yeah, that's all because of that wind. Actually turned even more onshore right now since we spoke about it last. And just crumbly, he would have 99% of the time would not fall if that wave was offshore. But even though it's kind of a big spread of a heat, it all comes down from one mistake that Ian had. That priority change, losing that 8.27. If you would have got that wave, you would have an 8.27 or maybe closer to an 8 and a 4 something, and John would have a 7.83 only. So one little mistake can count so much in a heat.
Yeah, and that just set the ball rolling for John Florence. Eyeing up a final with Baron Mamiya. Two pipe regulars, two surfers that have literally grown up on the sands here at Ehukai. What a matchup, Louis.
Yeah, amazing. It's going to be incredible. Pardon me, I'm so looking forward to it. It's with these perfect waves. Let's just hope that wind sorts itself out. We are going into that happy hour zone though, like that around that 3-4 o'clock. The wind should back off again.
Champagne hour is what we're hoping for. You can see Baron Mamiya steely. He's aware of who he's going to challenge now in the final, and there's his reaction. I'm ready for John, he says. Thumbs up. All right, Baron, okay. The numbers were excellent for John Florence. He's going to be into the final with Baron Mamiya. Coming up next, our women's final. Get ready, buckle up. Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum for a pipe title after this message.
Molly Picklum survives and moves on to the final with Katie Simmers.
Wow. Katie Simmers getting things started with the women's quarterfinal.
Molly putting her head down, grabs around the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the It's time for the final. Caitlin Simmers taking on Molly Picklum. We've got Australia versus the USA, and it's all coming down to this 35-minute heat scored on their top two. Not only to be a pipe champion, but to kick off 2024 #1 in the world. The stage is set. Katie's been setting the mark at Backdoor, that 917. Then Molly went pipeline and got a 10, two of the best in the event. Going head-to-head here in the final, the most prestigious event on the calendar on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Laura Enever here for the call. So many highlights from these two, starting with Katie Simmers. What's been the most brilliant about her performance on finals day?
For me, it's got to be her first wave of the day, the 917, just taking off, and then the post-heat interview, actually getting to hear about her internal dialogue, and she hasn't even caught any waves like that whatsoever. So to be able to have the ability to go out there, maintain composure, and then pull it off with the 917 was incredible. And we got to hear a lot from her because she was stoked, so that was good.
So true. AJ McCord brought up a great question to Molly Picklum after the 10. It's like, how do you settle down after such a highlight moment for your career and then prepare for a big final?
Totally. I mean, that was obviously a highlight moment for Molly, and it will be forever. Her first ever 10-point ride. But I think what was even more, something she needed to calm down from more was the fact that Betty Lou almost got the score on her last wave. And so that whole entire heat was just so intense, back and forth. It was so competitive, and it almost looked like she could have lost it at the end there. But she's made it into the final. She's had her first 10-point ride. And yeah, she would have had to have gone back to the house and just chilled out.
Gosh,
not had a Red Bull.
Really enjoyed the debate from you both on that decision. Betty Lou and the buzzer just came up short. That was a super heat. Molly Picklum got through as she's sitting there on screen waiting to start a big final here at Pipeline, looking for her second championship tour win. And it's pretty cool how she feels this relationship with Pipe and Backdoor. She kind of feels really good about it. The growth that she's had, even the wipeouts that she's had, she's grateful for. And she's just flying right now, coming off her first 10 of her career. Let's catch up with John Florence with AJ.
John just punched your ticket to the finals here at Pipe, and the first thing he said to me is, the wind went offshore. How did you have to adjust in this one to the changing wind conditions?
Yeah, that's frustrating because it was as good as it gets in the heat before, and just watching Baron get all those waves, so me and Ian were pretty fired up, and then we were sitting there and I kind of started feeling it, and I was just like, oh no. But it still got some fun ones. I'm stoked to make that heat.
Yeah, with the changing wind conditions, now moving into the finals, how do you regroup, get ready for whatever the conditions are?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we'll just watch and see what this does. Hopefully it doesn't hang around for too long. I think it's just from the rain. So, yeah.
On to the finals. Anything you're going to carry with you? Anything you're sort of just letting sink in before this final event?
No, just kind of keep going. I want to win. So, yeah, I'm going to do my best to do that.
We'll look forward to it. Congratulations, John.
Yeah.
John Florence moving on to take on Baron Mamiya. What a matchup. I mean, not just for the local community, but for the world. You'd be willing to see a final at Pumping Pipe and Backdoor with Baron, kind of much younger than John. Baron just turned 24. John's in the 30-plus club at 31. But Baron be looking up to John for a long time as we see the first wave of the final. Caitlin Simmers finishing off with a couple little carves to start off with the lead. She'll call for the assist from the Hawaiian Water Patrol. But she's been brilliant today, and we've been watching her best waves of her life at Backdoor right in front of our eyes, as she'll either be starting in the yellow jersey or world number 2, depending on how this final goes. She's already gunning for her third CT win. Last year she was just a rookie. She's accomplishing a lot in a short time.
Absolutely. I mean, to be in her fourth final ever, going for her third CT win at her second year on tour is just unbelievable. And as we see her first blood of the final here, and we know Katie's just been on fire at Backdoor all day. She's also got the ability to charge at Piper. Looks like that board might even be slightly larger than what she has been riding. So maybe seeing, Betty Lou and Molly get those bigger sets at Pipe and thinking we could go slightly larger this heat in board size.
Yeah, good thinking. Length, it tends to be your friend all over the North Shore. But she's had a taste of the lineup. Watch this. Molly Picklum locks in, pulls in, standing tall, and gets blown out at Backdoor. We are watching magic, poetry, and one of the best performances we've seen in surfing history, all in one single day. Molly Picklum continues to deliver.
That is poetry in motion. That was beautiful to watch. She's, one of those things you can... Here we go. This is the moment right here. First wave of the final for Molly. Drops into this huge backdoor pit. Comes flying out from behind the section there. I just can't believe that she's had the ability to maintain this momentum the whole way through this entire event. It is super incredible.
Yeah, she has been the absolute standout of the event. And look at this. This was really hard to ride. She almost had to wait for this chandelier, get underneath it here, and this is where the whole wave just unloaded on the reef there. And look at her just screaming through that section. Wow, that's going to be an excellent score to start off the final.
Molly Picklum has something really special going on at pipe and backdoor. She can go both directions. Her technique on her forehand is solid. She's using arm bars when she needs it. That one just opened up and gave her quite a view. Scores are now in for Molly Picklum, a 9.27 on her first wave of the final.
I don't have any words. I don't know what else there is to say. This is just incredible. She just keeps raising the bar. I mean, I just thought that last heat against Betty was the greatest women's heat I've ever seen in competition, especially at a wave of consequence like pipe. But Molly has just continued with this momentum into this heat, and that's a really, really hard thing to do. Keep a lid on it, be like, okay, I just got a 10 in my last heat, let's refocus. The job's not over yet, We've still got a final here, and I've come up against Katie, who is also in form, also dropping nines.
Well, her 10 broke the internet. I just tried to catch up with a little bit of the posts that were happening, and one came from pipe legend Liam McNamara. He was going, hey, that is the best ridden wave at Pipeline he'd seen from a woman on her backhand at Pipeline. Just hands down. He's seen a lot of waves. He's ridden a lot of waves at pipe, some big ones. And so right there, it's just that just kind of matches what we're seeing. What we call it, we're seeing history in the making as we watch Caitlin Simmers get a little bit caught up on that running right at backdoor. Board pops up. There she is. She had the 2.5 start. Another wave where she'll end up incomplete. You start questioning now, what would the fatigue factor be like today, especially with Katie's approach. Along with the 9.17 she had in the quarter, she also took maybe one of the worst wipeouts she's had out there as well, Laura.
Yeah, she did. She had a bomb this morning that she even said in her interview she probably shouldn't have gone. But yeah, all that fatigue, we're coming up to 2:30 in the afternoon here, and look at this. Looks like a nice wave. If she'd been able to get a few more pumps, she could have snuck through that bit of texture on the face. It is pushing the lip down probably a bit more than these ladies are used to. It's been so clean all day, so hopefully we can see those trade winds kick up and clean up this lineup that little bit more, because that would have been a bit more open, but it seems like that just shut down on Katie there.
There you can see Katie getting the lift for the Hawaiian Water Patrol. We can't thank them enough. The best in the business, making sure everybody's safe, especially the best surfers in the world, all led by legendary human and water safety man, Terry Ahui, working closely for many years with Brian Kealana and teaching a lot of people internationally about water safety. And their crew's unbelievable. 23:55 on the clock. Molly Picklum's been all over this event with big numbers, but this the best. 10-point ride on this one.
This was so incredible and such a moment for women's surfing. It was history, this heat. I was so impressed with Molly, just her ability to get so low on the rail there, grab, draw on the bottom. There's her claim. She's heard it's a 10. But, Molly did amazing in this heat, but so did Betty. It was just incredible to see. I mean, there's the scores right there. Molly, 10. Betty Lou, 9.7. And for me, they were just inspiring each other, equally as they were inspiring each other, they were also wanting to beat each other, right? So they just kept raising that bar in that heat. And, yeah, it was so exciting to watch.
These are the top 5 waves of the entire event. Look at Molly's name so many times. You can see what round she accomplished those numbers. There's 8s that we couldn't even count. She's been on such a roll, but an 8.5 is number 5 best score, number 3, and also number 1 with a 10. Katie Simmers, big cave at Backdoor, and she makes it. The teenage phenom from Southern California is a very gifted human being. She has been getting the waves of her life today. And right when you see Molly start with a 9.27, Caitlin does have an answer back at Backdoor.
Yeah, Katie's coming to the party now, and I mean, we all knew it would be another incredible battle, and these two are longtime friends. I mean, they're so young. I mean, they've probably been friends for not 5-10 years, but yeah, this was Molly first, just ejecting there, so just pin dropping. Hopefully she snuck through the back of that wave, and this was Caitlin Simmons behind, taking off, just negotiating that chandelier section so well. That was such a technical, hard-to-read barrel, but she did so well to hold on there. So Caitlin Simmers, a wow factor. That was a hard wave to ride.
That was so beautiful to watch, and I was really, really stoked to see her just back up, you know, her amazing performance that she's already had in this event. But that was a hard wave to read that had a lot of bump on lump on the face, and this little dismount here, she almost lost it there. But this moment here, I don't know if this was just a no-claim or a bit like, oh, I'm a bit tired after this many heats.
Oh, here we go, Molly Picklum. Going down twice back-to-back. The first one was more of that controlled wipeout. She was looking for that pin drop. That one, she got clipped on the takeoff.
Yeah, and then she's going to have to negotiate these backdoor bombs on the head.
Oh, that one there, she was trying to go deep, but she didn't quite get underwater, and you saw her get picked up and sent over the falls. So now we'll see what her decision is. Well, Hawaiian Water Patrol already right there to grab her.
This is the classic pipeline rinse cycle right here. But yeah, all day we've seen it be super clean, but that little bump on the face is proving to be a little bit more difficult for the ladies, and just start, you know, those lumps that they're just not used to. You even saw Katie Simmers' wave before. You know, she hit a bump and her foot almost like moved on her board, and she was just trying to hang on at the end of it. So the ladies doing so well to negotiate this, but I'm sure Molly's got a bit of water up the nose after that.
Just ran into Lakey Peterson. She's like, I can't miss any of this. She came back down. She's preparing for the finals. She had so many great things to say about all the competitors, but she went on to say this final is just so fitting. She's like, for her being on tour and this is her peer group, now that she's out of the event, you know, seeing Carissa out, and she named a couple of her favorites, but she's like, this was the final she'd always want to see. As the scores are coming through for the backdoor wave of Caitlin Simmers, it's an 8.83. And not much separation to Molly's 9.27. Now it's going to be the battle of the backups.
We've got a battle on our hands.
Wow.
This is so damn good. And, I mean, their last battle, WSL Finals. Katie got the upper hand.
Molly's still looking for her first win over Katie. Yeah, it's kind of been all about Katie Simmers, even in the regular season events. She's gotten the jump on Molly, including a heat in Tahiti that Molly really wanted to win. And then, yeah, like the WSL Final 5, that was that first match as we break down their best scores, Flick.
Yeah, this is just splitting hairs here. As you can see, Katie's was a little bit shorter barrel. Molly in the barrel for a lot longer time there, and that's that just under a point difference there between the two scores. But yeah, Katie's barrel a little bit shorter, a little bit faster. Molly's just that bit longer travel time. The drop was maybe a bit steeper. The wave visually as well was a lot more beautiful to look at.
Yeah, I think where they went higher with Katie's was the way that she was able to slice into the barrel off the takeoff, which is so hard to do, to engage the rail and really sort of stand tall into that first section. Molly, you know, steeper drop, but she came to the bottom and then pumped up into that section. So kind of different. Like you said, Katie's a bit shorter, but probably more technical. Molly's cleaner and, yeah, had that sort of throatier section down the line.
18:22 on the clock. You're just reminded of the whole theme of this new generation of Chargers on tour, reminding me of moments of certain surfers when they're really young and they take over, from, you know, Tyler Wright, Carissa Moore, Stephanie Gilmore, then to Caroline Marks when she won the season opener in the past. And Now we've got this feeling with Katie Simmers just in her second start on tour. She's barely been in over 11 CT events, and she's already changing the game and making such an impact along with Molly Picklum.
And you know who's coming up, biting at their toes, or heels. We got Erin Brooks and Sierra Kerr and all the amazing young girls that are just at the rising tides that are probably going to be here in a few years.
As we focus in on this rivalry, it's a fun one. I think they enjoy having battles with each other. They're in their same generation. We saw the intensity between Molly and Betty Lou really trying to win. And yeah, it's true. It's an undefeated streak for Caitlin Simmers. 3 big wins, and included that big moment at the WSL Finals down at Lower Trestles last September. So we'll see if Molly can turn things around. And now they're enjoying a final together at Pipeline. This is the big one that they really want to take over to kick off 2024 in Pumping Waves. Like you guys have been mentioning today, this is a day we'll be referencing for the rest of their career. A redefining moment of what the tour really looks like for the women to get quality waves at Pipe and Backdoor alongside the men. I think that's been the biggest message this year, sharing this finals day. And it's as good as it gets.
It really is. And just back to those stats, Molly's going to know all of this 100%. And she is so hungry. I mean, you could see it in that last heat. I was sort of speaking about it before too. She goes out there and, obviously she's got 9, she's got 8. She hears Betty getting 9s, Katie getting 9s, but she just wants the 10. And you can see that in her surfing. So her matching up against Katie in this heat, she's going to be so fired up. And hearing that Katie just dropped an 8.83, that's going to fire Molly up even more to want to go even bigger. So I just think this is going to be fireworks here at the end because they've both got that really substantial score. Just going to be a battle of that backup.
Strider Wazalewski watched the world title race so closely last year, and these two Groms basically at the tour are 4 and 5 in the world last year.
You know what? I think they're going to be number 1 and 2 going into the finals. They're just so good. They got so much competitive prowess, and they're so good in the lip and in their turns and their performance. On the heavy wave spots that we're going to go through this year, we're going to see them obviously step up like we've seen them here at Pipeline. But their game in smaller waves is just insane. So I really feel like that these two are going to hold it all the way. At the end of the year, they're going to be right there at number 1 and 2. What do you guys think?
Yeah. I'm just really stoked you're putting it out there at the season opener. And it's fitting that it's a final, but yeah, you can't deny the momentum that these two have, their confidence, their growth that they've had in a short period of time. Especially if we are gifted with some great waves this year, that they're definitely going to step up. I like it. I really like it. That's Strider's pick, number 1 and 2 in the world.
Yeah, it's hard not to believe that at this point. They've both been so convincing through all their heats so far. They're so competitive. When you think of Katie Simmers, like she's so chilled and laid back, you don't really see that competitor in her, but when she's in heats, she cares. She hates losing, and she's coming out more and more saying that she really wants this. And Molly, we know that she's literally just the most competitive person ever. You see her playing pickleball or tennis or any sport, and she is like a competitive beast. So here we go.
Opportunity setting up for Katie Simmers. Takes a big roll in and now goes for a big turn. Drills it. How about that hack? Snaps it on the second section and rides away. Nice, cool look at 2-turn combo and maybe adapting a little bit to these conditions in the wind change. Hey, ace bucket. How good is that? Right next to Glen Micro Hall. Ace was a beast out here. Miss him. He hasn't even called. So cool when you see one of the established guard returning to the tour. He was one of the most reliable surfers on tour, had great longevity, great at pipe, win in Tahiti. And watching this one closely, I actually tried to get a comment from Micro after the 10. He just said, "Are you kidding, brah?" That's all I got from him. As we look at Katie Simmers on the replay flick.
Yeah, Katie just choosing to go to turns here. And as we see, you can see there's a tiny little bit of rain falling right now, and there's a bit more texture on the face of these waves. They're a little bit more crumbly. Look, at the moment, I mean, she took off on it. She rolled the dice. She may as well go to turns and complete the wave, I reckon.
I was standing next to Chris Gallagher at the end of the previous round, and we saw the sky get overcast, and he said, uh-oh, this is a little bit of a concern. Sometimes you have that prevailing, beautiful trades offshore all day, but there's that local weather system that can kind of change things around. and maybe can go a little bit onshore. It can change back. We'll just see what this system does if it's passing.
Yeah, well, good news. I can see some blue sky coming to the north over there, so I reckon hopefully these variable winds will just stuff off soon.
Yeah, it's cool to see still quality waves on an incredible day to kick off the season. 12:45 remaining in the women's final. Katie Simmers with the lead, still standing by for Molly Picklum to see if she'll make a comeback in the back end. We'll be right back. What a final we have to look forward to. Young Baron Mamiya, North Shore local boys taking on his hero, John Florence. As you see, Baron's support crew right behind him there. Eli Hanneman came down to support. He's under the same management as Sean Ward there. Chris Gallagher's not on the tools right now for Baron, but they've done so many events together. He was the coach for his win at Sunset. It's a small community here, so he's still down here just to watch a big show go down. Baron Mamiya taking on John Florence in 10 minutes and 20 seconds. You're trying to think of the last time we had a final where all surfers were representing Hawaii. It's about 2 decades have gone by. Jamie O'Brien, Garcia in the final. That was like 2004. We saw that in the WSL vault. So that's what we've been waiting for. Coming up next.
Yeah, wow.
10 minutes on the clock.
Oh, everyone would be getting down here. It's Saturday afternoon. Come and find a spot on the beach to watch the local heroes just go head to head, and it's going to be a cracker. It really will.
You can see just the way they've earned their spot in the final for Baron. It's just been having a highlight reel of like surf movie parts where he's taking waves with or without priority, where he's actually just getting close to 10s. It looked really easy for what he can accomplish. John's had a little bit of a surprise showing here. Their buzzer beaters, almost lost to Leo. Wind kind of shifted. He got nervous, against Ian Gentil. So it's kind of cool how they kind of had different ways to get to the spot in the event.
For sure. I think you just got to think back to, John over the last few years. I think he's had a lot of those moments where, things quite don't just go his way. He's obviously had injuries. This year he's back. He looks really focused. He's got a little bit more purpose maybe. He looks a bit more driven. And, those moments where it could go either way, or if, clock's counting down, he needs a score, those waves are coming. And it's so exciting to see 2 guys that grew up here, and this is their backyard. They're just going for a surf, and I just cannot wait for this final. It is going to be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I saw Pizell in the Red Bull Athlete area before, and he was just saying after that heat where he had the buzzer beater this morning, just finally, I feel like he just said that there's been so many times that John has needed a score and the opportunity just hasn't come. There hasn't been a wave, and he finally got that, and you could feel that, that momentum shift. As soon as he had that, he was more emotional and I guess, than ever.
North Shore community is going to be split in this next heat. You've got Baron with, the younger generation, surfing with guys like Makana Pang, Kalani Rivero, Noah Beshin. They're putting together movie parts all the time for fun, hanging, getting really barreled. You got John, who's, with his brothers, of course, Nathan and Ivan, Eli Olsen, Koa Rothman, just a bit older. It's classic. They're 2 solid crews on the North Shore. Now it's all going head-to-head for a chance to be a pipe champion.
And I feel like for Baron as well, Moana touched on it before when she was on the VIP headset earlier today. And, the year Moana won at Pipeline, she felt like, Baron had that momentum. He looked like he was just surfing so well until Kelly stopped him with that buzzer beater with 3 seconds to go and sort of crushed his dream. But what a moment for these 2.
They've seen each other grow up. They've been out on the best days at Pipe and Backdoor. And now it's for the most coveted trophy in the regular season. 7 minutes till we get there. Katie Simmers still in the lead of this one. 883 at Backdoor. Has a better backup than Molly, so is out in front. Picklum sitting with priority with her 9.27. She just needs a 3.39 for a lead change, and we know quite well Molly's not looking for a 3. She's looking to pick a wave that would help her put this one away.
Obviously, she wants to be barreled, right? But Katie's having a look here.
Katie Simmers up and under, and the nose will poke, and she's straight down.
Yeah, obviously Molly is looking for the barrel. There's no doubt about it, right? But time's ticking down in this heat, and she's sitting out there with the highest single wave score, that 9.27. She only needs a 3.39. You've just got to hope that hopefully, the ego sort of doesn't get in the way a bit, because this is a heat, right? And of course you want to win with two major barrels. She only needs a 3.39. And I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how this pans out. I want her to get a barrel. Of course we want to see barrels, but we just hope that ego sort of doesn't get in the way, and she keeps looking for it.
I feel like as well, this local weather system, the wind, so it looks like Molly might be having a look at this smaller wave here. Is she going to roll the dice? Looks like she might.
Molly Picklum needs a 3.39. She's looking to burn off some speed, pulls up and under, and just saw her go down quickly. Right when she looked like she set her rails, something threw her off. Getting boards from Darren Hanley. She's been breaking quite a few on this trip to the North Shore of Oahu. Katie Simmers went to the 5.11 earlier today, which are normal boards of 5.4. As we look at Molly's approach again here, Laura.
Yeah, she double arm dragged into that. It looked like it was going to be awesome. It looked like she was going to be able to fly through that section, but unfortunately, looked like she just went a bit high in that wave, sort of clamped, and didn't really have the opening that she was hoping for. But yeah, when we were watching it happen live, we really thought we were just going to see her fly on out of that. And so unfortunately for Molly, she's 4 minutes and 50 seconds. That's going to be a bit of pressure on.
I think that would have been the score too. Comes flying out.
Absolutely,
big cutback, and now she's going back out the back with under 5 minutes, and Katie has priority, right? So this is making things pretty tough.
Yeah, the hard thing will be she probably doesn't know what Katie did on her 3.83, so she might be thinking Katie got a small barrel on that. And, if she knew that, 2 turns can get you in that, 3.3 range, it's not a bad move for her to just put her competitive hat on right now and just really try to grind that score out.
We know obviously these two are incredibly competitive. You have to be at this level. But for Molly, I've always noticed she walks away from losses as a champion. However, when you haven't beat somebody yet who's like in your generation, it's been 3 in a row, including, the first match of the WSL finals. You'd wonder if that would be creeping and going, okay, it's you again. This is my chance. And seeing Molly fall a couple times in this heat, the energy of a final is different too, isn't it, Laura? When you've gone all this way to earn it, this is where you want to put in your best, and sometimes it can put more pressure on you at the same time.
Yeah, I think coming up second in a final it's pretty heartbreaking. I mean, Molly's had such an incredible day today, and she's going to have to pull from all of her competitive experience, all of the heat she's done, the mock heat she's been in situations like this, needing a 3.39 with 3.5 minutes to go, and try to get creative and work out how to get there.
So this is Molly's 4th final appearance at the CT level. So in the 3 previous, she's won 1. That was the win we saw at Sunset Beach. So she's trying to work on that winning percentage once she gets to the final. As we saw Katie Simmers win twice last year and was runner-up in Tahiti, down to 3 minutes, Strider.
Yeah, we have just enough time for a wave to come through, and the only thing that is going to be on the benefit of Molly at this point is she just needs to drag Katie into a wave. She needs to get her to paddle for one. So basically, she's going to defend her priority at the moment, but it's a small score, and Katie knows that. So she's going to probably try to take whatever wave that Molly looks at, and that's what she's got to do. She's got to sell her a wave as quick as possible and then hope for one behind it.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, always a good reminder that 2.5 minutes is a long time at pipe and backdoor in these conditions. Picklum should have some opportunities to try to either sell Katie on a wave or even get a wave that Katie doesn't want to use her priority on, because she's still only looking for a 3.39.
It's going to be tough right now too, because Molly has that single highest wave score, and she'd be feeling like, wow, I've got a 9.27. Like I should be in the lead now.
Rolling into this one, Molly decides to pull back at the end. She's not going to commit unless she knows she can turn this heat, this final, on Katie Simmers.
Looks like there's a couple of lines coming through that might hit the backdoor peak. Wow, this is exciting. I've actually got butterflies.
Oh.
And imagine what Caitlin's going through, making a priority decision, 90 seconds. Being on a crazy platform like this, you'd see what they can do with it. Pumping conditions all day long, a dreamy finals day. One of the best I can remember in a very long time. Getting into the final minute. We're seeing some lines out there. They're kind of drifting down the beach a bit.
Also take my hat off to Katie, just even holding back on those couple of waves. Molly tried to sell her, but she just sat there and identified, nope, that's not going to be the wave.
55 seconds. We're looking at our new number 1 and 2 in the world heading into stop number 2, but still only needing a 3:39. 45 seconds. Katie Simmers is going to let Molly go on her backhand. Swoops under the hood. She's reading it well. A ton of spit, and the Australian gets caught. But a fair attempt to try to steal the win. Great technique and just a lot of pressure from the foam ball took her down.
Yeah, she had to go, and it was a good wave choice. It was really clean. I think she was just obviously a bit deep there. It's going to be highly unlikely she gets back out the back. You can see Katie just looking.
Oh, it's going to be absolute heartbreak for Molly there. Looked like it could have opened up and let her out.
But look how determined she is. Still checking the time. Now looking to roll in is Caitlin Simmers, as we will count this one out. What an incredible champion of the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. Katie Simmers is your champion at Pipeline. Molly Picklum, number 2 in the world, and we'll see Katie wearing the yellow jersey heading into Sunset Beach.
Wow, what a moment for Katie. I mean, from when she came out of the gates firing this morning with that 9-point ride, she set the tone, she set the mark, and oh wow, these two are just, you know, what a show between the next generation.
I think there's going to be plenty more battles where this came from.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome moment for both Molly and Katie Simmers. Katie's now with Strider.
Katie, you took it down. Lexus Pipe Pro Champion presented by Yeti. Congratulations.
Pipelines for the fucking girls. That's all I have to say. I don't know, like this girl, she's a pipe master. I just couldn't let her have it again. I don't know. It was a fun final. I wish it could have been picture perfect, but I don't know. It was super fun. Now the wind's probably turning offshore for the guys, but I don't know. I had that one wave like straight off the ski, and I was like, whoa, this is kind of like crazy right now. It was like kind of chandelier-y, and I just like tried to go power stance through it, but I don't know. I'm really, really happy. Thanks everyone for the support. This wave's terrifying. I respect everyone who wants a part of it, and I respect everyone who doesn't want a part of it because it's friggin' freaky. But yeah, I'm really thankful for this wave right here.
Both sides in the house. Congratulations. We love it. Simmers took it down. She showed up all day. Congratulations, young lady. And congratulations on graduating as well.
Thank you so much, Strider and Katie Simmers. You are a hero. Thank you so much for all that you do. That was just beyond impressive. There's going to be some time. We've got to really soak this up and take in what we've witnessed live today in surfing history. And for Katie Simmers to get her best waves in front of us was nothing short of special.
Jaw to the floor. I am so impressed and so proud.
Katie took the words right out of my mouth.
He certainly did. We'll be quoting that for a long time.
Hell yeah.
One of the best.
What a day. History.
She's a true champion. Thanks so much. We've got one more final coming up next. It's a big one for the North Shore of Oahu and the world. Baron Mamiya taking on John Florence right after this.
John Florence eyeing up a final with Baron Mamiya.
Under the hook, Mamiya without priority. Standard procedure for the man on his home break.
Two surfers that have literally grown up on the sands here at Ehukai. Here comes John Florence. Big girthy pipe barrel. John comes out.
Barrel and Baron Mamiya deep. He pumps. He's traveling. He's gone. He's coming. And he's coming out. Holy moly.
Oh.
Katie Simmers just took out the first event of the season, the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti, her support crew. Trying to save her from some equipment flying by. She'll be happy to receive the chair. Up to the podium, and the celebration begins. This is your new world number 1. Caitlin Simmers grabs the yellow jersey just in her second start full time on the championship tour. What a day. We still have one more final to go through. It's a North Shore local boy battle at Backdoor and Pipeline. John Florence taking on Baron Mamiya. Joe Turpel with Jesse Mendez, a CT standout to break down the action. First, a great day for Katie, but now transitioning into John and Baron. This is the heat that everyone's been dreaming of watching, especially for the North Shore community here.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. This is incredible to see, and for our happiness, the winds are actually blowing offshore again. So that's just what we wanted for here, Pipe and Backdoor. It's going to be fireworks. I hope they have plenty of opportunities so they can roll the dice as much as they can, and we're going to have a show in our hands.
Gosh, so many great memories of crazy pipe showdowns. We mentioned Jamie O'Brien, Sonny Garcia, who, a couple of decades ago, seeing two surfers representing Hawaii again is just incredible at pipe. Also got to remember great moments like Johnny Boy Gomes, Michael Ho in the final together, going from the trials all the way to the main event and taking over Pipe and Backdoor like they did for decades and still doing today, as we see a battle to maybe start off this final. Baron and John end up just letting that one go through. But what are you taking from that energy on the paddle to start this final?
Oh, man, I love this. This is like, you never see John put in that much, oh, let's see here. Baron up and right.
Baron's going to get the first wave, locks in, trying to burn off some speed. He'll get puffed out. There's a make. He's been flawless with his approach throughout finals day. Definitely in his happy place. Hasn't been tested yet, but here's John, stretched out wave at Backdoor. Two of the best out here at Pipe and Backdoor. Two successful makes to kick things off.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. And you see John's not giving him an inch right there in the beginning with no priority, and you don't see John doing that. So that just shows how much of a threat Baron actually is out here. So they're both going to start with great scores.
So John Florence really fired up to take over his favorite wave here at Pipeline. We'll give you those scores from the opening exchange, but Strider, how'd you think of it?
You know what? I love it. It's like a dogfight. You don't want to get in the middle of it. Sometimes you just got to let it play out. It's going to be amazing to watch. They're just going to be swinging. Now that priority's set, now that they've got, some posturing done, and now we can watch this thing play out, it's going to be amazing. I feel like this wind is going to switch around. It's got the surface is looking great, and I'm just so excited to watch these two local boys go at it. I think, the hearts with Baron and the numbers are on paper are with John, so it's basically a split decision at the moment.
Strider, can you separate them with their approach at Pipe and Backdoor, or is it just too similar?
You know what? You cannot separate them. I feel like, Baron has learned and he's gotten a little bit of longer board. He actually talked about it in a post-heat interview where he was riding bigger equipment to make himself, more successful here in his heats. And, his IQ has gone up with the heat IQ. And the thing that's going to be hard, I think, is John obviously has the most experience, so he has that little tiny bit of a separation, and that's it.
Good man was John Florence, Baron Mamiya. We have John winning the opening exchange, 7-3-3 to Baron's 6.0.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at that right now. That was actually a very critical takeoff, but look how comfortable he is under those circumstances. Stalling as the wave was going through right there. As you see, he sits on that board and just slow himself down, but he was a shorter barrel. Got rewarded a 6.0, which is a great start of the heat. But on the other hand, we're probably going to see it coming up pretty shortly. Is John going on the Backdoor, as you see right here. Just pretty similar job as far as being underneath, but John had a little bit more length. He had one or two bumps, And on the other hand, Baron was slowing himself down. So the judges like seeing you coming from behind and doing those pumps, and right there going through the fumble as you see it. Just barely touched him. It wasn't that big of a fumble, but just on the sweet spot, just deep enough to get rewarded a great score right there, Joe.
So well positioned at backdoor. John Florence probably can't even count how many times he's done this in his lifetime. His favorite wave in the whole world, but it's also given him some pain in the past. Broken back when he was a kid. He absolutely charged well beyond his years. And he's been in this event for a long time, but he's also felt the pain of losing in finals out here, losing to Kelly back in 2013. And then maybe the most heartbreaking loss when he was sewing up his second world title, and then Jeremy Flores got the backdoor wave on the buzzer, which kind of changed the script for his celebratory year and that world title dominance. But it was personal because it was pipeline. It was the wave that he wanted to win on. He finally got his first title over Medina in 2021. But going through those heats of losing when you want to win at this venue more than any other on the calendar, that's going to help John's experience on how he's going to take on Baron today.
Yeah, I pretty much watched every final out here since John has been on tour. And I remember actually the Kelly one as well a few years back that he ended up losing to Kelly. And it was kind of the same thing, like Kelly got a 9. I was actually already on the channel waiting for the event to finish, and I saw Kelly getting shacked. And it seemed like everything was going against him, even though he was doing everything perfect and just doing what he does here just on a daily basis. He wasn't working his way, and he just was able to pull it off in a few years back. And now probably all that weight comes off his shoulder, and he's just, you know, being able to free himself a little bit more and enjoy more. And that's a dangerous combo, you know?
Yeah, you can tell John when he's lost in the quarters the last couple of seasons out here, he's just not satisfied. That's just not enough for all he wants to accomplish for his relationship with this wave. Out in front with the lead and priority, Baron's got a little bit of space. Baron's been crafty because he knows the reef better than most of his opponents, but these guys are matched basically in every discipline. With priority, John pulls in at pipeline, and he'll get puffed out. There's that casual look towards his friends and family as he will have a solid number, but Baron's going the same direction, knifing it super deep. Mamiya comes out.
And that's exactly what I'm telling. Like, what did he do wrong? He blocked Baron on that first wave, but he was a little bit on the shoulder in that second wave, just kind of doubling up. And the skills that Baron have to actually pull that drop off and get that speed off the bottom, they had that drive to actually be able to go through that such a deep section is incredible. And yeah, that was amazing. That was textbook from Baron right there.
The energy we're feeling on the beach is world title energy. The celebrations from the support crews are right there as well. I mean, for these two in the water, this is everything. The two of the best at pipe and backdoor going blow for blow. This is the decision for John to go first.
All right, that's what I mentioned. He wasn't deep enough on the takeoff right there, but because he's so good at slowing himself down in those waves, he was able to actually drag and wipe all the speed he had and actually get a very good barrel out of that. But then on the other side, you see Baron already scratching, battling deeper. But see right here, front angle. As much as that was incredible, it wasn't as deep as Baron's wave. And yeah, I have no doubt that Baron's going to have a better score than John on that exchange.
That was beautiful. John Florence, he paddled with Baron. Baron pushed him deep, and then Mamiya locked into this one.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. He was so late. Are you kidding me? How did he stick that drop? And not just that, usually 99% of the people just get stuck on the bottom. And he was able to just drive through those sections like it was a 2-foot wave. That was impressive. So check this out. There's a lump right there. He airdropped, and straight as soon as he hit the bottom, he did that big pump down the line and somehow managed to, do what he did. It was impressive.
And he would not be celebrating like that unless he had a very special feeling. Check out this number, a perfect 10 for Baron Mamiya at pipeline to take the lead over John Florence.
Yeah, that was incredible. See the wave after, it had so much energy on that pipe reef right there that after it disappeared, it's literally flat in front of him. He actually got all that energy and synced in into towards that reef, that part of the reef, and he took the most of it. And John is scratching for a wave right now.
John's looking to answer, slides in beautifully, running for an exit at Backdoor, and that one is going to knock him down. But what a great read, jump start on that first section. However, he'll be incomplete. Let's take another look.
Yeah, the wave just, he knows the task of the heat right now, so he was trying to slow down. The wave ran very fast, and he ended up closing out right there in the end. So as he took off on that wave, you see him slowing down right there, because he would have probably be able to come out of that barrel if you would have started pumping, but you wouldn't be anything that would change that much of the heat, you know? So he knew he had to put himself in that very deep situation in order to actually get a score.
Wow, Yeti's been busy today. 110 for a 10 all season long. This year, the Yeti is going to be filled up with all sorts of goodies from Yeti. And we got one for Molly Picklum and now one for Baron Mamiya in the final. A 10 and a 6 with the lead out front. John Florence now needs an 8.01. And this is honestly as good as it gets. You know, we kind of saw Baron earlier with priority against Jordy, where he noticed that Jordy was out of position. And just, they sat in the channel, and I saw Baron after. He's like, yeah, we were watching perfect waves go by, but he was being really smart. You know, the younger Baron probably would have been back in position trying to get more barreled. He was able to sit there, get that win, moved on to the next heat. But now it's like you got two of the best who knows every part of this reef. They know each other's strengths as well, but they want to beat each other more than anything right now, Strider.
Nobody wants second place. It's all about the victory out here. It's all about world number one. And to be honest, they both have as good a chance as anybody right now. I mean, there's this, even though there's a 10-point ride on the board at the moment, I feel like this thing is still wide open because John's in the water. So for me, this thing is just getting started, and I can't wait because, you know, John is so conniving on that inside. He just knows exactly where all those waves are. I do have to say, I love watching Baron's kind of him educating himself throughout the years and now finally settling into a place to where he's got that calmness about him in a heat, and watching him walk around the contest area. So he is deadly right now. He's dangerous. He's got an understanding of what's going on, and he would love himself to be a pipe champion at the moment.
Strider, you're pretty close to all the executives, you know, up in the office upstairs. Could you add about an hour to this final?
I would love to add the rest of the day, please.
Gosh, I don't think anyone in the world would complain. This is one of those dream moments. Two of the best at pipe and backdoor going head to head, also to kick off the season in the yellow jersey. So much on the line in this final with these two local surfers. John raised right here on the beach, just like Baron. They're well aware of their reputations on this venue. Now 22 minutes to go. John will need an excellent range number to come back and to try to calm things down. Baron's letting a lot of energy out. He's flexing. He's feeding off the crowd. You know, John tends to be a little bit more subdued, but we always talk to Florence about surfing in front of a crowded pipeline, and he just handles it in different ways. He's definitely still peaking with his adrenaline, knowing that all of his best friends are watching on the beach and he wants to bring that trophy home.
Yeah, it's just different personalities. Of course, he's feeling everything that Baron's feeling. They just reflect a different way. And it's also, if you even see it in the free surfs, that's kind of how it works for both of them as well. Baron's way more active, usually just showing that he's there, and John is just always on the shadow, but because he's so good, he's always on the highlight at the same time, the spotlight, sorry. Yeah, let's see how it's gonna play out. There's so much time left. I mean, the chances of this scoring stay like this all the way through the end are very slim. I think we're gonna have so many opportunities coming their way, and we're gonna see some fireworks.
Pretty classic tonight is the famous surf night at Sunset Beach Elementary School. Baron and John both went to that elementary school across the street. They used to go to surf night to try to get autographs from all their heroes. Now they're the athletes that are donating boards and prizes to all the young Groms in this North Shore community. So all the faculty and staff there would be celebrating this matchup. A total win for the North Shore of Oahu. As you see where we are here at Pipeline, well, that's the school that both these guys went to. Big park there, tennis courts, basketball court. Kindergarten through 6th grade. It is Saturday. today. So yeah, no school. But tonight, it's going to be packed with food trucks, music, a lot of giveaways from the best surfers in the world and from the WSL.
What a school to grow up in, huh?
Amazing, right across from Pipe. It's amazing.
Oh man, just finish school and come straight check the waves. I mean, you're most likely for the average human. You would probably not be surfing pipe when you're going to that school, but still pretty nice.
Nice. 1957 on the clock here for Florence. He's been in quite a few finals. 15 CT finals for 8 big wins in his career. So he's had some heartbreak moments, even at this event like we talked about earlier. The biggest thing for John last year was staying healthy throughout the entire season, his first completed season since 2017. And he's feeling great. He actually did a little strike mission right before the Lexus WSL Awards. Got some great waves actually off island, which was kind of cool. You think everyone's kind of focused here, and he actually went the other way. Came back right before the year started and more committed than ever to go for a world title this year. Let's hear from John himself about this season.
My whole life, the dream had been to be on tour, and then I got on tour, and then it was like, had to go through the stage of like learning how to believe that I could beat Mick and Kelly and all these guys, and winning a world title is the goal, right? Like, and that's my life goal. If I win a world title, like, it's all done. I'll be happy. It'll be good. And then it's just funny, you know, you win a world title and you wake up the next day and you're like, holy shit, it's over. Okay, like, and then another day goes by and you're like, wow, like, I'm one more day separated from that kind of like that feeling. And then another day goes by and another day goes by. And then all of a sudden you're starting the tour back up again and everything resets at zero. I had so much fun learning. I had so much fun working with Ross and just my team and looking at it and learning that like, hey, that process was really it. That was like the thing that made that whole thing so special.
So great to hear from John. You could tell he's in a great place, you know, was communicating well, talking about the old days. I mean, when he came on tour, he qualified with Medina, with Miguel Pupo, and he was already called the surfer. He was, you know, good and outer reefs at Waimea. He was doing huge airs. He was the complete package, but he wasn't winning right away. And he did some work with Beat Durbridge. He was doing some work kind of behind the scenes with Ross Williams for a long time, and he really got hooked on just the game of studying the sport, of how to win, how to play it. Maybe he wasn't winning, but in the past he'd get like a 10 or a 9, but then he was out maybe before the quarters, and he really wanted to figure out how he'd be in the final, win events, and become what he is now as a 2-time world champion. And this event for the veteran is his 100th career championship tour event. And how fitting would that be to throw a win on top of that?
Man, that would be perfect for him. And I liked how he mentioned, I guess the titles and the wins and everything is just a cherry on top. Like everything that it goes through in order for you to get there, all the high, the lows, dealing with the emotions, that's what actually you carry on throughout your whole life, you know? The trophy is amazing, it's important, but all the baggage that he got throughout all these years, it's going to be remembered forever, you know? And it's cool for him to recognize that.
A lot of maturity there. Going through losses when it really stung and learning how to walk away. And we were able to catch up with Baron Mamiya and asked him what it would mean to win Pipeline.
I grew up watching Andy, Kelly, John, Jamie, you know, all the best surfers in the world surf pipe. And I always knew that like if I wanted to be one of the best surfers at pipe, I would have to win the pipe contest. And that's you know, I really want to do that. And yeah, I mean, that's at the pinnacle for me for sure.
Baron Mamiya was out here at a very young age. It'd probably be hard to him to actually remember those first sessions. He was so young. His dad got him in the water, probably about 3 years of age, and he was surfing. And it's, you know, similar to John's start. You know, John might have been getting more coverage, you know, when he was little. He was getting cover shots of Surfer Magazine when he was tiny, going on surf trips with his mom. But yeah, gosh, they've kind of had a similar upbringing. It all kind of, the focus for both of them seemed to be on pipe and backdoor, where most kids their age were still kind of looking at it in fear.
Yes, and Yeah, I don't know. There's some people that are just built different. Like, they love that challenge. And John, since he was a Grum, and Baron as well. And even Baron, like, I remember, like, about, like, maybe 10 years ago, you see him growing up surfing keiki, you know, like the gnarliest little slab on top of the sand right there, straight closeout, and they're so comfortable at doing that. And I got to say, like, that helped him a lot on being confident, on just being laid and under the lip. And those guys are just the best at doing that out here.
It's cool for Baron, too, kind of with a similar growth pattern to John. I mean, he came on in a different way with the wild card win, but then kind of went through some tough results. Lost early, even took a break from Brazil when he was first on tour, and it was just a reset and just be home a little bit. He'd been on the road for so long and kind of accidentally got on tour. For in his mind, he was planning on maybe a run on the Challenger Series, and all of a sudden he was trying to make plans for the Dream Tour, but he hadn't thought about it yet, what boards he'd need for all the venues in that season. Then once he got to the break, he could actually take a breath, look at the schedule ahead, and kind of see who he wanted to partner with. And one of the biggest changes he had was in the off-season was signing up with Channel Islands as his new surfboard sponsor. And look at all of them on hand. You know, Brent Power there, Britt Merrick not missing a heat. Even on island, you got Andrew making sure he's got the right equipment. He lives over in Kaimuki. He's got that whole support crew and giving him everything he needs to compete.
Yeah, and that's it's very important in the career of an athlete, having a brand that can support you everywhere you go, and also a brand that had so much feedback from years of experience of other surfers. So they really designed the best crafts, and he already has that in hand. He doesn't even need to work that hard for it because they already done the work and previous surfers already done it. So yeah, it's a big advantage of him to have that support, and obviously he would work on his own what he likes best from each craft. But yeah, it's a step ahead of people that maybe don't have that support behind him.
This heat got going immediately. We saw John get the 7.33. Baron had the 6. Florence had the advantage at that stage. John got the 8, and Baron got the 10 right behind him. Ever since then, we've had a bit of a lull. It kind of reminded me of that heat with Kelly and John in the semifinal heat, one of the greatest ever in Tahiti, where there's a lot of action when you watch a highlight reel, but there is actually probably 20 minutes where they were actually just sitting there, which just added to the drama of that day.
Yeah, totally. And he gets the nerves going too when you're sitting for too long. You start thinking too much, you know. You start thinking, like, is this it? Like, is the swell dying right now? Like, is this over? So in Bear's advantage, the time is running out for John, but then, yeah, we still got some time, and yeah, it's going to be, we're going to see more waves. We see some lines approaching right now, and hopefully it comes more towards pipe and backdoor instead of going off the wall. A lot of sets are moving a little bit further down as the swell turns more north. We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, that's right. They just want to put their names on this amazing list of champions for this event. John's on there in 2021, but all those heroes they would have grown up watching compete out here. Obviously, Kelly, the GOAT at pipe. They witnessed all those first hands when they're little kids growing up on this stretch of beach. Let's go positioning with these two after quite some time just sitting. Strider, what do you think?
You know what? They're not leaving each other's side. They are sitting right next to each other. They're not going to give each other an inch. And, you know, there's a question of which way is going to be better. We saw that in that last exchange. And, you know, Baron ended up on the better wave, and it was the one behind. So will that happen again? Will they give him the first one? It's like there's so many things that probably go through your mind while you're sitting there next to your opponent, and you have to make those split-second decisions as the waves arrive. So we're going to see that, but they're definitely not leaving each other's side. They're going to be there all the way to the end, right as soon as they're looking over the edge. So they're going to put it to each other till the end.
That's what we love about it. Was a lot going on out there, even though it's a pretty long lull. Swell's still there, just adding more to the energy of this final. John chasing an 8.01, doesn't have priority. We know we're going to have another pipe title representing for Hawaii, going back to the 70s with Jeff Hackman on the champions list. Jerry Lopez, considered the best of that era and all time out here at pipe, won back-to-back. Roy Russell did the same thing for the Hawaii region. Michael Ho, that famous year where he had the cast on his arm and he was really perfecting that pig dog approach, winning in the early 80s. Then Dane Kealoha, one of the all-time greats winning in 1983. Derek Ho in 86, multiple-time champ, went again in 93. That was Derek's world title year. Johnny Boy Gomes, that famous final with Mike Ho. All Hawaii representation there. Bruce, Andy era. Andy with 4 for the Hawaii region. List goes on and on. John Florence in 2021, and guaranteed this year, 2 boys from Hawaii will be number 1 and 2 in the world heading into Sunset Beach.
Yeah, exciting times for Hawaii for sure. It's nice to see that, and nice to actually have another athlete from Hawaii to be with John together with Imai, together with Ian. They got a full force going on right now.
Surfer Magazine used to have the Surfer Pole Awards. That was often at the Turtle Bay. And I'll never forget one of the presentations. Baron Mamiya got honored by the Irons family, and Bruce Irons was up there. It was the coolest speech from Bruce. The way he looked at Baron, just knowing what his big brother Andy would have been saying about this young kid from the North Shore. Baron was just beyond words. He couldn't believe these idols of his were recognizing his talent, to be in that similar conversation, and he was still so young. Obviously, North Shore saw the talent in him, and he's got about 9 minutes to try to beat John Florence in this final. Out in front with a perfect 10 and a 6-point ride. We will take a quick break. We'll be crowning our champion right after this. Welcome back to the final. John Florence looking as he's still searching for an 801. Baron Mamiya still holding priority out in front of this one. Looks like John's inspired to maybe pick up this wave under Baron's watch. Pulls up and goes down. A rare fall from Florence. And now Baron is going to go for this wave at Pipeline. Puts his head down and pulls in up and under. It looks like he will get clipped. Back-to-back falls from John and Baron with time winding down. Rare to see John go up and under and actually get clipped there. But Baron didn't capitalize. Situation remains the same as we take another look, Jesse.
Yeah, that happened all because he was out of position for that wave. He was under and he was wide, so he tried to put himself as deep as he could, and he actually tried, as he was taking off, was trying to put his board backwards to bring it back around and put himself late enough. So when you do that, sometimes you just catch a rail, and that's what happened. And Baron here did everything he could, but the wave just clamped on him and landed on his head, so there was nothing much he could have done. He could have maybe capitalized on that wave if the wave would have been nice and open towards the end, but yeah, that was basically it.
Thanks, fans, for chiming in on WorldSurfLeague.com for the Pacifico fan picks. 74% of you going with John Florence for a win, and 26% is feeling pretty good about their call. Baron Mamiya is still out front with a perfect 10 with 5:30 to go. And that makes sense. John's accomplished a lot. And I think Baron would probably expect that as well because of, John being a superhuman athlete, globally recognized as one of the greatest ever. But for Baron, he knows what the opportunity is here. It's almost like you look at history. You want to have a little explainer on how the waves were for those wins, because then if he holds on to this, he'll be able to say he beat John when it was firing at Backdoor and Pipeline. That means a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think he wanted to picture any other way, like have a final with John in perfect conditions. And yeah, if it plays out the way, let's see what John's saying right now.
Pulling it up and under, super deep is John Florence, trying to survive the foam ball. And that's a wipeout for John, but you could tell what he was thinking there, wanting to make that as dramatic as he could for what wave he had to deal with under priority. He knows Baron's getting first pick right now. Let's have another look.
Yeah, just way too behind right there. Try to, like that first kind of whitewash that broke in front of him, just slow him down probably in the barrel. As you see it right here, he does that pump, and that whitewash that went through, just Tube Monster just ate him, like gave him no chance. But it was definitely a bullet dodge from Baron, because had that thing held back a little bit, that would have been a very big score.
Time winding down. Barron's able to regain first priority. And now John Florence is trying to pull off something under Barron's watch. Strider, how are we feeling?
Oh, wow. Just the most beautiful west lines just came through. So that's a great sign for the swell, and the conditions are absolutely perfect for this last 4 minutes of this heat. I mean, I can't even believe how we've gone through all 4 seasons just in the women's final and then now into the men's final, and now it's completely turned around to being as beautiful as it was earlier today. And I think we're going to see some of that forerunner that we just saw come through. If we can just see a couple more of those, but bigger out the back, we're going to see some incredible rides.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, we deserve a final exchange. Maybe Barron wouldn't mind if the clock just ran out at this point. He knows what it's like to lose with about 16 seconds remaining when he was taken out by Kelly, when he was looking like the favorite to win.
You know, like looking at this positioning right now, I've noticed that John changed a little bit. He went out the back more. The last 2 waves he tried to go, he was underneath Barron, and he barely had any time to whip under. So I think it's a smart adjustment there for him, because he can sell something to Barron, maybe come on the next wave, like Barron did before with him and got the 10. So let's see. Hopefully we get some fireworks in this last little bit, a little bit of water movement right there. They're paddling somewhere. Let's see where it leads to.
John needs excellence. The only surfer on tour with more excellent range numbers. That's from the 8 to 10 point ranges. Kelly Slater, and he's obviously counting about 30 years of performing. So even though John doesn't have the most world titles, he's always providing giant numbers. Needs an 8.01 as we think about the heat check for this final with 2:15 to go. Before we get there, it looks like John's going to try something at Backdoor. Couple of big driving pumps. He's still got some room. Can he pull this off? Did so much incredible work, and the end section just didn't have an opening. Talk about a guy that can create big moments with or without priority. One of the best, but probably his toughest job at doing that against another local like Barron.
Yeah, and check this out. Barron didn't even look at that wave, which I think he did it right, because it was an average wave, but John is just able to make stuff out of nothing, you know? Like, happily for Barron right there, that wave just clamped on the end and got too small, so he wasn't able to exit it out. But that would have been a healthy score for John, because he drove through that thing for a long time.
So John's just looking at the time remaining, minute 25 to go. Barron's going to have priority. We'll see if John can create some space. He's won finals in radical waves. I'll never forget the final at Pipe where John shook Jamie O'Brien's hand and then paddled the gums and got a 10 when everyone thought they had already congratulated each other on that performance. So wild things can still happen out here with a minute to go. Look at the energy out of John, putting himself on a part of the reef where he's going to try to find some success. We'll see if Barron's going to track him down to get really close to him.
I mean, Barron watched that final 100%, so he knows it's dangerous to leave John by himself, but looks like he just approached already. They're like, yeah, he's on top of him right now.
35 seconds to try to shut this one down for Barron Mamiya, the 24-year-old from the North Shore of Oahu. Is now going to let John go. 20 seconds, looking pipeline on this one. JJF pulls up and under, trying to pull off a miracle, and that thing just runs away. Now down to 15 seconds. John left chasing an 8.01. Talk about a fairy tale story and an absolute dream come true for this young man. Barron Mamiya defeats John Florence in the final of the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. A 10-point ride along the way with a 6. John with an 8 and a 7.33.
Number 1 in the world.
And he's already standing by with Strider.
Barron, number 1 in the world. Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti, champion, local boy. What a dream run you had, my bro. It was finally come true. You wanted to win this contest so bad.
Oh my God, dude, I can't believe it. That 10, I literally couldn't believe I made it. I was in the barrel and I just couldn't believe I came out. I was like baffled.
Well, if you couldn't believe it, then it was definitely a 10 because we've seen you driving through these pits. Amazing work. Tell me a little bit about what it's like to beat John at Pumping Pipeline.
Oh man, you know, without John, without Jamie, without, Uncle D, all these guys, I wouldn't be who I am. I watched these guys surf my entire life, and I watched John surf out here every single day, and watching him is how I learned how to, get barreled and stuff. So, I give him lots of credit for the way I surf.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. We want to let you go celebrate with everybody, your friends and family on the beach. Your dad, Barry. Uncle Barry! Yeah, I love it, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Much love. Hawaii, #1 in the world. There you go. Baron Mamiya taking it home.
What a beautiful day for pro surfing. Baron Mamiya modeling his act, watching John Florence his whole life, and ends up defeating him in the final on a picture-perfect day at Pipe and Backdoor. Gets a 10 along the way. You couldn't just script it better than that. Baron, #1 in the world, in the yellow jersey once again, heading into Sunset, where he's won before as a wild card. Things are off to a great start for the young man.
Yeah, what a way to start, and he has that before. Winning Sunset, which was second event of the year, now even better, winning Pipeline was probably his childhood dream, and yeah, he's ready. It's game on this year for him.
So much to celebrate today on the beach. That looks like Kalani Rivero, Makana Pang down there. Some wild hair from Noah Beshin. Pretty much all the same characters that cheered him up the beach at Sunset. His manager, Sean Ward. And now literally on top of the world, your new world #1 Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti champion, Baron Mamiya. Truly looked unstoppable.
Yeah, it was about time, man. Like, pretty much did everything perfect in this heat. He had 3 waves only, so a lot of guts. Shows just how in tune he is with the ocean, and like 2 huge scores, 110, 1-6, a total of 16 point. Excellent surf heat for him, and yeah, it played off for him.
One of Baron's best friends, Matahi Jolie. They've been staying together for a long time. And Kala Grace as well. And now Noah with the embrace, Makana. And now here comes Britt Merrick and then John. This means a lot for these guys. They put in a lot of work, but especially for the North Shore.
It's a pleasure to be out there with you.
Let's celebrate an incredible event, incredible finals day of the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. All the biggest highlights from the day are about to go down on the 8:05 post show coming up next.
Crack 'em open. It's the 8:05 post-show finals day. Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. And oh, what a day it was as we descend upon our contest site. And we just had a bunch of excellent stuff today. Epicness. So good. Flick Palmentier, Jesse Mendez. Flick, what a day.
It was incredible. For me, it goes down in the history books. I was blown away, jaw to the floor multiple times. I don't know what else there is to say.
Jesse, we had 10s today. 10s in the lineup.
I know, more than one, which is impressive on a day. It's hard itself to get a 10 in an event sometimes, and we had 2 just today, and yeah, that was an incredible day. Can't wait. I can't wait for sunset.
I can't wait for sunset. Let's keep this ball rolling right now because we have been on a roll. We waited till the end of the event window to have this happen today as we take a look at our champ, Baron Mamiya, and his road to the final. This morning, he had to overcome Jordy Smith in the quarterfinals, Jesse.
Yeah, that was an incredible takeoff right there. Check this out. Every drop he did today was so intense. Just couldn't be later than that, and airdrop it in the sky and just getting spit out, just put it on a clinic all day today.
Then in the semifinals, coming up against Connor O'Leary. Connor looking left. Baron Flick keeps on going right and keeps on putting big numbers up.
Yeah, Baron just, for me, just looked like he was just so connected today. Obviously, growing up here, he spent so much time, but sometimes you just have a day where you're on, and Baron was on today. It's like he couldn't put a foot wrong, like really, literally. Just against Connor, he's just wave selection. This one was just so long, and it just kept on giving. You can see that he's just sort of in disbelief himself.
On to the final, where Baron meets up against John Florence. Gotta say the favorite in this comp, John. Baron hugs on the beach, battle in the water. Mamiya.
Yeah, that was impressive from him. I think the most clutch moment, obviously the 10, that was a clutch moment, but actually sending John in that first wave to get the 8-point ride. You see John here in a 7.33, but you see right there, he sold that wave for John. First wave of the set, John gets an 8-point ride. They were a little bit to the shoulder of that wave, and then just to swing on the next wave after, as late as you can get, disappearing. He even mentioned that he doesn't know how he even came out of that wave. That was a clutch moment.
A perfect 10. 10s across the boards from all 5 judges for Baron Mamiya. A pipe title for the North Shore. Mom's happy, the crew's happy, the Shaper's happy. I saw Baron this morning. I gave him 3 words. It's your day. And Flick, it turned out to be Baron's day.
For sure. I'm so happy for him. You know, obviously he's already won at Sunset once before, and it's probably been a dream of his since he was a little kid to win here at Pipeline, and now he's done both. It's just, and so young.
24 years old on the North Shore. I'll take a look at the brackets, how he got there. We went through the video. You saw him over Jordy Smith, over Connor O'Leary, and finally the big W over probably the toughest competitor you could possibly draw at Pipeline, John Florence. Let's hear from our champ, Baron Mamiya.
Baron, you just got chaired up here as the men's 2024 Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti champion. Andy Irons, Kelly Slater, Derek Host, some of the names that have won this event before you, and now Baron Mamiya. What does that mean to you?
I literally can't even believe it. Growing up on the North Shore, you know, this is always an event that you want to win, you know. It's the most prestigious event in the world. And, yeah, to finally win it, you know, I can't believe it, especially with John out there. And to get a 10 in the final, it was just the whole thing is just I'm literally at a loss for words. I still can't believe I made that 10 too. Like, I just can't believe everything that happened today. It was just a very special day, and I'll definitely never forget this day for the rest of my life.
I want you to try and take us inside that 10, because I know from the very first time cartwheeling down this wave at Pipeline, every moment that you put in here counts. How did it all come to fruition to create an opportunity for you to get a perfect 10 in the finals?
I mean, I don't know. The first wave that came in, John went, and I was like, okay, that was a good wave. He's probably going to get, you know, an excellent score. It's John. So then I was like, okay, I'm just going to go as deep as possible on this next one. And then I realized I was so deep when I took off, and I like did this huge pump at the bottom or something, and I felt like the lip of the wave like hit me, and I was like, whoa. And then the whole barrel was white, and I was like, oh. I was about to jump because I was like, oh, this is kind of sketchy, but then I just like stayed on, and then it just pushed me through, and I was like, whoa, I came out and I couldn't believe it. I still can't believe it.
I don't blame you. As you let this sink in, the other thing that we talked about so much is the imposter syndrome that you sometimes felt last season. You won the very first event of the 2024 Championship Tour. How much confidence does this give you in all the work you put into this off season to be ready to prove you are here and you belong?
Yeah, I guess the imposter syndrome's out the door, right? No, yeah, I'm just I'm so blessed. It's taken a long time to get here, and we work every day, and it's always a fight every day to just try and keep going and learning and everything. It's hard, but there's these moments, and these moments are the ones that will live forever. So.
Leave no doubt, Baron. Congratulations. Is there anything you want to say to friends and family right here at home on the North Shore rooting you on?
Yeah, I love everyone that came out. Thank you, my family, my friends, the whole community, and it's an insane thing. Thank you.
Congratulations, Baron.
Right on, thanks.
Let's take a look at our CT rankings. After the first event, Baron Mamiya, he's on top. He's going to be wearing yellow at sunset. Now, Baron's wore yellow before. He knows how it fits. He knows how it feels. In 2022, exiting sunset, Baron Mamiya earned the yellow jersey with a win there as a wild card flick.
Yeah, his surfing there is just so beautiful to watch. He was just unstoppable. I mean, he obviously has a special connection with Sunset, which is just down the road. So I am really excited to see what he can do. He's obviously already worn that yellow jersey. He knows what it feels like. He's competing in front of all his friends and family again. And I'm excited to see him take this momentum just down the road.
I feel he can do it. He's done it before. And we're going to find out in a few days if he can do it again. Baron, the prodigy, Mamiya. Let's celebrate our champions. Let's make it official. For that, I'm going to throw it to the awards presentation. Take it away, Joe Turpel.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. Thanks, everyone, for coming down. This is such a beautiful day in pro surfing history. Thanks for joining us for this presentation for the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. It'll go down as one of the greatest days that we've had in surfing history, especially here at Pipe, and to kick off the brand new year in 2024 on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Today it was really amazing for all the best women in the world. Really getting to show what they can do. Given a platform and pumping conditions at Pipe and Backdoor, the women put on a show that we will never forget. Along with 10-point rides from Molly Picklum, and obviously more 10 started coming in the men's final as well. We want to thank everybody down here on the beach with us today and all the locals here on the North Shore for giving us this beautiful lineup at Pipeline and really sharing that spirit of aloha with us every time the WSL is in town. The performances are always raised when the level's raised, especially when the waves are as good as this. This is one that we're going to remember for a long time. Just first, everyone standing here in front of me, sorry, the PA is not going on right now. It's in progress, so stand by. We're going to need you here, though, because our champions will be up here shortly, and so will the PA. I'm going to continue for the broadcast happening around the world. We are so grateful to be kicking off this event here in Hawaii, the birthplace of He'enalu as a cultural practice and a competitive sport. We'd like to mahalo first and foremost the Kanaka Maoli and also the Kama'aina, who for generations have embodied true aloha in sharing and perpetuating surfing while stewarding the oceans and coastlines for everyone to enjoy. Mahalo to Hawaii, the North Shore community, and to all those who have come before and are here today, bringing us together through surfing. Thank you so much. Big special thanks to the DeSoto family, Liana Kanoa Wong, for organizing and leading the opening ceremony. It was one of the best I've ever been a part of. Thank you also to Kaipo'i Kelly, coach of the Kamakau surf team, and Liana Kanoa Wong of Kumau Productions for hosting the opening ceremony as well. Of course, we'd like to thank the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii, the North Shore community, and the committed Pipe local community for sharing this incredible wave with us. Thank you so much. Big thanks to our title partner, Lexus, coming on board this event, and our presenting sponsor, Yeti. You guys are incredible. Also, our amazing event partners, Florence Marine X, Vista, Red Bull, 805 Beer, Bonsoy, Cup Noodles, Pacifico, Sambazon, Turtle Bay, Lulu's Lei and Bouquets for the beautiful lei you're going to see on our finalists, Shiseido, Spectrum Hawaii, True Surf, Surfline, Apple Watch, Mananalu Water, Eventbrite, Pura Vida, and Hawaii Tourism Authority. You guys are all incredible and make this dream come true for all of us. We got some great people up here on stage with me to help me with the awards presentation. Our WSL Chief of Sport, Jesse Miley-Dyer, and also our WSL Senior Manager of Tours and Competition, Travis Logie. Great job, you guys. Well done. PA is going to be up shortly, you guys, don't worry. as we get to a great part of the awards ceremony, because I'm going to end up throwing it back to Kaipo on the 805 Post Show. We're going to work on the PA because I don't want you guys to miss this. We'll be right back with the presentation continuing.
Those mischievous menahune. That's another Hawaiian word for today. It's Mahina Olelo Hawaii month. It's Hawaiian language. The menahune is sometimes these like little creatures sometimes that crawl and cause some mischief. So while we got some time in the awards presentation, we're going to talk about Katie Simmers and our champs road to the final. Katie Simmers started the morning by beating Tatiana Weston-Webb, Flick.
Yeah, Katie just absolutely started this morning off with a bang, a 9-1-7, and it was the first wave in this heat of the day for her. And you know what? She said that she actually hadn't had any waves like this whatsoever in any of her warm-ups. So to just have the lineup to herself and to be able to score amazing waves like this, she just couldn't believe it. She was getting super frustrated in her free serves, not being able to string anything together. So yeah, that must have felt good to open up the day like that.
On to the semifinals, where Katie would face Brisa Hennessy, and in a grindy one here, Brisa had the lead for most of the time, then Katie, Jesse, came back with this.
Yeah, just what was so impressive for me was just the ability that her and Molly were able to put themselves under the lip. Like, it's very rarely you can see that on the woman's side, and they were doing this in like big conditions, very heavy. It was impressive to watch that.
Finals with Molly Picklum. Molly with a perfect 10, with a 10 actually in the semifinals. Molly came out firing. It was a high-scoring final, but at the end, Flick, it was Katie Simmers.
Yeah, it was Katie in the end that, you know, she got this beautiful wave here in the 8th. Really technical wave to surf, super gurgly, a bit foamy. She got a second wave where she actually ended up going to turns, and you know what? It ended up paying to her advantage, and I don't even know if Molly could have seen that that's what she did on this wave to get this three. And so, yeah, Molly just obviously had that single highest wave score, but Katie just coming out on top, and yeah.
Third career win for Katie Simmers in her sophomore year on the championship tour. She's a phenomena. The change in the guard with the women, we keep on talking about it. It's already unfolding in stop number 1 of the championship tour. Let's take a look at the bracket on finals day. Simmers over Weston-Webb, on to Brisa Hennessy, and then a hard-fought final against a charging Molly Picklum. By the way, Molly Picklum, hats off today for all of her performances. Let's hear from our champ, Katie Simmers.
Katie, what a way to start out 2024. You and Molly are the two who have been pushing the competition this entire time. How did you push each other in the water?
Yeah, Molly's a good friend. She's a pipe master. She's freaking such a guru out here. She's like probably the best girl out here, in my opinion. But just going both ways, she's like insane, and so I was like pretty terrified. We were like talking about it out there. We were like, I don't know, we made it here, you know, like it's pretty cool. But I don't know. Just thank you everyone kind of from Hawaii who lets us come and surf their waves and like get barreled and just do all the fun things in surfing.
I know, I don't know which is more exciting for you to start 2024, that you got the win or that you got all the barrels in order to do it. How much confidence does this give you moving forward?
Yeah, I feel like one heat out here is like months of experience out here, so it's just, I don't know, just fun. It's kind of like the craziest thing in the world, best thing in the world to get barreled in a heat and with no one out and with your friend. Like Molly's one of my good friends, and I don't know, just try to, this is always the weird part. You're like, oh, you did it, and now what? I don't know.
Well, now what? I want to talk about what you already know is true, which is that this moment in women's surfing is massive. To be showcased when Pipeline is firing and you guys exchanging barrels, Backdoor, Pipeline. What does it mean to you to be a part of this movement that has been so long in the making?
Yeah, I guess it's just like starts with all the girls that were like battled all the guys and barely got any waves, and I mean everyone kind of barely gets waves out here. It's so crowded and hard to get a wave and just terrifying, and it's just, I feel like it's always been known kind of that the girls can like surf pipe, but I feel like in the last couple months it's been really, really clear, and I hope this event shows everyone like the girls can do it. Like Molly got a 10, Betty Lou got friggin' 9.7. Like we're getting spit out all day, and it's pretty cool to see. I'm really happy to be a part of it, but I'm just proud of all the girls who like are even out there and friggin' hearts racing and really scary.
Really scary, but doing it. Anything you want to say to friends and family coming off your first win of the 2024 CT season?
Yeah, thanks all my sponsors, my family, and my brother, and my boyfriend who's here, and I don't know, everyone, yeah, from Oceanside, and yeah, thank you Pipeline, thank you Hawaii, and kind of everyone who holds it down here and keeps it like the best place for surfing on earth, I feel like.
Well, and thank you, Katie, for the show you put on. We'll send it back to you.
Oceanside, represent. You're going to be proud. Pride of Oceanside. She's on the top of the rankings right now. Heading into stop number 2, CT stop number 2. Going to happen up the road at Sunset Beach. Molly Picklum, number 2 in the rankings, in a really, really good position. And Molly's going to be very comfortable going into Sunset because she's a defending champ. Pickles, the 2023 winner, Jesse. Sunset was Sunset Point, but Molly Picklum put on a show, clean rails all the way on the road to a victory there at Sunset.
Yeah, and like when it's that small at Sunset, it's very tricky to find the waves. Like the wave that kind of hits that shallow shelf and it goes into deep water pretty quick. And she was able to find great waves and just applying just the perfect amount of pressure to get the speed throughout the turns at Sunset, which is very hard to do. And yeah, that was actually a beautiful Sunset day. Just not that big, kind of playful. You don't get smoked by sets, so they're able to, yeah, tear it apart.
I think Molly's power surfing game has gotten even stronger since then. I think she's even more powerful, so it's going to be even more exciting to see her this time around in just a few days.
I'm with you, 100%.
Coming out of Sunset, she was wearing the yellow leader's jersey into stop number 3 last year in Portugal. Well, let's see, Molly. Let's see, Katie, John, and Baron. It's back to the Prezzo with Joe Turpel.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Hey, everybody. How's it going down there? Thanks for bearing with us. We got the PA up. The waves are still firing. This is just the best show on earth, and you guys are all such a huge part of it. Now we can officially do the champions presentation for the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti. Let's get right to it. Your men's runner-up. Let's hear it for local boy, John Florence. Congratulations, John. It's amazing to see you turn in all these amazing performances year after year, but more specifically at this wave, your favorite wave in the whole world. Put into your words what this place means to you.
I don't think I can put it in words. I don't know. It's more of a feeling, and just growing up here and I don't know, getting to surf this wave my whole life, I just feel like that's a huge privilege, and I feel lucky.
And also just being in the final once again here at Pipeline and being with a guy that looked up to you. He said it multiple times this event. What did it mean to have Baron Mamiya in the final with you out there?
Yeah, that was awesome to have Baron. I see these guys out here all the time when the waves are good, and Baron's such an amazing surfer. That 10 was so crazy. Watching the drop and looking into it, it's being the competitor on the other side, you didn't want to see that, but it was pretty sick.
Kind of tell us how you feel now, because sometimes people wonder where you're at with motivation. But being in a final like that, coming close to winning, what are you digesting right now? Because I know you're always here to win.
Yeah, I would have loved to win that, but I don't know. I'm stoked. I learned a lot, and I really can't wait for Sunset. I don't know. I feel excited for this year, and I was having a lot of fun competing, so I really can't wait for the next heat.
John, you're number 2 in the world. Best of luck, best of waves at Sunset Beach.
Thank you.
John Florence, runner-up in the men's final. Now let's hear it for your runner-up in the women's final. This young lady also turned in her first 10 of her career. Let's hear it for Molly Picklum. Molly Picklum, now number 2 in the world. She'll be heading to Sunset Beach, a place she's won before. Molly, this was sensational. From every round, different sizes, you were getting all the best scores on the 805 post show, winning the post show in the excellent range. But today was different. It was big, it was pumping, and you got that perfect 10. Can you even sum up what happened today?
Oh, I mean, it's so hard to put in words. I think what an opportunity. I mean, Women Out Pipeline, it's obviously been evolving every year, and we were so blessed today to have Pipeline in its absolute, best day of days, and to be out there with Katie. It was amazing, and yeah, I don't know, I just was enjoying every moment and just enjoying the rides.
You've been talking about this feeling that you have with this wave, a connection. Can you describe that?
Oh, I don't know. I just think it feels like my second home here, and I'm so grateful for all the locals that I feel like they're really encouraging of us women, and they show us around and show us the spots, and they also show us how it's done. And yeah, I don't know. I just feel really grateful to be here and to start it off here in such a challenging wave. It's like a love-hate relationship, but I kind of like that challenge.
Well, you're a part of surfing history, a day that we'll never forget. You got to be proud of what you accomplished and that 10. Enjoy that number 2 seed heading into Sunset Beach.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much for everyone coming down and cheering us on. We appreciate it all. Thank you.
Molly Picklum, number 2 in the world heading into Sunset. And now let's get behind your men's champion, another local boy here in the 96712. Let's get behind Baron Mamiya. There's always these dream heats that you're trying to create on the heat draw. We got it today. And also a man that turned in a 10, Baron. This seems surreal. I remember the time you won Sunset. You called that the best day of your life at that time. What are you calling this now?
Oh yeah, this is for sure the best day of my life. I mean, winning at Pipe with John in the final is an insane thing.
Did you have a feeling this morning when you woke up? Did you visualize this coming true? How was the pace on finals day?
Yeah, I just woke up and the waves looked like they were really good, and it was just kind of fired for us all day, and it was an insane day.
At the opening exchange, when John started taking the lead early, did you doubt yourself at any point? Because you seemed confident from where we were sitting.
Yeah, I kind of figured, I mean, you're surfing against the best guy ever out here, I think, in my opinion, and I kind of figured, he's going to get good waves. I kind of just stuck to what I was doing the whole event and just tried to pick the best waves.
What's your plan with your friends and family tonight?
Probably a big party.
You deserve it, Baron. Enjoy the moment. This is a dream come true. You're number 1 in the world heading to Sunset Beach.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Thanks for everyone coming out, my family, my friends. I love you guys. Thank you.
Baron Mamiya, your champion. And now number 1 in the world. He'll be wearing yellow over at Sunset Beach. Now, let's get behind your women's champion representing Oceanside, California, Katie Simmers. Katie's had some great battles with Molly in a short period of time, including match number 1 at the WSL Finals. This time, it was solid pipe and backdoor. Got a lot of great things when you win events, Katie. Come on over. Here's the trophy. Why don't you hold that up real quick? We could do the interview afterwards. That's perfect. Katie, we got to thank you for all you do in the water and on land. You're one of our favorite personalities to chat with. From your 917 this morning, I think you called that the best wave you had at Pipe and Backdoor. Did you add more of those as the day went on?
Yeah, this is a pretty difficult place to get waves, so probably all my waves today were my best waves I've ever gotten out here, so yeah, it was a good day. I don't know. This is the best wave in the world, I feel like, so it's pretty cool to go out there and just surf with your friend and surf with the pipe master and friggin' enjoy it. I don't know.
We're talking about this monumental moment for surfing history, having a day like that, given the stage and seeing you perform, and also to do it alongside your peers. Was it a different type of energy? Because you've surfed in a lot of heats. You know, what did it feel like? What were the conversations like with your peers on tour?
The last couple days were kind of just get through so you can have a day like this. So I'm glad I kind of got compy and did some backside turns, even though you kind of want to wait for the barrel. But I guess even in our heat, it kind of turned stormy for the 30 minutes that our heat was out. And it ended up coming down to like a backup score, which is like, sometimes that happens out here. And I just did 2 snaps on a wave, and I guess it kind of it worked out. But I wish we had that picture-perfect pipe for our last heat. But, I mean, Molly got a 9, and I got a pretty good one, too. So, I don't know. It was super. Molly's, like, one of the, like, funnest people to watch out here. She freaking got a 10. Enjoy that Yeti cooler. But, I don't know. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to, like, all the kind of people who live here who hold it down, and this is a pretty amazing place, and thanks for having us. And yeah, thanks to my sponsors, friends, family, everyone who kind of makes it a little easier for me, and it was a good day.
Enjoy the moment. Congratulations, Katie Simmers, and enjoy that yellow jersey heading into Sunset Beach. Let's get it behind our champions once again. A Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti, and a finals day that we're never going to forget. Keep the celebrations going on the beach as I'll send it back to Kaipo on the 805 Post Show. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Joe. Wow, what a way to start the year. What a way to start the 2024 Championship Tour. Some youngsters up there. Epic waves for finals day. There's so many things that just made this a perfect start to the season. It's a good omen. By the way, it's the Year of the Dragon now. We just converted into the Year of the Dragon. That's got to be a good sign, Flick.
What is the Year of the Dragon
It's a lunar calendar right now, so we went from the Year of the Rabbit to the Year of the Dragon right now. That's what we're celebrating. Okay. Strength and prosperity, all in the Year of the Dragon, and that's what we just got through.
Wow. All right. Well, bring it on. I'm liking this Year of the Dragon already.
You know what I like, too? I like cup noodles. And the Nissan cup noodle wave of the day, we had to split it. Why? Because we had 2 10s. First, Molly Picklum, Jesse.
I mean, we wanted to split it even more people next time, but that was amazing to watch Molly. For me, that was the best backside 2 Bradden I've ever seen a girl do it. And to put it on a heat, that's impressive. And just to let the rail go in that last end bit, that was showing so much confidence. And yeah, she just killed it.
And then Flick, Baron Mamiya. This was a perfect 10. Every judge gave this wave a 10.
Yeah, this was unbelievable. I mean, Baron even said it himself. He didn't even think he was coming out of this. And then all of a sudden he said that the lip sort of hit him and then he just got projected out. He said it went all white and then all of a sudden cannonballed out. And yeah, all judges giving it a 10. What a way to do it against John in a final to take your first win at Pipe.
Yeah, talk about a dream run. 10, beat John, start the year in the yellow jersey for the North Shores, Baron Mamiya. It's a bunch of feel-good stuff right now. It's a great day. Well, we got another competition that's happening as well that we're kicking off for finals day. Scoring starts at the quarterfinals. Let's take a look at our Vista CT Shaper rankings. Ooh, Channel Islands in that first place position with Baron helping the cause with 10,000 points. Look at top 5, Jesse, Chris Borse, and he only has 1 rider on tour.
Yeah, the lone wolf and taking out 10,000 points, almost as much as anyone else right there. So that's huge from him to actually be able to make the top 5 only with one athlete, and it's a talented athlete.
Our defending champ, Matt Biolas, lost surfboards. They got some ground to make up, but good news is we got 8 more events on the championship tour for all of that to change. And now it's time for our top 5 moments of the entire event. It started with a rookie welcome. Welcome, Kate Madsen, to the championship tour. Number 5 was this.
This was absolutely death-defying. When I watched this, I couldn't believe it. He just free fell through the sky. Looked so bad, but he was actually okay. Surprising.
Surprising, yeah, because that's the worst place for you to fall on a wave. Right on the peak and just falling so awkwardly. That was crazy.
Number 4, the mastery of the bonsai pipeline and backdoor flick by John Florence.
Oh yeah, this romance, I just continue to love to watch it. It's just so beautiful. He just has this wave on lock. He knows every inch of this reef, and yeah, just put on an absolute masterclass out there. He's still the best to do it. I know he didn't come out with a win today, but you can't ignore the talent that he has out here.
Incredible stuff, Jesse.
I know, it's like non-stop. It almost like everything's on repeat. Like everything he does looks effortless, and yeah, it's just that buzzer beater right there in the quarterfinals. That's one that he's gonna hold that for a long time.
Number 3, flick, Molly Picklum, a 10-point ride.
Yeah, this 10-point ride was incredible, but the semi-final itself is even worth more of a highlight. I think this was a moment in women's surfing history. It will go down as one of the greatest heats ever. In my opinion, and I just loved how they just kept inspiring each other to push even harder. And yeah, Molly with that 10 was just incredible to watch. She deserves it. She's been on the money all week.
Number 2, our men's champ, the 808 prodigy, Baron Mamiya, Jesse.
Yeah, nothing more fair than actually getting a 10 on a finals against John at Pipeline, and if there's someone that could have pulled that off, that's Baron. Like a standout for the past 7 years here. You just see him catching barrel wave after wave and always outperforming everyone in the water. So it's good to see him win. He deserves that win more than anyone up here.
What a feeling for a local boy, fulfilling a lifelong dream here at Pipe. Number 1, 18-year-old Oceanside, California surfer, Katie Simmers is our Pipe champ for the women, flick.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. It's just so cruisy. She just has this really casual demeanor. It's just like classic Katie, you know. She was surfing these waves with consequence with this cruisy kind of attitude, which I absolutely love. She got the job done in the final, an excellent ride, then backed it up with this one, going to turns, just kind of identifying that, you know, that little bit more texture on the face, and she got the win. It wasn't easy either because Molly had that 9, so yeah, hats off to Katie, and we got a lot of great dialogue from her this event, and I'm here for it.
I want more. I want more. And we are going to get more because we went to the end of the window. We're going to do a quick turnaround here, and we're going to start all over again. February 12th is going to be the start of the event window for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach next Monday. Check worldsurfleague.com for updates. Thank you, Flick. Thank you, Jesse. Let's get together at sunset, and all of you enjoy our end of event highlights. I'll give you a big aloha.
I'm unbreakable. Pressure makes diamonds, I'm a home again. Already climbing to the top, but it ain't over yet. I'm flexing cause I got the world on the shoulder press. I only know the best. And I'm here because I'm unbreakable. I'm unbreakable. I'm unbreakable. I'm unbreakable.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.